So I am a few minutes late. Guys, I was having some technical difficulties. Technical difficulties. And I still can't find the cord for my ring light. So the lighting right now is not the all-time greatest, but we'll deal with it. As long as you can see me and hear me, we've got the main bases covered. So, okay. I underestimated how easy it would be for me to find my things after just moving and everything being in boxes. I was like, it'll be fine. We'll find everything immediately. No, I did not find everything immediately, in fact. Okay, so the situation's not the most stable. I'm going to try to not move my body too much here to make it too shaky. How are you doing? What's up, Rochelle? Hi, beautiful. Hi, Josephine. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. Okay, so you voted on the most recent poll for the theme or topic of this all signs, and you guys wanted to do another mystery reading. So I don't know if you have seen the other one, the last one that we did, but all of my readings are timeless. So if you ever feel like checking it out or feel called to do so, you can do that at any time, and hopefully it will resonate for you still if you feel called to it. So that will just always be, well, there's a lot of them underneath my all signs or in my all signs playlist. So feel free to check those out if you ever so desire. Cowbell. Hey, Kelly, how are you? Okay, good. Thanks for letting me know. Every time people change their stuff, I'm like, who the fuck is this? All right, so how are you guys doing? I hope that you're doing well. All right, so for this reading, what we're basically going to do is, well, I'm gonna go over there real quick and grab my little owl, my headless owl, if you remember from the last time. Its head comes off. It has a head, okay, but basically I printed out random topics or reading topics here. We're gonna have to pull this down, aren't we, because it's a little too bright behind. Oh, the plant's getting squished. Not the plant, baby. Okay. He was getting squashed. There's room for all. Is that better? Yeah, I think it is. Good morning, Yasmina. Yasmina, is that how you say your name? I hope so. Okay, how are you guys doing? All right, that's a little bit better, right? Yeah. The sun should be going down and not being quite as intense. I wish I knew where my ring light cord was. It's probably in my camera bag, which is in my car. Alas. When it gets dark, I might have to run out and grab that. I usually take I'll have to take a bathroom break at some point probably. So I'll probably grab that. That might be necessary when it's dark, but that's a later problem, not a now problem. So we're going to start with Aries as we always do and move all the way through the zodiac to Pisces. And each of you is going to receive a different reading theme. So last time we did this, it was really fun and I actually loved it. So I want to start doing this a little more often. I was really stoked when you guys voted for this topic. So let me just get my ish slightly together. Every reading, basically, if you're new, starts with me, the Pisces, getting her shit together for a couple minutes. So feel free to just get situated in the energy as well, sink into the energy a little bit, and just breathe. And welcome as well to Cancer season, and happy birthday to all of my sweet and spicy little crabby cakes. I have so many important Cancerian people in my life. My dad's a Cancer. My little sister is a triple Cancer. Her big three, all Cancer. Pray for her. So I love Cancerian people, and you make the world go round. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being you. And I hope that you have an incredible birthday season. So also comment down below when it is your birthday, if it is your birthday, and we will, well, I'll send you a little celebratory comment. Okay, so for this reading, let's see. Basically, I have my little book, my massive book of spreads here. And in here, there's a place where I put all of the spreads, because I will not remember. July 16th. Woo, it's coming up. My sister's is July 11th. So this is just, yeah, I have this book so that I can remember the spreads because they are all obviously different. So I wrote them all out, little pieces of paper, stuck them all in here. So if you see me referencing anything, it's the spreads since they're all different. Okay. We'll put that off to the side so that I can look at that when needed. Okay. But we usually take a minute anyways, or I need to get into the habit of always doing this, not just rushing at the beginning, but taking a second to just kind of settle into the energy. I feel like it always makes a huge difference when you just take a second to set an intention with your energy. If there's been something that you've been going through, like especially for this particular reading where I'm picking different themes for each sign, if you've been stressed or if you need a message, a specific message for a certain area of your life, set the intention with your guides and with your team that the guidance that you receive and that you seek that's most aligned with you and most supportive to you will find you, and you just might be surprised. Spirit works in crazy and mysterious ways. Take it from me. So, well, you don't have to take it from me. I'm sure you guys all have your own insane experiences with spirit because that's how spirit is. But yeah, set the intention, and oftentimes exactly what you need will come to you. So let's see here. So yeah, the timestamps will be in the pinned comment down below as well as the info box once we get started. That is where you'll be able to just click on the timestamp for whatever placement or sign you're trying to view, and it will take you right there. I'm just going to write down, make my little timestamp sheet quickly. So that I can write down which reading I pull for each of you, as well as which time it starts. All right, perfection. What is that sound? There's something that keeps on like rattling or squeaking. I don't know if you guys can hear that on your side. Let me know if you hear something and if it's bothering you, like a little weird noise, or if that's just something that I keep hearing. Okay, so we're gonna start with Aries. Let me grab my little trusty little owl here. What's up, T-Baby? T-Baby. What is going on? Okay. Okay, what is my owl? The mic, the laptop's right in front of me, like this far in front of me, and the speakers are on the top of it. So you should be able to hear me, hopefully, because there is nothing obstructing. But yeah, on my end, there's nothing obstructing that I can see. But let me know if it is difficult to hear. I don't know what I can do to help because the mic is right in front of me. But yeah, so I'm not sure. I might just need to clean it a little bit. But toothpick videos, aw, I love you. you. Thank you. You're a Sag. Yes, tune in when the timestamps are up. You're good? Okay, good. Good. I was like, uh-oh, is my laptop like reaching a fiery and violent end? It wouldn't be unlike my laptops. They tend to go violently and unexpectedly, so... You put panic in the heart of me, magnetic magic. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Let's grab that owl. I'm trying not to shake this too much. However, it might shake a tiny bit when I move. So I'm so sorry. I'm like, we're on the bed in case you couldn't tell here. Okay. Here's the owl. And that's caffeine, which is just as important. Okay. We're making it happen. One cannot exist without one's dirty chai. It's, you know, one of the 10 commandments. Thou shalt not forget thy dirty chai. So, what is the caffeinated drink that keeps you breathing? Let me know. Mine is a chai latte with oat milk and a double shot of espresso, making it dirty. So, I highly recommend that you try it, although you will probably form an addiction. Do not blame me if you do. Okay. Wish I knew what that freaking noise was, but that's okay. If you guys can't hear it, it's not annoying you, then I can let it go. I have a feeling that it's this thing squeaking, though. Hi. Get a little closer. Hi, guys. How you doing? All right, so the owl. The owl. My magical owl with the removable head. Now, we have all these little scrolls inside, and these are what the themes are printed on, okay? So you will be able to watch me randomly pull it out of your theme out of my headless owl, put his head here so it can be still be in the vibe there. Is that disturbing? I don't know. It's disturbing to see a random owl head behind. All right, so Aries. Randomly thinking about me. Aw, Cecilia. That's sweet. I like randomly crossing the minds of beautiful people. I'm not against it. Okay, so Aries. Let's see what fate will have it, or what spirit decides your reading is going to be for today, and get started. I'm using a different tarot deck and a different oracle deck for every sign, as I do when I do this reading, so it's a little bit extra, and that's why I'm taking an extra second to get my crap together, because there's 24 decks surrounding me right now on my bed. It's a little bit chaotic. We've got it under control. Okay, Aries. Also, if you come in during the stream, there is always this little GIF up in the right-hand corner there that will tell you what sign we're currently on. And then, like I said, the timestamps will be in the pinned comment and the info box. So if you're wondering about that, just check. And also, if you come in and you're wondering about a sign that we've already finished, like you can see that we've already passed it, you can try to get my attention in the chat, because I will have my like written out timestamps. So if I see you ask, I'll try to let you know around the time that I started that sign, okay? All right, Aries. Let's give it a little shake. The headless owl. See what you need to know. All right. Okay, Aries. We have blocks in love. Blocks in love. Something blocking you in love, my darling. All right, let's check it out. Also, I don't read for a particular sign or placement. I read for all of the signs. I don't read for a particular placement, which means you can watch for your sun, your moon, your rising. If you have a stellium, if you just have a really prominent energy in your chart, you can watch for whatever it is that you feel called to, and it should resonate with you. Just trust your intuition above all, as always, okay? Okay, let's put that over there for now. Okay, so the spread that we need here, blocks in love. Okay, so for you, we're going to look at the desired love that you seek, your current energy towards love, the most prominent block, and how you can move past that to reach your desired love, okay? Okay. Let's get into it. Like a lamp sitting here. I just realized that I couldn't find the cord for my ring light like 1 second before the live started, so I was just like took a random lamp and just put it on the bed. I'm like, jury's out on whether that decides to stay and sit there nicely or not. We will find out. I'm kind of a bit of a hot mess. Slightly more today than usual, you guys, even though I know it's kind of a normal thing for me. Okay. Blocks in love. So we're going to use the Illuminated Earth Oracle for you with the Mystic Mondays Tarot. All right. I will also mention that I've just been reading uprights lately, only uprights, no reversals. I'm just reading the energy of the cards. So the image will be in the upright, but if I'm getting a reversed energy from it, I'll still read it. So I'm still reading reversals. Technically, I'm just not, I'm leaving all of the cards upright. But the more sensitive that I get to energy, the more I find it easier to do that, because I kind of feel like seeing the cards in the reverse is like a bit energetically jarring for some reason. It never used to be that way for me, but the more sensitive I get, the more it's just easier for me to look at the cards in the upright and read them just read the energy. So we're going to do that. Just so you know, it may be that way moving forwards, but we'll see. I might switch it up still from time to time. All right, Aries, tuning into blocks in love that you need to be aware of, or that it would assist you to be aware of. explains that. Okay, prominent block. Okay. Interesting. Let's get you just a few oracle cards. Okay. Get an oracle card for, yeah, let's clarify this prominent block for Aries. Okay. Aries, did you wake up and choose violence, babe? Did you? Did my warriors wake up and choose violence? Let's see. I'm just playing with you. Okay. All right. Let's do your timestamp and see. So blocks in love. 2211. Hi, Aries. So the reading that we are doing for you, your mystery reading, is blocks in love, okay? So we're just going to take a look at the love that you desire, your current energy around love, the most prominent block or blocks that want to come through, and how you can best move past those to achieve this love that you desire. So let's get down to it. And if you want to see me randomly pulling your topic and laying the cards and everything, you can just go back a little bit, okay? The timestamp's always going to start when the reading actually starts for you. So let's see here. So your desired love. This is interesting. The desired love is coming through as the 5 of Cups. And then your current energy towards love is coming out as the Devil. Okay. Let's clarify a little bit. So I said this at the beginning of the reading. I'm just reading all uprights for this reading. I feel called to do that and just read the energy of the cards. So if it comes through in reversed energy, I'll read it as such. But we're going to look at the cards all in their upright imagery here and just read the energy. So tell me about this 5 of Cups. Why is Aries desiring a love that is the 5 of Cups? This could be a love that we'll get a clarifier, but it could be a love that has already hurt you, like a love you've already been invested in and you want to heal. You want to essentially alleviate a woundedness with someone that you already know, and it's love from that particular person that you're seeking. If so, then there's grief surrounding that relationship already. And potentially an awareness of some form of ongoing pattern, cycle, conditioning, attachment style, something that has just not been serving the connection. What's up? Yeah, that Devil is just, I feel like it's something to do with your mind here. You see how the staircase is going right into like her ear a little bit? It's almost giving me this energy of like the Devil on your shoulder has been winning a little, right? Winning a little bit. But I do see that there's an awareness of this, and there's a passion to pour into something in a different way is what I feel like. a way that doesn't bring grief, that either heals a previous wound or difficult situation between the two of you, or it just feels good. It feels like something that you can trust, doesn't feel like you're drowning. So tell me more about that Five of Cups here. The Queen of Cups. Okay. You're saying that both you and someone have been hurt, I think, a little bit. Now, again, if this is... There's something that's striking you that you didn't see before. It could be about love in general and what you want, or it could be about a specific connection, Aries. But with the Queen of Cups and the Five of Cups, for some reason it's bringing through Tower energy. It's showcasing like the contrast between these two energies. The Queen of Cups is unconditional, divine, sacred love, and it's reciprocated. It's balanced on both sides. It's like, I know that they feel how I feel, or I feel that they feel how I feel. Like I can just sense that I'm not in this alone. What's up, Renee? The Five of Cups, though, is the fact that it's here with the Queen of Cups is kind of telling me that this whole entire thing is a bit of a shared experience for most of you, I think. So if this reading isn't your reading, feel free to check your other placements, more so for this particular all signs than even others, because maybe one of your placements is just not going to be a theme that you really feel super called to or that you need right now. So check your others, or if you're cross-watching, feel free to check for their placements as well and see what resonates with you as we go through. I think there's something that you want to ground into reality. There's a lot of feeling, and some of you have strong scorpionic energy, or you have, specifically I'm seeing like moon in the 8th house, moon in Capricorn, moon in Scorpio, or just really strong scorpionic energy. You could have Venus in Scorpio. But there's something about intellectualizing or diving really deep, but in an intellectual way, into your feelings to unpack them. And that's awesome, but also take it from someone who has their moon in the 8th house. Sometimes that can get a little carried away, right? And especially if there's that psychological element where you are really interested, genuinely interested in understanding what it is you're feeling or what someone else is feeling. That's awesome, because the more you know, well, knowledge is power, and you can offer more consideration to one another, right? But when it turns into rumination and there's not like communication, actual expression of the emotion, and that's kind of what I'm feeling has happened here, is that there's all of this feeling, and it's almost like there's only one, the only place for it to go is like round and round in your head right now. And again, this could be about, you could either be, if this isn't one specific person that's on your mind, it's either that, like one specific situation, which you would know because that is then the love that you're desiring, that specific person. And it's someone, again, that you've already experienced a level of hurt with, or things, grief, just things have not gone exactly the way that you wanted them to in the connection for both of you. I feel you would both say that. But if this is just you looking at like your love life and your relationship history overall, then you're wanting something that's more grounded, more embodied, and more expressive, so that you don't spend as much time in your head ruminating, intellectualizing. It's essentially being more present in the actual experience of the relationship. But I do think that you're kind of like looking at your shadow, or looking at your own, maybe the ways that you've self-sabotaged, or just directed a lot of energy in like a mental sort of way And how there's something about that that could be shifted to make things a little bit healthier or more harmonized or balanced for you in the experience. Tell me more about the devil here for Aries. So I'm also feeling like a critical energy. Yeah. This says a lot. The Princess or Page of Cups. So the devil is looking right at that Page of Cups, which really represents the most pure part, like emotional element of your inner child. Basically like the most pure and deepest recesses of your hearts. It's like a sacred space. The things that this part of you are called to, you can trust them because of the purity of this like untouched part inside of you. And because it's not coming through as a wounded inner child. That's not coming through as what's mostly getting in your way. It's mostly coming through as like you may be perceiving that part of you as not to be trusted or even toxic in some sort of way. So you could be you're an Aries. You could be hyper independent. Okay, Aries, Venus. Don't come for me. You know us. But you could be pretty confident and comfortable in your independence, Aries, but critical of this part of you that does desire love. You could kind of judge it as codependent, even though it's very healthy to desire connection. Like that's a human thing, right? It's like robotic to not want to connect. It's not human to be isolated. We're social creatures. We need connection and relationship. We need intimacy. So we need to be seen essentially by each other. So I'm just kind of seeing that this is where you're at right now. You're kind of grappling with this part of you that doesn't trust what this really pure part of your heart desires. And there's an element to that causes you grief, because I think you can see how maybe you've gotten carried away with either overthinking or criticizing a part of you or not trusting a part of you that actually has so much capacity and deserves the love that it desires, but keeps on feeling, well, I heard shortchanged or incapable of offering what it wants to. So you might not feel like you are enough, or you could feel like other people don't see you as enough or don't see your worthiness or your value. Let's get into the actual prominent blocks that want to come up though. But I do think that there's like an anxiety or an indecision around moving forwards. And specifically in the past, you could have felt as though someone saw you clearly and then got in their own head, or you saw someone clearly and then got in your own head. But it's almost like going from a clear perception of something into a distortion. And that's where I think the devil is coming in. You're just looking at what caused the distortion, because the feeling is very pure and what you desire is very pure. So what pulled you out of that? What in your head or your ego is making you not trust this, either in a person or within your own desire? Okay. I'm feeling like it's something about being misunderstood or not seen, or seen and then misunderstood, which kind of feels like a slap in the face, because it's like, well, I thought you saw me, and now you're thinking that I'm something so different that it makes me hesitant to believe that you ever saw me clearly to begin with, right? The thing about that is that, trust me, I understand how shitty that feels. I absolutely do. However, there's a lot, it's not always that simple. There's a lot of things that can contribute to that don't have to do with you. For instance, if someone gets triggered and goes into a fear state,
they're not thinking logically anymore, right? And they're not tuned into their intuition anymore. They're tuned into their ego. And they're in protection or defense mechanism mode. So from that place, they may stop reading you correctly or start doubting. And that has to do with their fear more than it has to do with you. But it still could suck because it could make you question whether they actually saw you, like we said before, like truly to begin with, right? So, but just keep in mind as much as you can that it's not personal when that happens. It's always a reflection of someone's capacity within themselves or their relationship with themselves. So, yeah, but I do see there's a bit of an anxiety about moving forwards, like following the conviction of your heart and really claiming or choosing something. You think that this thing is very worthy of being chosen, but there's some sort of rumination or a question mark, something unsolved in your mind that keeps popping up and causing some issues is what that feels like. Okay, so the most prominent block that wants to be highlighted here is the Three of Pentacles and the Two of Cups. Okay. Three of Pentacles and Two of Cups. It's coming through as kind of just like basic logistics here. Getting on the same page as someone. There's a quote that's coming through. I think it's George Orwell that said this. He said something like, perhaps one does not need to be loved or wish to be loved as much as they wish to be understood. And, you know, maybe there is an overlap to that, because a lot of the time I think that, like, there's a big part of love is just witnessing one another and considering one another and just like accepting one another for all that they are and all that they have been and all that they will be, because the only constant is change and we're evolving, right? So the Three of Pentacles is a card of collaboration and cooperation, and the Two of Cups is a card of alignment and union. And you need the alignment to be in healthy union, like an energetic alignment or a mental alignment, an alignment of goals, an alignment of vision, so that you're pointing in the same direction. You know that you're building the same thing, right? Like if you're sitting down at a table and you have all these pieces, like to put together furniture, and you have two different IKEA like manuals. One is for a table and one is for a chair. And you have all these pieces. You're sitting down with your partner and one of you is trying to build a table and one's trying to build a chair. There's a fundamental incongruence in like the goal and the direction there, right? So there's something that's very basic that it feels like has prevented you from building a foundation from a place of alignment. I'm gonna put this lamp back up here. What is that sound? It's going to annoy me. I don't know what that is. The card Destruction, the Oracle card Destruction came out to clarify that. I don't know. That's making me think of this. The Devil. It's giving this burn it down kind of energy, like almost a reaching a point of frustration and just being like, we can't make it work. You don't see me. I don't see you. We keep misunderstanding each other, or I feel like you're misunderstanding me on purpose, maybe. And that can be super frustrating, right? Like, especially if you feel that you were in alignment or you did think that someone understood or saw you clearly at one point, and then you feel as though that crumbles, or it's like one step forwards, two steps back is almost what that feels like. It also sucks because I think that so it's either an ongoing trend of that with your romantic the people you pursue romantically, or it's with this one person in particular. And I think that if it's with one person in particular, then it's someone that you really want to be seen by them, even though that scares you, or it feels very validating and like healing when this person does see you or show you that they understand you. Because I think that they see and understand you in a very deep, profound place when that does happen. But it might be something that flip-flops, or you fall in and out of alignment with someone that you really care about. And when they fail to see you correctly, it could stir up doubts and insecurities in yourself. It could be hard for you to see yourself correctly, or you could fall into a little bit of like a highly critical place. You know what I mean? When that happens. So I kind of feel like that's a little bit what this has to do with. Let's get a little bit more clarity on that though. The main block. It feels like a bit of an impatience though, either, and that could be you or other people. Like once there's a very strong attraction or a magnetic or intuitive feel that pulls you towards one another, and this sense that we could really build something strong. We're made of the same thing. We're cut from the same cloth. We are like kindred spirits. That's the energy of the Two of Cups. It's a really sweet energy. And then the Three of Pentacles is just kind of baseline, like being able to work together and build something together. It's not complicated. It's like just putting down a foundation or creating something, being able to collaborate together, being able to work together in the most basic way, right? If you can't put down a foundation, then you can't build a house. So the foundation could be just a basic level of emotional safety and understanding that you're struggling to reach with someone or just in your relationships. Thank you guys so much for liking the stream, by the way. You have no idea how much it helps. My friend got mad at me the other day. I was like, well, two different friends, not mad, but Rochelle, shout out to Rochelle. She was like, you need to get better at telling people to like your freaking videos and streams, because I literally never do. And I'm like, they'll do it if they want. I don't want to like be one of those people that like pushes it down their throats. She's like, but you have to, because people don't remember to do it unless you said it. I'm like, okay, fine. So I'll try not to be too annoying about it, but just know that it really helps get me like out there. So thank you for those of you who do that. Okay, tell me more about this prominent block that is coming up. You forget. I forget too, honestly. Well, I just make it kind of a habit of like right when I open a video, I just like it. Like even if I haven't ever watched the creator before, even if I have no idea if the reading hits, because it's a lot of work to be a content creator. And I just appreciate people who put themselves out there and do that. So I personally just kind of get in the habit of supporting that way, because I think everyone can use a little support, honestly. I'm like, even if the video, I don't end up liking it, like let's pay it forward a little bit. If it's like something that deeply offends you or that you actually hate or dislike, then you take that like back. You know, you have that ability. But that's kind of what I do, because otherwise I do forget as well. Okay, Three of Pentacles, Two of Cups, destruction. Yeah, there's like a distorted mirroring here. The Ten of Wands. It doesn't have to do with the connection so much as it has to do with the energetic weight, I think, of what has been unprocessed or unreconciled behind the scenes. Why did I hear unprecedented though? Some of you have a difficult time not running away, or not just like bailing, like essentially giving or receiving grace Like this could go either way, right? Like almost once the initial starry-eyed, rose-colored glasses thing, once something comes through to introduce like reality, right, to the situation, because nothing's ever gonna last, like nothing's ever gonna be honeymoon phase forever, because people are people, humans are humans, and no one's perfect. That doesn't mean it has to like suck or that you're not gonna be on fire for the person that you care about. It just means that you're gonna see the reality of them, which is that they're imperfect, just as you are. But if you are reconciling that and working through it as you go, then things aren't like building up. But it feels like it's difficult. There might not be clear communication or cooperation when a destructive force is introduced in your relationships. Like if trust is broken, or if questions come up, or if your feelings are hurt, or there's a lack of, like if there's frustration about something not quite coming together, or feeling difficult, or even feeling misunderstood or unseen, it could feel very heavy to bring that distortion back into a space of clarity for some reason. Or to like get back in tune with the joy and to remember all of the good things that led you up to that point. It could be hard for you to not just like burn it down, because that misunderstanding, something about it feels really heavy with that 10 of Wands when it does happen. The Ace of Cups and the Tower. Wow. Whoa. The thing is, you love hard. You love hard. What's up, Tanmay? Good to see you, love. Yeah, you love hard. This is, the Tower is Mars energy, which is your ruler. The Ace of Cups. The burden of love, baby. You invest a lot and you find love very healing. But when there is an indecision, when there's an element of indecision or doubt that enters your heart space, you start questioning your commitments. You start questioning what you have given. That's what it feels like. And then once you start questioning what you've given, and especially if you get into a ruminating space about it, you start questioning, you start banging on the door of this very pure part of yourself, and criticizing it for leading you in a specific direction that now feels unstable, or feels like it's not working the way you wanted it to. And it just seems like you spiral into a bit of a destructive space, potentially from that place. Like you struggle to hold on to hope and faith, basically, once doubt or indecision enters the scene, is kind of what I'm feeling. But it's because of how much you do invest, and how all in you are, and how much you feel like of your heart is already on the line at that point, like how healing something's already been for you. So then when doubt is introduced, it feels really scary because you're already in the thick of it. And you start wondering if the other person is truly in it with you to the same degree. That feels like the source of it. So then you might have this tendency to be avoidant, or to just burn it, like burn the bridge, or put up some form of defense. Squish bish. Yeah, representing your city. Squishy bishy. What's up, baby? All right. Let's get into this, how to remove or move past this block, and see what's coming up for that. Okay, we have another ace. We have the Ace of Wands and the Seven of Cups with multiverse. Ooh la la. Feels kind of major. I wonder if this situation could get better if I moved you guys over there. I might try that in a bit. Ace of Wands and the Seven of Cups. Instead of directing this like onslaught of mental energy just into a place of criticizing the direction that your heart has led you in, I think that what they're saying is to redirect that energy and actually pour it into the vision, the fantasy, not delusion, but when you're sitting down with someone, when you guys are aligned, when you do feel seen, those moments where your heart, where there's a resonance of truth between yourself and somebody else, you can tell that that is not fake, right? It's not being faked. Essentially, you can tell when someone truly sees you because you know who you really are. So when somebody else mirrors that back to you, it's validating in a way that is beyond the ego. It's validating to a heart and soul level, basically. So you can trust that. And when you start falling out of that and into a space of fear or doubt, what they're basically saying is open up this whole like multiverse, this whole infinite space within your imagination, and pour that energy, like reinfuse the dream. The Seven of Cups is about fantasy. It's about all of the possibilities, like of what you can really create. So bring yourself back to the vision that you share with this person and try to infuse fresh energy into that, or even strategize, but from a place of curiosity where you're looking for a solution, not like tearing down the direction that you've already moved in or criticizing what has already been built, because that is what is kind of like setting you back a little bit and creating a block where I think you still want forward movement. There's just a fear and a weight. And if there's already been pain between you and somebody else, there's this desire to not create any more of it. There's a desire to stay in a space of harmony and balance. Yeah, and truth. That's the third ace. For some of you, you want something that is totally different, that is not bringing in the same energy of grief. But for others of you, you just want a new beginning with someone where things are very mutual and there has been pain and rumination in the past. But there's also been a very clear mirroring and understanding of one another in a profound way. And it's the fact that the love is so profound and that you felt so seen and understood that makes it so heavy when something comes in to make you doubt that, or when you feel misunderstood. It feels like a slap in the face because it's like, I thought you saw me. Hello? Like, can I really trust you? And it's almost then like you get thrust into this place of confusion and you start unraveling and questioning everything, searching for the answer. Like, is this what I thought it was? And it feels like what you thought it was a lot. As the King of, or the Knight of Swords, sorry, the Lovers and the Sun. That's a lot. This feels like high stakes. It feels like high stakes love, and it feels like you know that it's true, but there's still complications. And if this is something like the Lovers, or even the Two of Cups, like a mirror, a clear mirror is going to reflect the truth of you back at you, right? When it's pretty, when it's not, when it's like perfection, when it's divine, when it's human, when it's egoic, when it's unconscious, you know, like mirrors don't always show us exactly what we want to see. That doesn't mean that they're not super valuable and helpful though. So I think it's also about taking this energy and rather than just radically accepting your heart and holding it and diving deeper into understanding yourself and validating yourself in a deeper way, rather than focusing on someone who inevitably won't always be able to do that for you. Like they won't always, no one will always be able to see you perfectly clear, but you can put your energy towards doing that for yourself more and more. And I think that if both people do that, then That's kind of the main thing. They're showing me that maintaining your own clarity of truth and purity of internal harmony. So essentially, like, regulate your own internal experience and sustain that regulation. That's going to help you keep your discernment clear here, even when somebody else might waver or things feel a little heavy or something comes up from the past that needs to be worked through in order to move forwards with someone. I'm seeing that you want to do that. It's just that there's also this impulse to destroy. And maybe you want to destroy what hasn't worked so that something new can be created with someone in its place. But I do feel like it needs to be done with presence, intention, care, and consideration for one another as well. And even for yourself. Okay, is there anything else here for Aries before I let them go? Anything else about how they can move past these blocks in love? You feel like you're walking in on someone changing when you're not watching your placement. The Three of Swords. Okay, what about the Three of Swords? Let's see. What about the Three of Swords? Is this active or is this being healed here? It's being healed, but it's being healed from within by you pouring your own love and understanding on a wound. Some of you have a rejection or an abandonment wound that keeps on popping up, and it makes you like you've been deeply deceived or rejected or abandoned by someone that you cared for in the past. And so there's trust issues around that now, and it can trigger you when you start feeling unseen because you worry that, well, if they stop seeing me, then maybe they're going to stop loving me or stop being committed to me, or they could just bail on me. Well, there's been something where something has hurt you and revoked like access or just pulled back its energy or love for you, and it really hurt. And it came out with the King of Cups, though. Which means, you know, the King of Cups is Scorpionic energy, which I mentioned being pretty prominent coming through at the beginning of the reading, but it is a deep psychological understanding and emotional intelligence and radical acceptance that you're able to offer yourself with that energy, where you can go to the dark places and the deep places within you, and you can look at what feels heavy or destructive without making it worse, like without ruminating or applying some sort of skewed or distorted lens to it. You can go there and you can see it through the pure lens of your heart for what it really is. And you have the emotional capacity, maturity, and understanding to do that for yourself and to reconcile that. And you have to be able to do that for your own discernment to be sustainable and clear, because it can't be dependent on whether somebody else sees you, right? Like your own internal, like what you judge your discernment against isn't somebody else's idea or truth. It's your own. It's your own moral standards, values, and experience. And sometimes we need to go into those deep recesses of ourself and look at the pain and see where that's coming from. Is that being pulled up from, like, am I being triggered because of past experience? This feels like that. And so now I'm starting to just automatically think, okay, the same thing's going to happen that happened back then, blah, blah, blah. And then we start spiraling and we are no longer in the present moment and the reality, right? We're now thinking from the ego or from a place of fear or doubt or insecurity. And usually fearing that something that's already happened to us that hurt us might happen again. But they're basically just highlighting that if you are going through it right now, if there's something that needs to be reconciled inside of you, don't be afraid to look at it. You have the capacity, you have the tools, you have the resilience, you have the emotional intelligence. It's not going to destroy you. And I don't think that you're going to see something that is as bad as what you might be fearing you're going to see. Because the mind blows things up. The ego blows things up because it wants to make things seem bad so that we let it take the reins, because its ultimate goal is to protect us, right? So sometimes the ego will blow up like a threat or catastrophize a situation so that we hand the wheel over to it, and it feels safer that way. But it doesn't mean that the threat is always actually real or as intense as what we're thinking that it is or feeling that it is in the moment, okay? But I'm seeing that you have the tools and the capacity to deal with this. It's just, it feels like a specific mental approach, and that mental approach or fear or hesitancy comes from what I can see, being really wounded by being seen and then misunderstood after feeling super seen, or validated by someone that you really care about or have strong feelings for. As well as then just like old fears and wounds of abandonment and betrayal kind of like rearing their ugly head and confusing you as to whether that is coming up because there's a present threat or if it's coming up because there's something that you haven't reconciled from the past. But I think that when you look at it, you'll be able to differentiate which is which. So just have faith in yourself. Know that you can do that. And that's what I'm seeing for you, Aries. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to Taurus. I don't like the way that this is so, like non-stable. So I feel like I want to, put you on something that feels a little more stable. I just don't know what. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it just needs to be okay. All right. Let's look at Taurus. Taurus. Well, what is that that's making that noise? Because it's making me insane. Whatever it is, it's in here. It's in the box that you're sitting on. What's going on? Is it this? Give me 1 second. Hi, guys. I just pick you up and move you around and... Aha! I located the problem and solved it. Fuck yeah. That was gonna drive me insane. What keeps jingling over here or making an annoying sound? Fuck yeah. Problem solving. All right. It was you shaking around in there. Making noise. Nice. Problem solved. Actually, you know what it is that's bothering me is the lighting. And I know where the cord for my my ring light is, and I'm going to need it when it gets a little bit darker. So I'm gonna run out and just grab it right now and just take care of that, so I don't have to do it later. Then we'll be set for the rest of the reading. So let me do that, and then we're gonna move on to Taurus. Thank you as always for your patience with my slightly chaotic ass. And that ass loves you, just so you know. Okay. I'll be right back, you guys. Oh, I hope you're okay with like the slight little vibrating, shaking thing there.
Okay, I have located the cord. Now,
It's amazing that I actually know where as much of my stuff is because everything's in boxes. / the trunk of my car. So it's a gong show. Okay. That should assist greatly. Good. Yay! Okay. That's so much better. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you for that. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. Now we can carry on, and I am satisfied. Yes. That's what was bothering me. Okay. I'll also open this up a little bit more now. Wonderful. Okay, Taurus. Let's see what your read wants to be, my beautiful people. My beautiful Taurians. Okay. Let's see. What do we got for Taurus? All right, Taurus. We have silver linings, the bright side of the situation. Okay. So maybe you're going through something right now where you're struggling to see the silver lining or the bright side, or this could be something that, like a situation that you've just come out of that you're trying to process after the fact, and you're like, what was the literal effing point of that? You know, like, let's be honest, sometimes we come out of something and we're like, why did I have to see that? Like, why did I have to experience that, spirit? Why make it make sense? So maybe that's what we're doing in this reading. Maybe we're making it make sense. But let's find your spread. The bright side of the situation, the silver lining. Silver linings playbook. Okay. Here we go. Silver linings. All right. How are you guys doing out there? You doing okay? I hope so. So, looking to Taurian's current situation, or the situation that's being highlighted here. The situation, the gift in disguise, as well as what the empowered or evolved you looks like moving out of the situation. So basically, after you go through it, you integrate what it is that you need to take from it. Then what does that you look like after basically you've integrated the gift? Let's see. Drinking wine, do I see? Rochelle, you're drinking wine, spying on Taurus. What's your dude's sign? Is he a Taurus? That would make sense based on your comment, but I just don't know. I don't know if you've told me before. I can't remember. Let's see. I feel like I would actually love some wine. As you said that, I was like, oh, why does that sound like that would hit the frickin' spot right now? I don't drink very often, like, ever anymore, but I was like, ooh, a delicious glass of wine. I need that in my life right now. Okay. Show me Taurian situation here. An unevolved savage. I'm not laughing. You're laughing. Okay. Let's see. Sometimes it just be like that, right? Sometimes you just gotta call a spade so that we know what we're working with. Okay. Knowing what we're working with, let me get my chaotic state more organized. This is very interesting though. Taurus. I like what I'm seeing here. There. That's so much better. Okay. Now I can actually see this. Okay, show me the gift in disguise. Wow. Fours could be significant. Let's grab you some oracle cards though, quickly. That just became very, very clear. Interesting. All right, darlings. Timestamp. Okay, hi Taurus. I hope that you guys are doing incredibly well, my gorgeous little Venusian babies. So we're going to look at the silver lining or the bright side of a specific situation for you. So this could be a situation that's coming up in your awareness that you are revisiting currently, that you're kind of like, why did I need to go through that? Like, what was the relevance of that? Why, like, that was felt unnecessarily hard or dramatic, and I'm still not seeing the point or understanding the gift or the lesson. It could be something like that, or it could be something that you're currently in right now that you are thinking similarly, like a little bit of, what the F, you know, or I'm trying to stay positive, but I'm having a difficult time doing so for some reason. So let's take a look and see if we can bring something in that's helpful for you there. Okay. So the situation, so just to clarify so that you know what situation's being referenced here, let's start with that. So the situation came out as the Mastery of Cups, which is the King of Cups in this deck, and the Two of Coins. Okay. All right. King of Cups and the Two of Coins. I'm hearing that song. Who sings this song? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Is that like Halloway or something? Do, 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 do. Little Night at the Roxbury like soundtrack vibe happening here. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Okay, so the oracle card that came out is self-love. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. I'm immediately drawn to the fact that there's like a moon and a sun. It's like balance, right? But I love that there's still rain here. There's rain despite there being self-love. And there's this deep red heart with these wings as well. It's interesting symbology on that card. Okay. Well, it actually feels to me like you are asking yourself that question. So the situation has made you ask or reassess what you really believe love is and what love is not. So maybe like, it feels like whatever the situation is, it made you love yourself more. Like you had to, this could have been a difficult situation where you needed to strengthen your self-awareness, your self-concept, your sense of self, your assuredness and belief in yourself, and knowing who you are and loving and accepting all of who you are. So it could have been a situation where there was like a bit of a tumultuous energy there, or where there was even like highs and lows, or like night and light, you know, like dark and light, that like rain and sun that came through, which most situations obviously have like a mixture, right? But it feels like things weren't always sunny here in this particular situation. And with the Two of Coins, it's giving that kind of, it's one thing and then it's another, right? Like back and forth. I'm not getting juggling. I'm just getting like an instability. But with the Mastery or the King of Cups, this is a situation that required a level of emotional intelligence. What's up, bestie? Hi, Yair. How are you, babes? It required emotional resilience, emotional intelligence, self-awareness, like looking at yourself and asking, is this healthy? Is this love? And I feel like the yardstick that you like measure that against when you're asking, is something coming from a loving place, or is your relationship with something else, a habit, a person, a job, or an investment, when you're asking, like, is this essentially aligned with me, that clarity can only come when you are in a space of personal, like, self-love, and you're seeing yourself clearly and offering yourself acceptance, right? Because everything, the way that we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are internally. And so that's why it's so important, and it's up to us. It's our responsibility to regulate our internal experience and continue coming back to it, and, you know, re-outlining it, redefining it, and just checking in with ourselves, really, from a place of harmony and peace and balance, so that we can judge things around us, because we are constantly changing, situations are constantly changing. The only constant is change. So it just feels like the situation is one that made you ask yourself, is this love? 6 of Cups. So it could have been something from the past, something that you're, like I said at the beginning of the reading, looking back on. And it doesn't have to be one particular situation either. You could be reframing your concept of what love is, what love looks like and feels like to you overall as well at this time. Maybe because you've integrated more understanding and radical acceptance of yourself, more self-love. Like, essentially, you're able to hold and embody more of yourself more clearly. And so from that point, you feel as though, yeah, from this more sacred, divine, feminine element, this is the Empress, someone who deeply loves and knows herself and knows that she is worthy of receiving just because of her innate value. This is a situation that brought that question up, or forced you to sort of look at that, or else you have come out of a phase where there was a repeating cycle or pattern, a lesson that you were learning as you integrated more self-love. And now it's almost like you're reflecting on the past, what you gave energy to, what returned that energy to you, what you invested into, how those investments made you feel about yourself, what they brought you, like what you gained out of them, what you gave energy to, and what it gave back to you with the 6 of Coins. It's about an energetic exchange. Okay. But for some of you, this, yeah, you're either looking at a pattern or like a cycle or era or chapter of the past, and you're saying, I'm ready to experience love in a new way because I'm loving myself in a new way. And so I'm aware that I'm worthy of more, or I've redefined love in my own mind, or what I do deserve, which is beautiful. And that does happen many times as we grow through life. As our capacity to love and understand ourselves grows, then that's something that is shifting in our relationships and dynamics as well. And for others of you, it's like one specific situation that you're reflecting on from the past. Okay, so let's take a look at the gift in disguise, or the gift that did come from this that you're maybe struggling to integrate or see clearly at this time. You just woke up. Well, good morning. Good morning. Okay, so we have the 4 of Cups and the Teacher, which is the Hierophant, for the gifts in disguise. Came out clarified by the Psychic Development card as well. It's interesting that the Sun is so prominent in both of these cards, too. This is affecting how you take action, like how you actually embody. Is my sound low? It shouldn't be, because my laptop is like right in front of me, and the speakers are on the top of the laptop and nothing is being obstructed. But another person already asked me if my sound was low. So if it is, it shouldn't be, because hello, I'm right in front of the speaker. I don't know why it would be, but if it is, that sucks, because obviously something is wrong with my laptop then in that case. So hopefully not, but I can't get much closer to the speaker. So hopefully you can hear me, you guys. I don't want to yell, but I will I will project more for you. Just let me know, because I don't want to like speak really loud and it be jarring for you, because I'm not kidding when I say the speaker is right in front of my face. So I don't want to like blow your eardrums out, but if you are having trouble hearing me, let me know and I will project more. There's no reason why it should be low. So my MacBook. Okay. It is about 7 years old, so I feel like we're getting to that point where it's really soft. It shouldn't be. That's annoying. Yeah, that's super annoying. There's no good reason why that should be a thing. No good reason whatsoever. So I'll just try to slide you a little closer to me here. Up close and personal. Hi, guys. Yeah. Looked like there was something on my glasses. Okay. The Hierophant and the Four of Cups with psychic development. Essentially, your disappointment. That sucks. There's nothing I can do about it right now, unfortunately, because I see no actual literal problem. Like, the speaker is right there. So I don't know what to do about that. I might have to like get one of those air things and like clean it out. Maybe they're just maybe it's just dirty, essentially. I can do that after this live. I can try. That's the only thing I can think of that would be causing an issue. Okay. What I'm seeing here is that like the disappointment has been a teacher. Pain has been a teacher. And you're probably like, like the longest eye roll of life. And I get it. But, specifically though, this does have to do with your intuition. You trusting your own emotion and intuition. So it is this divine feminine energy that's been strengthened in you through this situation. So even if there was something that kind of let you down in the past, and I feel like for most of you this is relational, but it's not even really coming through as romantic. For some of you, this is about a friendship or even family, like the way you've related to your family so far. So maybe you have changed and you want to embody and express yourself in a new way moving forwards, but the dynamic, because you are changing, your relational dynamics are also changing, because half of that dynamic is changing, right? And so because of that, people are having to like get used to you in a new way. Who you are now is what that feels like. It's not who you used to be. I mean, you're still you, but you have evolved, or you've integrated more of yourself. Maybe you have stronger boundaries. Maybe you're looking at past ways that you allowed people to treat you, or maybe you're realizing that overextending yourself or people pleasing or over explaining is not love. And maybe you're asking yourself, like, I thought that I was showing up for people from a place of genuine love, but really I wasn't honoring myself, and that's not love. So there's something that's being redefined, and the new standard is based on offering yourself that love first, not just judging how well you can love others. There's something about that. I feel like this is very healthy overall. There's definitely something that's opening up, and it's as you're asking yourself these questions, you are getting better at, it feels like, trusting the whispers of your heart and the quiet, still voice of your intuition, which is really positive. But it is kind of showing me that that's happening through disappointment, right? Like the Four of Cups can be you're ambivalent, or you're tired, you're having a difficult time getting excited about something, or you've just been disappointed. So you're sitting here, you're looking at these spilled cups, and then you have a difficult time having faith or hope for a new experience, or that something will shift in the old experience. But with the Hierophant, or the Teacher, this is actually the card in the Major Arcana that is correlated with you, Taurus, with your energy. So it's fixed earth. This is having quite a significant impact on you. There's something here as well about you feeling it. The psychic development, a lot of the time with Taurus, your particular psychic gifts, they come in a very physical way through your body, because you are fixed earth, right? So most Taurians that I know, their intuition will come through as like a very physical sensation. Yeah, it's very sensual. Most of the time it has that element to it, like a feeling in your gut, but it's different than instinct, intuition and instinct, but it's like something you feel in your body a lot of the time. So that could be coming online. You could be feeling new sensations. But what they're highlighting is that this psychic development and ability to learn this lesson and then trust yourself more, that is the gift in disguise that's coming through. This is something that's still shifting for you, though. The psychic development card is number 5. It's making me feel like there's still a change taking place. I feel like you're carrying yourself gracefully through that, though. I want to see what the book actually says about this. Okay. So it says psychic development, the energy and healing work you are doing now will enable you to heighten your sensitivity to the energy around you and others. This will assist you in developing discernment. Discernment is the feeling you get in your body that signals to you whether something feels right or wrong. Your sixth sense, your gut feeling. Your gut feeling. The situation you're inquiring about is asking for you to use your discernment. You do not want to take on others' energy, yet you don't want to close yourself off out of fear. Envision energy flowing through you like water. Take on too much and you can sink. Close yourself off and you get a very different energetic experience. When you let the water energy flow, as it will, and neither embrace or fight it, you're truly in flow. Remaining at this elevated energetic vibration will allow you to tap into the realms of the psyche. Okay, so it's a little bit more than what we were talking about, but that's definitely part of it. There's an element of taking on too much of someone else's energy or expectation I'm feeling. Again, there's this sense of what I brought up before, like an overextension or an over-explanation, or you prioritizing others above yourself, maybe here, your own needs, and then being disappointed or numbed out, or even with the Four of Cups, like waterlogged emotionally. If we're looking at like coming out of the Three of Cups, which is friendship, celebration, community, right? And then we're moving into the Four of Cups. That could be moving into a disappointed or like heavy or confused emotional state that comes from not having healthy boundaries within the dynamic of that community, friendship, or connection. And then when there's an imbalance, when there isn't healthy co-regulation within some form of group, right, or dynamic, that's when we start feeling like we need to either shut down, push back, close ourselves off, or like we're sinking, right? So there's something here about an elevated energetic vibration that you are reaching through clearing up your past experience and strengthening your energetic boundaries and your idea of what love is and what it isn't. For instance, like, love is not taking on the entirety of someone else's experience that you care deeply for and then like going down with the ship with them. Or love is not allowing someone to project all of their pain and trauma onto you. Love might be helping them, again, healthily co-regulate by validating their experience and holding space for what it is that they are feeling and processing, but also understanding what's yours and what's not, so that you can continue to sustainably show up for that person rather than just like trauma bonding and syncing with them, basically, right? So there's something really important that you're learning here, and it is specifically about your psychic development and your energetic boundaries. I think that this is actually opening your capacity. Yeah, there you are, the mastery or king of coins. It's a greater feminine or yin-like capacity to hold your own experience with grace and also be a safe place for other people to land with their experience as well, so that you can support them in that Venusian kind of way, and so that it can be consistent and sustainable to the people that you want to be a grounded, capable, king of coins, fixed earth sort of staple or cornerstone in their life. You want to show up for someone and you want them to know that they can come to you and rely on you. That's a big Taurian thing, but you also want to know that you can do that for yourself. So I think that the work that you're doing, I want to say this situation kind of was a bit of a catalyst for you, and it's bringing up a lot of important stuff. It's definitely teaching you a lesson. Okay, so that's the gift in disguise, is this essentially like empowered, empathetic energy and the ability to see the distortion or the blurred lines between what's yours and what's not. And then also clarity of feeling your own intuitive or psychic senses developing within your body. Your body will tell you when a boundary has been crossed. Your body will tell you when you're taking on too much. You'll either feel exhausted, you might feel like a buildup of energy, like tension in your solar plexus. It can sometimes feel like overstimulation or like anxious energy, right? If you're taking on too much. So that could be part of it, but listen to your body. You know your body. You guys are very sensual people. As long as you're present and intentional with the experience and you trust what you're feeling, it's going to be incredibly beneficial for you. So the most empowered or evolved you coming out of this is Judgment, which is called Liberation in this deck, and the Four of Swords. So beautiful. So beautiful. So fours could be significant because you have the Four of Cups and the Four of Swords. Also, the Four of Wands was on the bottom of the deck when I first finished shuffling. So fours could be significant for you. And four is a number to me of stability and structure. Like laying the groundwork, the foundation of something, a liberating foundation. So this empowered or evolved version of you is someone who is very at peace with their own truth. You have peace of mind that sets you free. Basically, once you redefine where your boundaries are, what your capacity is, what you're comfortable giving and what you're not, and you are in an internal state of harmony and peace about that, and then you're able to express that in a healthy way to those around you, this is going to set you free. You're going to feel so much more energized and balanced, and so there's much more from that place that you can actually give and offer to the people that you love. which I think is what you want overall too. You just don't want to do it at the expense of yourself. Yeah, you want it to be balanced moving forwards, which makes me think that something about it wasn't leading up to this. Anything else about the empowered or evolved version of self that Taurus is integrating into? The Ace of Wands. Yeah, you're going to have so much more energy to manifest what it is that is truly in alignment with you. And it's going to be so much clearer what that is as well. Drag input. Max system settings. Sound. Okay, I'll look at this when I'm done the Taurus reading. That doesn't seem like too difficult of a fix. Although I don't know why that would have changed, because it used to be fine. Or maybe I just need to up the input sensitivity until I clean my speakers out. I'm not sure. Okay. There's a sensuality and like a life force energy, though. There's something about you having been a little bit drained, I feel like, Taurus. And I think that it's because you've been overextending a little bit, or in the past you did. Or maybe you went back and forth, like blurred lines with your boundaries, because you weren't completely stabilized or cemented in them, you know? And sometimes going back and forth, like holding a boundary and then, you know, breaking the boundary and then holding it again, that can be more exhausting than anything. Because really if you keep on wavering on that, then there's an element of internal doubt at play there, where you are questioning, like, is it love to let someone, maybe for there to not be boundaries, or to like offer this much of me to the point of exhaustion, or to hold space for someone who can't hold space for me as well, who only has room for their experience, or something like that. There's something about your manifesting energy as well that's been slightly dimmed by this. I think it's just coming through as a bit of an energetic drain. And so I'm seeing your own intuitive psychic senses are being refined, and it's just going to save you a lot of energy. It's going to be more streamlined. I feel like you're going to feel pretty much immediately whether something is for you or not, whether something is balanced or not from this point forwards. Is there anything else before I let Taurus go? No. There could also be good news coming in for you, or a new opportunity that you have manifested, because I think you've already done work on yourself to strengthen your self-love. Yeah, I split the deck and it's the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, for some of you, there is definitely news coming in that the Wheel of Fortune is turning. Something is an opportunity that's beneficial is coming to you. Are you a good girl? That music video was ridiculous. I mean, Robin Thicke is ridiculous, but that music video was just... Okay. Can we blatantly sexualize any more of a degree than that? I don't think so. Okay. But yeah, there's a balance. There's like an element of justice and knowing that you're giving what you want. What's the best way to put this? Because there's like there's a desire. There's two desires that you have simultaneously. There's a desire to love and give to the extent and with the full capacity that you have. But then there's a simultaneous desire I'm seeing that you don't want that to be at your own expense. So essentially you want it to be balanced, or you want to also be receiving. You want a balanced, energetic exchange in your relationships. And there's something about the past where that wasn't quite happening. And it was throwing you off balance. I think that you've already done most of the work and learned this lesson. It just may have felt kind of difficult to integrate the lesson, so you could maybe not be seeing it as like a silver lining or a gift. You could just be tired. But I think that soon you're going to understand why that was important, because the work that situation caused you to do, the things that it caused you to look at within yourself and redefine, that new energy, that fresh energy that came from doing that work is what is manifesting something really beautiful that's coming in for you in the near future. But this is also just your new state of being. This is your new baseline, because you have liberated yourself and you're in a state of peace and sustainable self-regulation and knowing what you can give. And then when you reach your limit, right? When you need to like refuel yourself, basically being able to honor and care for yourself in a sustainable way allows you to receive a lot more, because you're able to be open and harmonized within yourself more sustainably. So more than can come through to you when you're in that state, which is really positive. Okay, I think that's the message for you. I don't think there's anything else. I really like that though. Yeah. What's coming in next could come in kind of out of the blue. So there's also something being highlighted here about, especially if you are feeling a little bit tired or like you've had to put a lot of thought or effort into integrating this lesson, or into relationships where the dynamics are shifting because your dynamic with yourself is shifting, right? Self-love. Give yourself some time to yourself right now if you can, like carve out a little space in your schedule to not isolate, but to just rest, to get some solid rest, because I do feel like whatever's coming in for you next is it's not going to be draining, but like something new, a new opportunity coming in for you. You want to have that like fresh energy, fresh mind, that kind of thing. So I'm not sure you're not seeing it yet, I don't think, because you're still giving this kind of tired, like what was that for energy. But there is something really beautiful moving towards you. So there's just kind of a little message coming through about giving yourself time to rest and be at ease in this state of rest, knowing from an assured place that you have done the work, that you have shifted your relationship with yourself, and therefore, as within, so without. The external reflection of that is coming, even if you can't see it yet. So trust in that, okay? All right, Taurus. We are moving on to Gemini. Woo. Where are my gems at? Where my gems at? My gemmy gems. Okay, right. Let me see about this sound situation as well. Setting sound input. Let's see. Give me one moment. To investigate why the sound is being annoying. What's that? Input. You can hear me totally fine. I don't know why some people can and some people cannot. I'm gonna put the input volume up though here. Can you hear me better now? Is it too loud? Because I put it all the way to I made it as sensitive as it can possibly be. And it looks to me like it's picking up a lot more. Is it too much? I just want to make sure, because it's going like right to the end now. It's looking like it's a lot. So just give me some feedback on that. But hopefully that's better. And that makes sense because my ASMR video, I use a completely different, yeah, I use like a high end, like journalism recording thing. So yeah, the volume, it will sound totally different on my ASMR videos. Not even relatable, but hopefully you can hear me here. So if it's too loud, then yeah, if it's too loud, you can turn your volume down, I guess. I'll leave it at that. Hopefully that's better. It does look like the sensitivity is picking up a lot more now, so hopefully that's good. Because a couple people have mentioned that the volume has not been great lately. Much better? Okay, good. Thanks for clodding it up. What's up, Black Streak? Yeah, I don't know. It's some people are like, I can't hear you at all. And then other people are like, there has never been a problem. I don't know. But I'm just trying to, just doing my best for everybody here. So if that helps the people who were having issues, then yay. It's no problem for me to do that for you. All right. We're moving on to Gemini here. Hi. How's it going? Okay. They're like, you can't make everyone happy. I'm like, hold please. Let me try though. Just let me try for a sec. Let's let some more light in. Let's let some more light in. Okay. What's up, Robert? It's like your spidey senses were on or something. You picked up what I was putting down. Okay. Okay. All right, Gemini. What reading are we doing for you? Let's see. Okay. Poison into power. Integrating your shadow. Okay. Now, poison is a strong word. I think I did this in regards to like Scorpio vibes or season. But basically, it is like integrating your unconscious. Specifically, though, it could be your unconscious. A specific part of your unconscious is kind of raising hell right now. Or there could be a part of your shadow that you're struggling with seeing in a positive way, maybe. So we're going to try to look at how you can empower this part of your shadow, or maybe get it to work for you, or see it in a new light so that it can work for you and not against you. So let's see what is up with that for you. For you, Gemini. Poison into power. Where's the spread for that one? Okay, here we go. How much shadow do you have? I mean, if you look at the yin yang, it's about equal. So, I don't know. I feel like it actually is pretty much always equal. And I think that it's meant to be that way, to be balanced, right? Because like the more conscious and aware we become, like, yes, we become more conscious and aware. However, then things change as well. Like we grow, or we learn new things, we expand, we become more expansive, and then there's more that we do see, but there's simultaneously more layers to what we don't see. You know, it's kind of just the ongoing integration But that's why the shadow is not bad. That's why we should not look at the shadow as being bad or something that we need to like just get rid of, right? If we can hold space for it, that's optimal. More light, longer shadows, duality. Yeah, I always say that. The closer an object is to the light, the longer the shadow it casts. So the more aware you become, the more aware you also become of how much shadow you actually truly have to bring light to. It's kind of just like the vicious cycle of the human condition. Kelly, North Node, Chiron, part of Fortune, and Vertex in Gemini. Gemini, Chiron gang. I have Gemini, Moon, and Chiron in my Western chart. And it's a shit show. So, sending you love. Don't know what house you have yours in. Mine's in the 8th. So, you know, just take me out at any time if you want. Just come in through the window and dagger me in the heart, you guys. It's fine. Yeah. Yair also has Chiron and Gemini as well. Gang. Okay, let's see. Woo. Wow, look at all of us in the 7th and 8th. Same then. Samesies. What is up, magnetic magic? What is the question? I may be able to answer it. I'll do my best. Your moon is Gemini and your partner's a Gemini sun. Mm-hmm. Is the reading for you or your partner? You're gonna have to use personal discernment with that, but let me see. What we're gonna look at with this reading specifically, we're gonna look at the element of the shadow or the archetype of the shadow that is surfacing right now that wants to be seen or witnessed, basically. And then I'm going to look at how it has been manifesting in your life. So how it has been wreaking havoc or how it's been basically, just manifesting in a tangible way that you would recognize. So when I talk about that, you should be able to tell if that's something that's been happening that you personally have been experiencing. However, it could also be mirrored in your experience, especially with like the sun and moon. They're really prominent. Those are your big 3, right? So it could also be overlapping for both of you. It could be an element of the shadow that's overlapping in both of your experience. So you can take it either way. Or you can take it as applying to both of you. But I would just see how it resonates in terms of how it's been manifesting. And then I'm also going to look at integration advice and the most empowered outcome for you. Cool shadow for Gemini, all of us with Chiron and Gemini. Yeah. Maybe we're all here to just help each other heal that. Yeah. Uranus right on your Chiron and Gemini in the 2nd house. Woohoo! Everybody pray for him. He's getting his shit rocked right now. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, show me the surfacing shadow element for Gemini. What the heck? Okay. One more. Gemini. Bruh, why are you being difficult? Okay. You're like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to look at it. Why are you making me? Look, I picked it randomly. This is not a personal attack. Gemini, Moon, and Chiron. I'm about to be attacked with you. Let's just hold hands and skip into this clusterfuck together. Don't be afraid, okay? Do not be afraid. The force is with you. There's nothing to fear. Try dating someone who also has a Gemini moon. Then your life's really going to be a fucking gong show. From experience. I actually love Gemini moon people though so much. Like when they're actually embodying and expressing themselves in a healthy way. But okay, let's try this again. Maybe don't explode all over this time. Okay. Okay. One more. Casassensaurus. Casassensaurus? Did I say that right? What's up? Okay. How has this been manifesting for Gemini? Okay. You know? You know what? Buddy. Seems you've got a lot to say. This could be manifesting in a myriad of ways, honestly. This particular shadow element could be kind of loud. So that could be for many different reasons. It could be that you've been actively repressing it. And it's like, hello, I need to be seen. But there's a lot I feel like that wants to come out here, so. Assassin. Oh, I like it. I like the assassin. Oh. What's loud? It's loud because we increased the O. I'm like, wait, what's loud? Is it too loud now? I get it. Huh. Yeah, I'm seeing exactly how this is happening. Okay. You're just running away, huh? You're like, all right, well, I don't need to deal with that today. Seems like a problem for future Gemini, a different Gemini. Let's just not look in that direction right now. Okay, well, the integration advice. Integration advice. Okay. Empowered outcome. Okay. Well, let's see what oracle deck we're using for you. You always leave stuff you don't want to do or think about to future me. Yeah. It looks like that's a job for the other twin. Let's just pass that off and then compartmentalize it away and out of sight, out of mind. And let's go play or do something fun over in that other direction. It is giving, well, it's giving, I'd rather isolate myself from the situation than face it. I don't know if it's like complete avoidance because I feel like some of you are looking at it just from an isolated space. So it could come off to somebody else from the outside, like you are avoiding completely, but I do feel like you're looking at something. It's just you're doing so in private. You're not doing so around somebody else. And that's because two very different parts of you are at odds. And it looks like you're not entirely sure how to make them coexist. But let's just see here. I need to get some more info. I need to get some oracle cards here. Okay. Let's see. Which deck do we want to use for Gemini? Okay. Get it out of there. All right. Let's get you some oracle cards. Okay, so tell me a little bit more about this shadow element or archetype here. Yeah. Yeah. And how it's manifesting. Okay. I absolutely know what's going on here. There's actually... there's something I was just showing my friend who's a Gemini rising the other day. And it's a quote that I feel like need for this reading for you as well. So we will get that as well. Let me timestamp you though. And get into this. Let's actually leave this here. That's helpful. Poison to power. Hi, Gemini. All right, let's take a look. So the reading that you got, and if you want to see me pull this out of my little headless owl here and then pull all of your cards, just skip back a couple minutes. But you got the poison into power, how to integrate an element of your shadow that is surfacing or has been surfacing or manifesting in a way that's not completely empowered. And basically it just wants to be seen, witnessed, integrated, and then empowered so that it can work for you rather than against you or from your unconscious behind the scenes. Okay, so let's see what's coming up around that for you. So the surfacing shadow element or archetype came out as the Knight of Wands with the Hierophant. So there's Taurian energy here and Sagittarian energy. It came out with this Come to the Edge card in reverse. Okay. So, I feel like this is two very different parts of you. And so the shadow element that's surfacing is kind of coming through as a personal division here. Again, it's still something that needs to be integrated, so that makes sense, right? But what's coming up is between the Knight of Wands and the Hierophant, I'm feeling like this does have to do with stability and commitment or consistent commitment to something. It could be like a more traditional commitment to either yourself or a relationship or even like a project or something like that that you're struggling with. But the parts of you that I'm seeing being somewhat at odds with one another currently, and it's not that they can't work together, it's just you are showing me you haven't really figured out how to make them work together yet. It's this very independent, free-spirited, like, can't be controlled, can't be told what to do part of you. Adventurous, curious, and then this other part that is a little bit more traditional, just in the sense that it still desires something loyal, something safe, something solid and committed and grounded and real, like tangible, something that could go the distance, could really last, basically. So whether that's like a personal project, a relationship, whatever that is, it doesn't have to be anything in particular. But that's what you're showing me, the two parts that are somewhat at odds. It's like this part of you that is so free-spirited and flexible that it struggles to really like commit and stick with things. And then this other part of you that very much has found something that it would like to commit and stick to, basically. I think the shadow part of you is actually the part that doubts whether you can make the two work together. Like you could be doubting your own ability to be consistent, either for yourself or for somebody else. But the come to the edge page in reverse, or page, the come to the edge card in reverse is interesting because this card talks about courage. It talks about like basically being pushed to the edge. It's kind of the Fool energy, like taking a leap of faith, overcoming fear, accepting risk, like that everything in some way has like a little bit of a risk. It's just, what are you comfortable risking? But with the protection message around this card, like when it comes out in reverse, it talks about how fear is leading you into places that you don't need to go. It also talks about how most of what you are fearing at the moment or in this particular situation is an illusion. And it's stemming from an old belief that either was never true or is no longer true at all. So it's time for courage, essentially, that you haven't been showcasing thus far when this card comes out. And to be assured to know that you're not going to be lost at sea. You're not going to like throw yourself out into the oblivion, watch everyone else get what they want while you are left alone and unloved and unsuccessful. There's an internal like dramatic landscape that's kind of coming through as catastrophizing a little bit a situation, and that happens basically when we look at something and we blow it up beyond what it really is. So false evidence appearing real, fear, right? There's some form of false evidence that makes you believe that these two elements of yourself can't coexist, that you would need to like give up this, that you would, if you want to be committed, then you can't be free simultaneously or liberated simultaneously. If you want to be consistent, then you can't be open and receptive, adventurous and curious. If you want to be in a relationship, then you can't, you know, still have this independent part of you, is kind of what's coming through. But the more that you dwell on fear, the more real it becomes. You basically are you're feeding that beast, right? So this is asking you to ask yourself, what is it in me, or who in it, what archetype or element is it within my overall being that is afraid? That is the part of you that needs to be loved by you the most right now. Is this fear true and real right now? Because with this card and these energies, the answer most likely is no. But fear or being scared is still normal. Needing to summon courage is still normal, because fear is normal. need to know that when you're not feeling confident, spirit will catch you if you throw yourself out. Like if you take that leap of faith, if you bet on yourself, then spirit will meet you halfway and catch you. Like the universe rewards the brave. Because most are too afraid to ever try. And if you never try, well, then of course you're going to lose by extension of just not ever really extending yourself or putting yourself out there towards it. But I think there's something that you want to co-create. You just don't feel like you're poised for success with this thing that you very badly want to create, which is creating this like loop that hasn't been reconciled or resolved, like an unfinished symphony in your own mind. The thing is how this shadow element has been manifesting in your life is you've been isolating a little bit, I think, or you've been back and forth between. This is coming through as being like in and out of a situation. So you could have, if this is a relationship, you could be like hot and cold within it, which is only probably then affirming like your worst beliefs or fears about yourself, right? Because if you don't believe that you can be solid and stable and committed and loyal or something like that to yourself, to a project, to your values, morals, beliefs, or to another person, then that doubt is what is causing you to not be that thing, not a lack of capacity to actually be that. It's just your belief that you can't be that thing is what's causing you to not be it. Because it's like you have this belief, but it's shaky. So I'm seeing you weaving in and out. Like when you believe in yourself, you have these moments where you believe that you can be everything that you want to be. And so you show up, but then when you waver, you might pull back. So what's being highlighted is that how, like when the shadow manifests is when you pull back out of fear. That's the part where your shadow is manifesting. So, because this is what came out for how that is manifesting. It's the Hermit with the Page of Cups. This Page of Cups is quite interesting. And it's with the card Flexible. But flexible in this position in the spread is like a wishy-washiness. It's like a flexibility where there should be a more assuredness or certainty. It's like a flexibility in your belief in yourself. So that shouldn't really optimally be compromised, right? But the Hermit and the Page of Cups, it's when you pull back and you kind of hide yourself away. And specifically the part of yourself that you're pulling back is this Page of Cups element. It's the part of you that is, it's like this childlike, this part of you that still dreams in a childlike sort of way with a sense of wonder and awe and belief that, you know, love is possible, that your dreams are possible, like that you're capable of having your dreams, that those are possible, that it's not all for nothing. And that if you put yourself out there, you're not just going to feel like a clown. You're not just going to be made to feel stupid and left hanging. So this like flexibility that causes you to come and go or not be the stable and the solid force that you know that you can be and then that you want to be. It doesn't require you to get rid of this part of yourself that's fun, that's playful, that's adventurous, that is mutable, that can change its mind and its path. That doesn't have to be killed off. It just needs to be stabilized, grounded, and balanced with what it is that you're committing to. And that just comes, I think, from understanding why it is that you want to commit to this thing so badly. Like, why is it that you want this thing? Because I'm seeing that there is something you very badly do want to co-create with. And it's either like a creative energy, like an energy of inspiration that's flowing through you, that you want to create something with a group, with a community, or just with yourself, and that energy of passionate inspiration, or it's with another person. But the part of you that's being stimulated, that wants to be seen and held in this space of consistency. So the way that it feels safe is that it feels consistent, right? Like if something is all over the place and you don't know how it's going to show up from day to day, then there's not a hope in hell that it's ever going to feel safe or stable. So while the only constant is change, that doesn't mean that we get to be wishy-washy in our commitments. We need to know why we're committed to something, and we need to stick around, or else our commitments are not going to stick around for us, right? So if you're in a relationship, for instance, and you keep coming and going, well, that person's probably going to move on unless they just want something that comes and goes, right? That person will probably move on to someone who, or something that can like be stable and, you know, loyal and consistent in a way that feels safe and solid, because you can't build with something that isn't offering that, right? It can be fun in the moment, but you can't really take something seriously that isn't taking itself seriously optimally or ultimately. So it's this need to strike a bit of a balance. But the way that the shadow has been manifesting is through when you doubt your capacity to stay with something even when it gets hard, or to stay with something even when it requires a vulnerable part of you, and not just to run away and isolate and then come back when things don't feel as charged or scary. But whatever this is, it's like when you go away and come back to it, like nothing's going to be different until something is different with you, because energy doesn't change itself or heal. Time doesn't heal all. We heal, right? That's like a huge misconception. Time on its own doesn't do shit. It's like, it might numb the memory of something out, but you're still carrying that within you unless you actually move through something, because the only way out is through. And how we integrate or transmute energy is by looking at it and moving through the experience of it until we have a different perspective and we're working with it in a different way. So running away from something and then coming back to it, you're going to just continue just cycling, right, within that same energy, but nothing's going to shift or change. And that's happening for a reason, because there's an instability in your life because of this element, this like part of you that wants to give yourself fully to something, wants to fully claim something or someone, but then doesn't trust yourself not to be like a little bit wishy-washy. And I would say that this is quite a Gemini thing, right? Coming from someone who has a Gemini moon and Chiron, like I really do get it, right? I definitely get that. So anything else about that, the way that this is manifesting? But yeah, and I think that there's someone that there's something that you want to heal with or heal, but you may feel as though you've already like there's already been disappointment. Specifically, something could have been said already that can't be taken back, or you feel as though your actions or the actions of another are loud, like the actions said it all, basically. You could feel as though someone is judging your capacity to love or to heal a situation with them based on the way that you've shown up so far, which has been, you know, very, it hasn't been clear and committed. It's been more malleable. It hasn't been something that has felt tangible, comfortable, safe, and supportive or stable. But I'm seeing that like this has mostly had a detrimental impact on you, like you witnessing yourself within a particular situation and how you haven't been able to like hold it down almost, or hold yourself down within it. Not in a negative way, not like pushing yourself down, but like anchoring into a situation that you very much want to be in, but you feel like it's a little bit slippery, or you've been a little slippery within it. The most detrimental part is that you've been struggling to take yourself seriously or believe in your own capacity to show up in that way and be taken seriously by someone or something else for that reason. I'm not sure if others are witnessing you in that way, but I'm seeing that you're witnessing yourself in that way. And how you see yourself is always going to have the greatest impact. How you see and speak to yourself is a big deal. Okay. So, anything else about that? Like how that is manifesting for Gemini? I just see you being pulled back, and I see you being a little bit judgmental as you reconcile something. There is an element of maybe feeling a little bit stupid or silly because of the way that you've shown up and not really knowing how to approach. Like there's something about wanting to save face now. It's almost like you're being shown something to quite a profound level. This is Plutonian energy, which isn't subtle at all. It's not subtle. And it comes before the world, which is Saturnian energy, which is also not subtle. Why is my leg so bruised? I was like, why is there a huge bruise on my leg? You know, but it's not subtle because you're reaching the end of a cycle that you're ready to close out. And as you close it out, you're going to be able to enter an era where you feel a lot more free because you've found a way to allow these two parts to coexist, and you're not having to give one up, right? So yeah, because it goes judgment, the world, and then we go back to the Fool and we start a whole new cycle. So this is coming to your awareness, not to shame you, not to make you feel stupid or like you're not enough, not to make you doubt your own capacity. It's just, there needs to be a little bit of a strategy so that you can balance and regulate or be working from a state of internal harmony that makes it sustainable for you to show up for these things that require you to play the long game, right? Like if you're going to play the long game, you have to come at it with a strategy that is a long sort of game strategy. So you're not just burning yourself out, or you're understanding the risk, or you're understanding your own capacity as you move into something. So you're not like burning yourself out or like going in like with all the power in the world behind you and then getting scared and like running away and then coming back and then running away with this unfinished symphony where like nothing ever really integrates or resolves. You're just like ping-ponging back and forth between two extreme opposites, basically. Being all in and being convicted from the heart, and then being scared and running away and pulling back, but then still not being able to really escape the situation. It's just that you're isolated with it in the judgment of your own mind. So it's like you're not really getting rest or peace from the situation anyways until you integrate it, right? You can't escape things. You can only move through them. Wow. As I split the deck, there's the world. And then the Ace of Pentacles. So once you close this situation out, once you close the cycle out here through finding a way to allow these two parts of you to peacefully coexist and both have like their stage time, essentially, not repressing one or feeling like you need to sacrifice one for the other, but finding a way that they can both still have room, like have appropriate places to express themselves in your life. Then a new opportunity can take place that feels incredibly abundant and solid. The Ace of Pentacles, it's stable, it's solid. The beginning of a balanced, tempered commitment. And it feels like with temperance, it's like fire and water being balanced. So it's your will, your fire, your creativity, your curiosity, your like adventurous side. I feel like that wants to be aimed towards something creative, or yeah, and then there's something that is more that you want to commit to in a more grounded way, and it's from the heart. That's why you want to commit and be involved in that and show up for that in a solid sort of way, because you care deeply about whatever that is, but you still care deeply about this element of yourself, and you shouldn't have to give that up. It's just that maybe both of these don't need to be loud and proud, like, and on display all the time within one particular relationship or experience or, yeah, circumstance. Do you know what I mean? There's room in your life for both of these elements to exist. They just need to find their appropriate place. So I think that that's kind of what's coming up to be looked at right now. So your integration advice is the 9 of Cups. And then the most empowered outcome is the 2 of Cups. I love this because look at them. They're like twins, but not exact twins. And they're braided together in their experience, but they're not. So they're sharing an experience. They're literally unified in it, braided together, and they can't pull away from it because they are right, like braided right in, conjoined together. However, they're not losing themselves in the other or in the experience. They're still able to essentially not be consumed by the experience or by another person. That's why it's so important. So the integration advice is really just becoming more aware of yourself here. The 9 of Cups is personal happiness, personal emotional intelligence and fulfillment. Basically, being able to like know your needs, name your needs, express your needs to another in an authentic and empowered way, so that then you have an idea of whether your needs can actually be met within a situation or not. Because it kind of feels like your fear of being put in, like, it's like you're afraid that if you give to this situation, which is something again that's more traditional, committed, solid, and requires consistency, then it's going to like stifle or smother this part of you that is very free spirited. But that is just an assumption that you're making out of fear, and you have no proof whatsoever that that is actually the case. Even if it happened to you in a past experience, you have no proof that that's going to happen to you in a current experience. It's just coming from a place of fear, right? So address the fear. And I feel like the only reason you wouldn't know if your needs, like if a certain situation or a person is going to stifle this or hold space for it, is if you like clarify what it is that you need and then communicate that from a clear place within yourself. Not in a defensive way, just like, hey, these are 2 different elements of myself I value very much. Like, what does the physical manifestation of holding that Knight of Wands energy while being in a commitment look like to you? Does it look like you need a little bit of time, like you time every week to go and do your own thing, or like to have, or does it look like you need your own man cave in the house that you can escape to and just have some like you time to game? Or does it look like you need like the occasional Friday night out with the girls to just go and indulge in other relationships in your life? Like, what does that look like for you? Because it's going to look different for everyone, right? What does that like individual freedom look like for you? Obviously, if it's like, I want to be committed to someone I love, but I also want to be able to go fuck whoever I want, it's like, okay, revisit that. Like, you don't deserve a secure and loyal relationship if you're entering it in that way. So make better choices. No, but rethink that. But this is like coming through as something that's very manageable, to be in a solid commitment and honor that while still honoring this other part of you without disrespecting yourself or anyone else. I don't think that any of you are wanting to, like, you know, have the best of both worlds, have your cake and eat it too. It's not coming through that way. But although it may be manifesting in a way that seems a little poisonous or toxic from the outside like that, and you could feel stupid, like someone is getting the wrong idea of you, because I don't feel like you are flaky. I just think that this wishy-washiness in this particular situation is coming from your fear of not being able to still be the fullness of who you are within something that you do want to give to, but you're scared of losing yourself or a part of yourself, or having to sacrifice an element of yourself that means a lot to you and you shouldn't have to. And someone that loves you is not going to make you do that. They're going to hold space for you to still have your needs met, but it's hard to do that if you aren't vocalizing, like if you aren't expressing your needs and saying what they are. Then you're basically expecting someone to read your mind, and that's a pretty quick way to be disappointed. Right? If you are like, expectation is a pretty fast way to lead to disappointment. So just figure out what that looks like for you, what your needs are, because I feel like they're not unreasonable, and then vocalize them from a place of knowing that you're not asking for too much, and the right person or situation will hold space for you to be everything that you are. They will love and value everything that you are. They would never want you to, a situation that's really for you or a person that's really for you would never want you to repress part of yourself to be there, right? But you have to know that you're worthy of not repressing any part of yourself as well. And I think that's like the main thing. That's where it starts. Know that you're capable of both of these, and they're both just as valuable within you. Your ability to have fun, to play, to be flexible, to be spontaneous, to be independent, free-spirited, a little bit crazy sometimes, you know? That part is just as valuable as the part of you that wants to, like, wake up every day next to the love of your life with their head on the pillow next to yours and feel safe and secure in that loyal commitment, and find you someone who can do both, and find you someone who can hold both, because you can, and you deserve that too. Okay, so there's something about like knowing yourself so that you can get really intimate and close with someone else who is a lot like you but a little bit different, without losing yourself, while maintaining sovereignty. But you can still have this very deep and profound intimacy and still see each other clearly and hold space for one another as well, without being like codependent. Okay, that's what I see for you, Gemini. Is there anything else that wants to come out about that before I let them go? No, that seems to be it. There's a little bit of a defensiveness to build, but I think that your mind is changing. Like, you're shifting how you see something. Yeah. So give it time to do that too, because it doesn't happen overnight. But it is happening. That positive shift in the way that you're perceiving things is happening. Okay. All right, Geminis, I love you so very much. So very much. Let's move on to Cancer. Cancer. Who's saying, Lisa, Lisa, Lisa? Who's over here talking to me? What's up? Yes. What's up, Haley? What's up, Hales? The readings are on point for you. Yay. Needs are never unreasonable. No, your needs are never unreasonable. No, 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 no. I agree. There should be gifs added to the chat. There should be gifs available everywhere, honestly. I like that you're chanting, Lisa, Lisa, Lisa for president. No, never. Never. I don't want that. Don't put that out into the universe. Let someone else carry that beast of burden up there. Okay, starting to pick up the pace. Well, I don't care about that, but yay if that is happening. I'm just gonna let the energies talk and say what they need to say. Yeah, I literally don't pay attention to that anymore. I'm just, speaking of holding space and accepting ourselves for who we are, we don't care. We don't care in this house. Okay. Let's see. Cancer. Okay. We'll be back for Leo. Good. I'm glad that it was on point for you. Okay. I need more lumbar support. Okay, yeah. There we go. That's hitting. That's hitting how it needs to hit. Just all the pillows. Yeah, but I don't get tired streaming for 6 hours straight. That's the thing. Like, I'm good. I know people watch and are like, how are you good? But just trust and believe, friends. I'm fine. Okay? I'm good. Promise. Not gonna like wear myself into the ground. Like I actually gain energy from channeling, so we're good. Thanks, Hales. Thank you so much for your donation, your super chat. Love you, boo. Yeah, no, I actually like hanging out with you and hanging out with spirit, and not a whole lot of like not consciousness, but not a lot of like my ego. Like needing to be logical brain goes into channeling. Like channeling just kind of channels through. So it doesn't require a lot of thought. I feel like if it required a lot of thought, it would be exhausting. But luckily it doesn't because of the nature of channeling. So that's good. I love that you're thinking of me though, but yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. All right. What are we doing for Cancer? Let's see. Cancer, what read are we doing for you? Let's see. Ooh, juicy. Their side. Now, this doesn't have to be romantic, but it is probably a missing piece of the puzzle in a situation, a specific situation, or just a dynamic, something from the other person's side that it would benefit you to see. To bring more context or more perspective, or maybe even clarity or closure, but we'll see what comes up. Feels like it's going to be juicy though. We're spying on the other person's side. We're getting you that missing puzzle piece, Cancer. All right, let's see. Let's see. Waiting room. I love you guys. Okay, their side. find this spread. Don't believe anything they say. We've got some, luckily energy doesn't lie. People lie, but energy doesn't lie. So my third eye is on it, guys. I've got it. I've got this for you. Their side. Okay. Oh shit. This does sound juicy. I'm liking it. I'm liking this. So, let's see. So tune me into Cancer's energy, the person that they are dealing with, that it would benefit them to have a little bit more perspective or context surrounding. Get your popcorn ready, get your snacks, get your beverages. I might go grab a glass of wine from upstairs, not gonna lie. And also go to the washroom quickly. I'm feeling that is a vibe. The second Rochelle was like, I'm drinking some wine. For some random reason, I was like, that is appealing to me very much right now. Let's see. What's going on, Cancer? Get your cards down first, though. Oh, frick. Also, Haley, I don't know if you're still in here. Are you still in here? I had made a note about your reading, and I'm still going to do it. Some chaos was brought forth in my life since we have last spoken. So I'll touch base with you. I'll shoot you a message after the live and just touch base with you and let you know what's going on with that. But I moved, and yeah, I'm fine and all, but like things got a little bit mixed up or like up in the air. And so, yeah. Everything got put into boxes, including my day planner. The winds of change, yes. Coming in like a tornado, like a hurricane, like a force of nature not to be messed with. It is a big shift. Your person is currently moving. It is a big shift. Remember when we talked about me moving to the other side of the world? It's that kind of big shift. It's in motion. It has been set in motion. Wahaha. I'll share more when more has been nailed down. But yeah, guys, life has been chaotic, so I'm really sorry that it's been a little bit since I posted. I moved in a way that I wasn't really planning to move, and then it set many things in motion by extension. Kind of had a bit of a ripple effect there, so yeah. All exciting things, though. Just a little bit chaotic in the moment of change. Did you write down the name of that song last night, Yair? Or let me know if you need it again. Okay. So, Cancer, their side of things. Let's see. Good. Between you. Okay, someone's trying to fight off your pure heart and love, huh? Did you intimidate someone with your love again, Cancer? Wouldn't be the first time, and baby, it won't be the last. Just know it's not a you problem. It looks to be what is occurring. And as a Pisces, I get it. Take the break before I start the reading. I will. Well, yeah, I'm going to run to the washroom and grab a glass of wine before I start the reading. Okay, let's get the rest of the cards. The ego perspective. All right. Now that you guys can hear me significantly better, I am going to move this back just the slightest amount because, oh no, you're sinking. Because I want a little bit more room in front of me to function with the cards, possibly. Hopefully you can still hear me just as well. With that increased sensitivity. You see the plant, the adorable plant babies behind me. Okay. That's better. I want to put the cards beside or in front of me, not beside me. And also I want to put it down a bit so you can see me shuffling. Every day I'm shuffling. Okay. There we go. That's much better. The conflict here. Are you dealing with a Gemini or someone that has Gemini? Yeah, this is not a you problem. Wow. This is 100% not your circus, not your monkeys, babes. Doesn't mean you're not experiencing it in a very personal way, but let's see. What's the truth here? Yeah, you better do that work. One more. Yes, I'll probably be here. I'll see you then, babes. Oh. Okay. All right. I feel like they're doing the thing. Let me not shit talk too much. Just the appropriate, right on the borderline amount. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna grab you some oracle cards. Let's use this deck. This deck. No, let's not. Let's use this one. This makes more sense. Okay, so clarify here the situation between Cancer and this person. Well, Squish Bish, it's their side is the spread that I'm doing for you, so it would be their side, not your side. I guess there's a chance that it could be reversed, but we're kind of specifically looking into the other person's side to get that like missing piece. Okay, clarify this ego perspective. Like, where's that coming from here? No. What? Why? Taking your kindness for weakness, and I might have to punch them in the jugular for you, my dear. Let's just see. We're back to shit talking. That didn't last very long. Okay, show me the truth here. I'm very protective of my Cancerian people, okay? Don't mess with my Cancers or I'll cut you. Love, Scorpio rising. Okay. Yeah, I'm channeling that Drake song. Drake, of all people. Sorry if you love Drake. He's Canadian, but we don't claim him, so I'm not really sure what to say about that. Secrets, publicity, speculation. What? This person is somewhat missing the effing plot. I'm not gonna missing the motherfucking plot. Just a little, it just went whoop, you know, it missed them by a little bit being like a mile. It missed them by a mile. They need to catch up. Let's hope they do that sooner rather than later. Okay. Okay, that was weird. All right, guys, I'm gonna run to the washroom and I'll be right back. We're gonna get into this because it does look like this person's going to step up. However, they might need like a bitch slap of reality, or like sometimes the truth has to punch you in the face twice, is kind of how it's coming through for this person specifically. They might need a good, like, you know, like the backhand might be what finally shifts them into another level of consciousness from where they from whence they can see their own bullshit and how far their head is potentially up their own ass. But you know, that I feel that they're gonna get there potentially. When we get back, we're gonna spill some tea on this person's side of things. And I'm not going to shit talk them the whole reading, I promise you. But there is a slightly problematic theme here that I'm seeing from this person. And we're going to validate what is your thing to take care of and your responsibility, and what is not personal and really just needs to be addressed by someone like facing their fears and doing the work a little bit more than they currently are. This person is afraid, but their fear is making them act slightly, you know? Mercury in Aquarius. I'm on it. I'm a Mercury in Aquarius as well, so we can both be on it together. All right. I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. I'm guessing. I'm giving you a realistic time frame. And we're going to get into this as soon as I get back. Okay.
Okay. Excellent. We have water, we have wine, we have caffeine, we have everything required to get us through. To get us through, darlings. Got a glass of cab sav here. Woohoo! We're back. You might be able to catch some of the sunset if... the necessities, yes. All of the necessities. The bare necessities. Let's not make one of those necessities you seeing me literally showing my ass on the internet. Not unless I'm getting paid a lot more. Let's see. Am I kidding? You'll never know. Let's see. There. Nude tarot readings, guys. What do we think? Just kidding. Why am I the way that I am? Okay, here we go. Okay, Cancer. We have one, and now we're capable of looking into whatever this is, because what's going on, friends, with this person, whoever this is? It seems like they just have something they need to kind of sort out within themselves, you know, in order to actually see you with some semblance of clarity and not bring a shitstorm of chaos to your doorstep. All right. Hi, Cancer. I hope that you are doing just amazing, darlings. So if you want to go back, you can scroll back a little bit to see me pick your reading randomly. But what we did get is their side of things. So basically the spread is going to look at the situation between you and someone else. It doesn't have to be romantic, but it could be. And then the ego, their ego's perspective on the situation and the conflict that that is creating. And then the truth of the situation, as well as their most likely next action. So we're just going to kind of get you a little bit of a missing puzzle piece or a missing piece of perspective or context that might help you unpack the situation a little bit more, basically. Okay. So let's see what's going on here. Okay. So what came out here for the situation between the two of you? Well, so we have the Two of Cups and the Seven of Wands. And then we also have this Mars in Cancer energy of quarrel. Well. That's loud. That is loud. The Two of Cups is also a Cancerian card. I can't remember if it might be Venus in Cancer. There's a lot of you showing up in this energy. And the interesting thing is that I feel like that is what this person is so defensive against. It's like they don't trust you. It's so interesting, the flippity floppities of this person here. Because on one hand, I feel like they see you very, very clearly, and they know that your heart is true. And to the degree that they somewhat
are even okay with like taking your kindness for weakness, or not exploiting it, but like expecting empathy from you as your baseline. Okay, so that tells me that they know that you are consistently an empathetic person, and they've come to expect that from you, and that's not just coming from nowhere, right? So there's that element to it. But then there's this weird side of this situation, or this person that's kind of showing up, and it's it's interesting because they're speculating. There's this very speculating energy from this person, and it's a non-trusting energy that kind of wants to fight what it is that they know, because they're aware that like it's like they see you moving in a specific way, and it's almost as though they feel that you are like giving them a permission slip to open up your heart and become vulnerable and be yourself and be receptive and loving in all of the ways that you are. It's like you're holding a space, like a safe container, which is what Cancer is. You are a safe container. You're the womb. And so you're holding this beautiful space for this person. And it's not the space that you are holding or your capacity that they don't trust. I think it's their own. I think that they're afraid that if they enter that safe space, they're going to like bring hell knocking on heaven's door, right? Like knock on heaven's door, and then they have the hounds of hell barking at their heels, basically. Essentially, it's like they don't trust themselves, and so they're projecting that lack of trust onto you. That's what it is. You're over here just like pure, adorable, beautiful, like looking at yourself clearly in the mirror, seeing yourself clearly. And this person is like, threat detected. You know, and it's like, you're like, I'm literally offering love. Like I am naked, nude here, just chilling like a villain, apparently according to you. And you're bringing violence. You're bringing violence. But the reason that they're doing this person is very afraid for some reason that you're hiding something. They are speculating a lot. And even this is Cancerian energy. It's Jupiter in Cancer. So it's telling me that a lot of this speculation is coming from a raw emotional place within this person. And I think that they care a lot about you, and that is bringing up a lot of fear. So they are afraid that there's some sort of secret that's going to come to light. And when they speculate, they act impulsively, and it's like they create fights or quarrels where there don't need to really be any. Like there's not really any reason or like appropriate, like it's just uncalled for, basically, is what's coming through. It's just not necessary. It's like seeing a butterfly and like detonating a bomb to like take it out. It's like, okay, like you know, it's just, it doesn't really match. So let's where did I put your deck? Oh, here it is. Let's clarify that a little bit. I think that you are healed and strong and in alignment with yourself in a way that allows you to open up in a vulnerable way that seems very intimidating and scary to this person. So intimidating and scary and unnatural for them, like such a risk for them, that they have a difficult time believing that it's coming from a true place within you. But it's like deep down they know that it is. Like they don't actually have any evidence against you. All that they have is speculation, right? And that is just coming from fear. So this person's probably someone who's been hurt before. Now they're on high alert, and they're projecting that fear and defensiveness onto essentially like a very innocent target, because I'm seeing that there's literally no threat whatsoever being posed by you, except for the threat that is coming from them feeling like they need to actually look at themselves and, you know, have a clear risk assessment rather than just like projecting their fears onto everything around them. So tell me a little bit more about the situation between Cancer and this person. There's 2 7s here. There's an energy of weaponized incompetence here. One of my least favorite things. Someone choosing to be ignorant basically because they doubt themselves. Or someone feeling like because they are speculating and projecting doubt onto you, that gives them the right to play dumb and test you, which is manipulative and crappy, right? Not healthy, and they don't have the right or the, like, it's just, that's not healthy, right? If you are not capable of being vulnerable and intimate with someone, if you are defensive to the degree that when you get close to someone, you start fights or you test that person because you don't trust them, then you're not ready to be in that kind of relationship. And that's okay, but that's a you thing, right? That's a them thing. That's not reflective of you, because I'm seeing that you're very aligned with yourself and you're bringing like the best of you to the table. It's just that this person doesn't. It highlights a deep insecurity in them and a place where they don't trust themselves, in contrast to a place where you very much do trust yourself, to the extent that you can open yourself up in a way that this person, it makes them quite afraid to think of doing the same thing, like meeting you in that space. But yeah, it's not, the answer isn't to like waste someone's time who is ready and truly emotionally available, by like projecting your fears and then like creating drama. That's not the answer. The answer would be realizing that you're just not quite there yet, and then taking time to yourself to integrate, to get to know yourself, to heal the places that are creating that internal conflict within you. And then being in a relationship when you are actually being honest with yourself about being capable of offering what a relationship requires. Because one person, it's not up to one person to like show up and walk on eggshells around another person while they get triggered and then like overextend, over-explain, and prove that they are trustworthy. Trust is naturally built over time between two people who show up and give and take in little steps, increments, right? And then trust is built back and forth by both people. It's not something that one person needs to overextend or wear themselves out or be like, it's not you're guilty until you're proven trustworthy, right? But that seems to be the way that this person is kind of skewed in looking at something here. They just want to make sure that they're getting what they really, like what is really fair. And I feel like in the past, they probably didn't in a certain situation. And that's why they're like on high alert or hyper vigilant against like this comes through as someone who is probably lied to and deceived and maybe betrayed in the past. But that doesn't give them the right to then treat everybody that they come into contact with after as someone who's going to treat them the same way. Right? So, because it doesn't feel good to be doubted when you've done nothing to deserve that doubt. You've done nothing to break someone's trust, and then they're treating you like this big threat and you're just trying to love them, right? So it's like there has to be a healthy balance there and an understanding of this from this person of like why they're doing what they're doing and what's causing that. But the 7 of Cups and the Ace of Wands is what came out to clarify here. That Seven of Wands. I think that this person is actually not at war with their emotions. I actually think that they have pretty clear perspective that you're the one, like, that you stand out. Or they know how they feel about you or about the connection or what they want ultimately. They have a lot of passion and conviction, and that's what brings them around. I don't know why I wanted to say that. Maybe brings them back around. This could be someone, if they're defensive or get triggered, that they kind of like leave and then they come back when they're less triggered. Or they start a fight, see how you react, or they stir things up, make things dramatic, create like a little bit of confusion. It's not because they don't know how they feel. It's because they do know how they feel and it scares them. So then they act in defensiveness, not against you, because again, they're projecting it at you when really it's them. They're really acting defensively against the truth of their own feelings, and what the truth of their own feelings would actually require of them, right? So yeah, but I'm seeing that it's not reflective of you. So that's kind of interesting. Okay. So their ego perspective in the situation is the Knight of Wands with this moon in Pisces energy of empathy. I don't like it though. I don't like it. Because it feels like in their ego, they justify like basically being erratic and defensive, testing you and kind of like doing whatever they want when they're triggered, because they're like, well, if Cancer really is who they're who they are saying they are or pretending to be, then they should always meet me with this like understanding ear and this empathetic. It's like, no, because kindness and empathy does not equal weakness. It doesn't make you a doormat. It doesn't mean someone can just come and go, treat you like shit when they're triggered, create drama and fights and like interrupt your internal state of peace and harmony because they have trust issues, you know? Like, no, empathy, that's not what true empathy is. And you can only sustainably offer empathy to somebody else when you offer that gift of empathy to yourself. And so when you're offering that empathy to yourself, you are not staying in situations where people treat you that way because you know that you don't need to prove anything. All you can do ultimately is just be you. And if someone can see that clearly, then that's great. And if they can't, then that's still a them thing. It's everything to do with like their vision and what they're capable of seeing based on how balanced they are within themselves. But when someone's triggered and projecting towards you, they're not seeing super clear. So tell me more about this ego perspective. But I don't like how they are like justifying that behavior and just being like, well, if Cancer is this pure-hearted person, then like they're just going to show up empathetically and it's no skin off their back. Like they have the patience and the empathy to offer. So I can show up and make things hard. I can be indecisive, and Cancer is still going to be like, woo, like Cancer is basically going to carry it forward until my anxiety is alleviated. And it's like they think that because of the purity and openness of your heart, it's not affecting you somehow, but I feel like it is if it's coming up. If it's coming up in this reading, then it's obviously influencing you in some way that wants to be highlighted, right? So tell me more about that ego perspective. So many cards fell out. The Six of Pentacles is the one that flipped over. It's almost like this person is trying to like lure you. They have this belief that you are hiding something, and it's coming through very strong. And they keep going back and forth because they give to the connection, And then I feel like they pull back. Like they give a little bit. This could be someone who kind of breadcrumbs or comes in and out, but it feels like they give a little bit or they invest and then they pull back out of fear of being hurt. But when they pull back out of fear of being hurt, it hurts you because it's like they're misreading you. You're not really a threat. And so then when they pull back, it's like you don't understand where that lack of trust is coming from because you haven't done anything to fuel it, right? It's not based on reality between the two of you. And this person, it feels like they pull back and then they expect you from that hurt place. Like they know that pulling back hurts you, which is what I don't like. They still feel justified in doing it because it's part of a test. It's almost like this person's certain that if they hurt you enough, you will reveal that you have been doing something deceptive or betraying them behind the scenes or something. It's a really weird way of thinking because it makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Literally, the prefrontal cortex not online with this person, so they might be very triggered because there's no real logical rationale coming to. There's not really. They're like, oh, if I hurt cancer, then they will reveal that they've been shitty this whole time. Like if I'm shitty to them, maybe they will either retort with shittiness and then I can be like, I knew you weren't as great as you have been acting, just because you have a human reaction to being treated like shit. Or you will reveal that you've been secretly shitty all along. It's like, what? Make it make fucking sense, please. I don't. The math is not mathing. But it's this person's insecurity and like inconsistency and defensiveness that's coming from that. And it's coming from a triggered place of assumption. But it's all speculation. So I don't think they're actually talking to you about the fears that they have. They're just having those fears, assuming that they're coming from somewhere like legitimate. But they're really coming from unprocessed shit within them. Like the call is coming from inside the house, right? But it feels like it's been too easy for them to be really inconsistent with you because you are so empathetic and their ego justifies their shitty behavior because you are so understanding and patient. So, don't love that. So the conflict it's creating is the Four of Cups. Well, yeah. It's like an emotional boredom or like just, yeah, being bored, being turned off, or like the passion that you once had for something is slowly dwindling away because you're exhausted, most likely, from being constantly disappointed for no real good logical reason. Or feeling like this person is constantly defensive and disappointed and you have to prove yourself. But it's like, if they would just like see you clearly, that would be a lot easier. Because it's sort of showing me that there's a problem being created where there isn't really one. It's like a problem that this person is creating from their own assumption. And it's not allowing them. They're focused on this disappointment and they're not seeing like the genuine love that's being offered to them. It's reminding me of that quote that's like, I was a museum full of art and you had your eyes closed. This person could be walking through a junkyard for all that, for all that they know. But you're really this beautiful museum full of profound, inspiring art and open-heartedness. So really what it comes down to is this person's not clear on what it is that they're actually investing into because they're not clear within themselves. So that's creating conflict, disillusion, disappointment, boredom, and an emotional stagnancy. Because they're focusing on, and you might also be focusing on, just that this isn't really going anywhere. It has so much potential, but it's not really grounding into anything. It just feels heavy because of the way that it's being approached. And I don't feel like it's on your side. I feel like this person kind of wakes up, chooses violence, or they show up like in a normal balanced way for a little bit and then get triggered and then choose violence, you know? So it's flippy flop. It's like flipping and flopping. It's not consistent. It's like 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Okay. So the truth is the 8 of Pentacles with Moon in Virgo order. You need me to get my shit together so we can get together. You need me to get my shit together so we can get together. Yeah. Take him to church, Drake. I'm just... This person needs to get their ish in line, you know? And the only way that that can happen is they have to do the work. They have to do it because they want to. They have to do it because they know what is on the line. And it's really like their own disorganized insides. This person could also have a disorganized attachment style, which is like a combination of avoidant and anxious, which is so much fun coming from someone who also had that before she integrated her shit, you know? So it's not fun. And the thing is, it comes from a very real place. The wound is real, the trigger is real, but you can't perpetuate that pattern and make it somebody else's problem. You can't essentially like bleed on people that didn't cut you and expect that to just be like, just justify that just because someone is soft and compassionate and understanding. They don't deserve that, right? That is like a hurt person hurting another person and perpetuating the cycle of hurt rather than doing the work to internally get their shit together and see like, okay, this is mine to regulate. Let me put in the physical work to regulate that internal experience so that I can see clearly that like I am the source of my own disappointment here. And it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy until I take care of that. Okay. Let's see. Anything else about that? This person is coming through as someone who is afraid of the work. And they're afraid of admitting that in order to get where they want to go, they have to move through their own internal conflict and indecision and anxiety. Like, the opportunity is very much there. The opportunity is very much... the thing is, this person knows the truth. Like, they know more than they let on they know. It's this weaponized incompetence thing where, like, playing ignorant and then testing another person, but they know more than what they want to admit that they know. It's just uncomfortable to know what they know because it's asking, like, accountability from them that I don't think that they feel prepared for. But it's like they know what's possible on the horizon. They know what they could have, what they could build. But then they have this internal conflict. They have this indecision and doubt within their own mind. They have a bunch of like anxiety. And to some degree, their own clarity and knowing of the truth is what actually brings them this anxiety, because this is what's under all of that. This is what they know. And this is you. It's like you're a very highly valuable person in their reality. And they know that they're not going to get the same opportunity twice. Like, they see you as, ironically, a gift that has been offered to them. that they don't want to lose out on or miss out on. So part of this is like perpetuating this cycle of assumption, because they're making assumptions about themselves first and foremost, then projecting that energy into the connection, whether they're aware of it or not. But I do think they're aware of the truth of you. I just don't know how aware they are of how dysregulated they are in their own internal state, and how much they're projecting that into the relationship, and how much unnecessary difficulty that's creating in the relationship. Or how unfair it is to ask you to carry that just because you're more regulated and like you've done more work a little bit. Like, you're not insecure here. See, like, this is the situation. You can hold it all on your own. You could hold it down. Look at her holding that coin. Just because you can do more doesn't mean that you should have to, though, to like carry the weight of what someone else is dropping, basically. So and the thing is too, like, it doesn't make sense to this person, because it just doesn't make sense, right? Like, why you would keep on showing up and showing them empathy every time they drop the ball. That's unconditional love. Unconditional love does not make logical sense. So because it doesn't make sense to this person, then they hit a wall and they're like, I'm acting like shit. Cancer's still loving me through that. Something's not computing. So it's almost like they're just trying to prove, like they're trying to confirm their own bias, their own internal bias about really them not being enough. And I feel like that's what they're actually fighting, is this like internal conflict around their own worth and what they really do have to offer and bring to the table. But there's just so much projection going on and so much defensiveness that every time they get close to their own truth, it's like they karate chop it in the jugular and it goes down. And then, you know, it's like their own truth makes them feel vulnerable, when really it is what would liberate them from what is truly making them vulnerable. Okay. There's a lot of like misplaced assumption and like misguided sort of like, there's just a lot of confusion with this person, because their inner landscape, they do have like, the truth is that their insides need some work. Like they need some practical refining and ordering of, there's a physical element to this too, though. Like this person could have some unhealthy coping mechanisms. They could have habits, routines, things that they engage in consistently that are not helping this cause. They're not clearing things up. They're further muddying the water. Just overall, there needs to be work put in to bring a sense of order and like groundedness to their life, so that they have a baseline, like a clear baseline to judge other things from. Because you can't really judge something clearly from a baseline of chaos and assumption and projection, right? I think there's an element of this person, though, that they're more comfortable within that than they are clarity, because the clarity is going to call them up into a higher version of themselves that they partly don't believe exists or that they're capable of, and they partly maybe don't believe they can sustain it. And then the other part is they know how much work or what it would cause them to look at within themselves, and they don't really want to. But their likely next action did come out as the King of Wands. So let's see. I feel like this person could go through, like, I don't know, we need to clarify. But it's looking like there could be a big transformation or shift that's happening that's somewhat out of this person's control, that then like pushes, like creates the closure of a pretty big cycle or lesson, like some sort of big transformation that creates the closure of a cycle. I'm hearing finally. So for some of you, you've been with this person for a long time, or like they have just been going through this particular cycle or pattern. Like they've been afflicted with this. Yeah, it's an affliction. Don't get it twisted. It is an affliction. No matter how happy and fulfilled this person acts, they feel always a little bit out in the cold. It's because those looming assumptions are always like, it's like the devil on their shoulder. When they're happy, it only lasts for a second, and then the devil comes in like whispering their worst fears to them, and they can't combat it because they don't have a stable, solid baseline to lean on. So then they could come to you acting a little bit bratty. But what they're really doing is they're looking for validation that you will love them no matter what, that you will love those parts of themselves that they have the hardest time believing are even worthy of love. And you are healing them, but that is an egoic, toxic way of going about it. They need to validate those parts and believe in those parts within themselves. They can't constantly ask you or someone else to do it for them. It's not healthy. Right? So tell me about this King of Wands and this person's likely next action. There's something that this person is in the midst of actively healing that's bringing a lot of fear up and out of them. And it's part of the healing process. It's like stuff that they have to face and look at, but it makes them feel vulnerable. They feel like they're in a bit of a state of suspension, like this healing this and looking at this for the sake of love and being able to open their heart is something that they're working on, but at the same time, it's triggering and confusing to them, like everything that it drudges up out of them. And when we heal really deep wounds, that's natural. Like it does bring up a lot that you have to face, and it becomes triggering. It can be kind of like Pandora's box. Like once you open it, hell does spring forth, and it's like, but you can't put it back. You can't get it all back in and get the lid back on once it's open. It kind of feels like this person, they got more than they anticipated when they took the lid off of this box. And so now there's work to be done to create order in the chaos. But this person, they might be a little bit ambivalent or emotionally drained. I do feel like they have the power and the capacity to deal with this. There's something that they need to talk about in regards to the past, some sort of past grief. I think that they need to take accountability for a way that they hurt you. Or maybe that their own grief from the past, like from before you, has been spilling over because they haven't really been taking responsibility for it. They've been projecting it onto you. So it's been spilling over onto you and hurting you by extension. I kind of do see them taking some level of accountability in the future here. Even if it's just slowly but surely, I think that there's going to be conversation about past pain that helps bring fresh energy and a little bit more empowerment to this person. I certainly hope so. Let's see. Anything else about that before I let Cancer go? No. The Ace of Cups, the Four of Wands, and the Wheel of Fortune at the bottom of the deck. With the Ten of Cups, I mean, this person wants the wheel to turn in your guys' favor. They want more balance. They want more harmony. They want to offer you more of the love, the very healing, loving balm that you offer them. They want to. It's just they don't have that much belief in themselves. And so because they feel insecure, it's easier for them to spiral into old paradigms of illusion, assumption, and pointing their energy in a direction that's not conducive to forward motion or healing with you. So then I think that there's a bit of a shame cycle, and this person could be addressing that with you. Here. I do think that there's some maybe conversation about this. And I think that's helpful. So, yes. That's what I have for you, Cancer. It does seem a little bit complex, but that's okay. I think that there's going to be a little bit more stability and a little more groundedness, maybe a little less chaos. But this person, that will come from this person putting in the practical and strategic work to create order in their own life and to refine their own truth so that they are not bringing just like this energy of chaos and assumption to you and to the relationship. Ugh. Okay. Let's move on to Leo. Leo. All right. No beauty in a relationship. Yeah. I mean, once you test something and you erode something beautiful out of it, it's like, I don't think people think though that like if being loving, forgiving, gracious, and empathetic is your baseline, it's like some people have this understanding that you can't lose that, like that cannot be eroded, right? But of course it can. If you drain somebody or if you make something difficult long enough, that doesn't mean that you're going to change the core of that person, but it's going to be harder for that person to show up and trust you. And there's not an equal energetic exchange. So it becomes difficult, but yeah, everybody has wounds. So it's not always just so easy to just be like, let's just fall in love and not care at all. Like things do pop up, especially in intense connections, but a little bit of self-awareness and healthy like communication, especially about your fears when they come up, and then just consideration for one another can do so much to alleviate that. It feels like it really spirals out of control when this person isolates and then they ruminate and they make assumptions from a place of fear and shame, but they don't ever actually verbalize or clear anything up. So it just keeps like getting more intense within them, but not resolving, right? So when you're creating problems, but then not even talking about them or what they bring up within you, and not basically allowing any space for that to reconcile, then yeah, it's going to compound and it's going to create a situation that feels draining and heavy eventually. Because even if someone else is transmuting that and holding like their energy of love, then that's a sacrifice and something that person's choosing on to take on for you. So that's up to them or you if you want to do that for somebody else. But I don't think it should ever be something that is just like assumed that they're going to get from like this entitled egoic place where they justify their actions because they know you're going to show up that way. That's the part that I don't love about that. So let's see. All right, Leo. What are we going to read for Leo? For my Leos. Let's see, buddies. What do we got for you? I need to stretch my leg in a way that is... There we go. Yeah. What do we got? I need to turn this up and see what the lighting is doing here. Is this too bright? Don't need to be that bright. All right, Leo. Ooh. Ooh, what's this? The risk you should absolutely take, and why? Why is the universe triple dog daring you to roll this cosmic dice or die? Why? Not roll the dice or die, but roll the die, singular die. The risk you should absolutely take, and why? Ooh, you're being beckoned out into something here, it looks like, Leo. What is that? What is this risk that the universe wants you to take? Because there's obviously a payoff. Me rolling the scroll back up. Okay, let's see. Where is that spread? The risk you should take and why? Okay, here we go. Scared you for a minute? Take the risk or die, Kelly. Die. It's high stakes. High stakes up in here. Okay. Let's see. Okay. The risk you should take and why? Is this one for you? Risk you should take. Where did I put that? Here we go. Okay. Is this deck? I think once we get to the halfway point, I'm just going to take my laptop out to the living room and finish the reading out there because it's going to get a little late and the vent to the person's bedroom above mine is right above my head, so I just don't want to be too loud. If it goes into the wee hours of the night. Well, we'll do that after Virgo. Let's see. Maybe my Rottweiler will make a cameo as well. If we go out there, I'm sure he will. Because he loves being the most affectionate pupper and acting like a lap dog, even though he weighs 1 billion pounds. Okay, show me this risk that you are beckoning Leo to take here. Interesting. Okay. Leo, Venus, Mercury, midhaven. They say dress like your Venus sign. Animal print. Amazing. Yeah, no one wants to stay in the same place forever. You gotta move out of that, especially if it's an uncomfortable, like wounded place of woundedness, right? Okay, show me. Yeah, 2 more cards. Oh, Leo. Okay, 1 more. I don't know if I have dice to roll. Let's see. A lot of fire here, though. That's for damn sure. Okay. Let's get you some oracle cards. So show me more about this risk or action. My little heart. Well, my big ass heart, not my little heart. Who are we kidding? Okay. Okay. Anything else for that one? No, below is fine. Okay. All right. Okay, let's see here. The risk you should take. Okay. Hi, Leo. I hope you guys are doing excellent, excellent, excellent. So you can go back a little bit if you want to see me randomly pick your reading from my headless owl and pull your cards. But we're we're doing the timestamp with where the reading actually starts. So the reading that you guys got is the risk that you should absolutely take and why. The risk that spirit, the action or the risk that spirit is essentially, or your higher self is pushing you to take, and why they want you to feel assured in going for it, basically. So let's take a look first at what this action or risk entails, and then we'll get into why you should, the main block, doubt, or fear and a piece of advice as well. Okay. So you get the Emperor, take up space with the Six of Cups, memories and growth. Look at this. Isn't that so cute? Just a little. Okay, so this is the action or the risk. This is Aries energy, a lot of fire. Take up space. That to me is coming through very, very, very clear. So taking up more space than you have in the past. Boldly, unapologetically, that's what this is showing up as. Because basically taking up space in the way that accurately or appropriately reflects the growth that you have done. Because you have grown in a significant kind of way, which is requiring you to show up in the world embodying and expressing yourself in a different kind of way. In other words, like, you've expanded, you've healed, and your capacity has grown in some sort of way. And Spirit wants you to showcase that. They want you to show up in that and allow other people to see that as well. So let's see a little bit more. But that's the action or the risk that they want you to take. It's like more than you have in the past, though, is really being highlighted. But it's because of like the natural trajectory of growth. And you're aware of this. For some of you, like, some form of pain or heartbreak has actually pushed you into more of a position of like internal personal leadership. There's been some form of like empowerment within yourself that came from a difficult situation, though. I heard tragic, so I'm not really sure about that. But let's see. Tell me more about this risk or action that you're urging Leo to take. There's something about the way that you think and the way that you even frame the past with a new sort of like curiosity. It's almost like revisiting memories and rewriting your perspective of the past. Because things, like, I said this for another sign, the world isn't, like, things are not as they are. We see them as we are. We see them through the lens of whatever filter we personally have is going to determine how we see things or perceive things in the world, as within, so without, right? You can only see clearly as you are willing to look at yourself. Like, externally, you can only see as clearly as you're willing to face yourself internally. And so there's something about the past that may be an old narrative that you keep on telling yourself, or memories from a specific situation that made you feel small or made you feel unseen in your greatness. It's like, you know that you're great, but this made you feel a little bit insecure about that for some reason. I don't feel like you're just coming to the realization that you are this grand, beautiful energy that is worthy of taking up space. I feel like something made you question it, or something stifled that, or someone saw that and was intimidated by it and tried to cut you down or something like that. There's this curiosity being highlighted, though, a curiosity about seeing the past in a new way and rewriting that narrative or perspective from a new vantage point, the vantage point of having grown significantly. So when you grow, you integrate and you have more perspective. You can then look, you can cycle back or circle back around to the past, and you can see it through fresh eyes. And because you've gained some distance, you've gained some perspective, You've grown, you've expanded, right? Because there's a new leap that you are being, there's a new like chapter, era, phase of your life where you embody and express yourself more, even more unapologetically and fully than you ever have before. But they want you to be able to take that leap with this open-hearted energy and open-minded energy of like playful curiosity and creativity, which I feel like is very much a baseline of yours. And I think that what makes you such a beautiful leader is that you can balance that with, you can balance like that childlike, very relatable energy of playfulness, creativity, curiosity, and humility with this empowered, refined set of like internal landscape and set of morals, beliefs, like basically your internal compass. It's like you can be a boss but not take life too seriously and still be relatable to other people. You can be the leader even of your own life or the architect of your own destiny without making your life feel super like heavy and serious all the time, right? The way that you coexist within those energies is really beautiful, and it makes you like a natural born leader and usually a very likable leader, which is awesome. You don't have to convince people to follow you. You're naturally a leader for that reason. New perspective about the past, though, a new narrative from this place of having grown. And then allowing yourself to show up in accordance to the new narrative. Because there's something about the old narrative, and it's like a scarcity mentality. Someone I feel like couldn't see you, or they were in competition with you, they were intimidated by you. Somehow they made you feel like less, or like you had to be less in order to have an opportunity with them or be in an energy. If this isn't a person, then it's just like a past environment, workplace, or even just an internal narrative, like you just telling yourself this and it not involving anybody else. But that's what I'm seeing. And why they're saying that you should do this is the Oracle of Lightning. So that's the Queen of Wands, determination, and the Five of Cups, loss. Because you have all this natural fire and magnetism and these beautiful like leadership qualities. People are drawn to you. You inspire people. You're like a muse and a leader, and you have this conviction and determination that comes from the heart, and it comes from high standards, and it comes from usually like causes that are very near and dear to your heart that you're willing to fight for. But it feels like there's something from the past that kind of is haunting, or it pops up like old unresolved grief, or still like a lack of understanding as to why, even though you know that this is who you are, like why did things still end up like this in a particular situation? But they're saying that showing up and taking up space is going to show you, I think, like how that had nothing to do with you to begin with. You can still fall back on the truth of that your baseline is this very magnetic, attractive, determined energy that is not only self-sustaining and like charging or inspiring, like you inspire yourself, your heart inspires you, your own creative and curious nature and approach to life inspires you, and it inspires others as well. That's your baseline. Just pull it down a little bit. Why am I doing this the most awkward way possible? You tell me about this Five of Cups. You know what this feels like? It feels like almost being punished for, yeah, upheaval and heartbreak. But it was always skill development. Spirit was like, it was just character development. Nothing will make a bitch more exhausted than a couple experiences for the sake of character development. It's like, Spirit, give us a break here. We're developed enough. Am I right? Am I taking anyone to church with this conversation? Because it's relatable to me. So the thing is, sometimes this happens with you and with the energy of the Queen of Wands. She is so magnetic and attractive that she usually has this is simplifying, but one of two sort of generalized reactions to her. People get inspired and they become determined. Basically, her charisma is they catch it, like a sickness. It's like they catch it, and then it lights this fire within them, and then they get inspired and passionate and lit up, and they realize it's almost like you give them a permission slip to be themselves and to take up space because they see you living your life that way and you're leading by example. That's one response to you. But then there are other people who look at the Queen of Wands or look at that naturally magnetic, attractive, charismatic energy, and they're like, who do they think this person is? Or it triggers them because they are in more of an insecure space. And instead of understanding that they have their own free will, agency, sovereignty, that they can make the active choice to see that discrepancy or that triggering, and they can, once they know better, do better, right? Like they can still choose to be inspired and to make a positive change in their life. But there are other people that basically choose not to do that and lash out or project their insecurities towards her. And that can bring a lot of bullshit to the door of people who are like that naturally. It's necessary to have a lot of discernment when you're that magnetic and charismatic, because unfortunately a lot of people don't have that natural confidence. And it's beautiful because by embodying and expressing it in yourself, you are pulling it out of other people or holding a space for them to also explore that within themselves, right? You're not saying, this is me, look at me, I'm the only one that's like this. Like the Queen of Wands doesn't seek validation or attention. She gets it naturally. But it can also bring, it's dualistic as with everything, right? There's two sides to the coin. And life isn't always easy for the Queen of Wands archetype, or for people who even appear to have it all together, or to, you can't judge a book by the cover. Sometimes people who look like they have everything on the outside, there's a dark underbelly to that as well, right? It can put a target on your back. It can cause people not to trust you. It can make people want to take you down a couple notches, when really you're just human and you had to fight your way. While it might be somewhat natural to your spirit to be resilient and confident, you're still just human at the end of the day, just as everybody else is. So yeah, it can be a little bit difficult when you are this way. But that's why they're saying you should, is because there's a more positive relational experience or experience of unification with people that can actually meet you where you're at, or a community or friends or a partner that will choose to be inspired by you and by their own trajectory of growth, their own essentially personal growth journey. Shouldn't be something that scares them or intimidates them, or is something that they compare and compete with you about. It should be something that they want to build themselves up, they want to learn, they want to be better, they want that for themselves. And you should just be proof to them, like, that they can do it and how far they can get if they open themselves up to that journey. Okay, so the primary block, doubt, or fear around taking up more space basically here for you is the Ten of Wands, burden. No. We are nipping this fear in the bud right now. You're not too much. You're not too much. You're not too much. Your greatness, your resilience, your determination, your charisma, your beauty, your passion is only a burden. It only feels heavy to people where it highlights again their own insecurities, but then they repress their ability and capacity to make the change that would alleviate that weight within themselves. That's not up to you to alleviate that burden. If you see something and you want to do better and you have the information to do better, then do better, right? But you can only, you do better, or you do the best you can with what you have until you have more, and then you do better. And that's just being a human. It's like one little step at a time. It's no reason to beat yourself up. And again, like, it's a process, and you have had to go through that process just like anybody else. But this is the fear. The fear is that now that you've had a couple bad experiences from taking up space, you worry that, like, it's this fear of being too much and this underlying sense of, I better water myself down, or I better show up as just a little less so that I don't make people uncomfortable, so that I don't trigger people, so that I don't because you don't want to make people feel bad, right? But honestly, you cannot make someone feel anyway, and no one can make you feel anyway. You have full control over your own internal emotional landscape and how you choose to feel or process something. A lot of shit is not personal at all, right? It's a reflection of the relationship that somebody has internally with themselves. That's what determines how they treat others. Just like I was saying earlier, like, we don't see things as they are, we see things as we are. And then we treat them accordingly, or we engage with them accordingly in life, right? But you are not too much. No. There's this sort of fear, though, that if you do give it your all, that you're going to throw off the balance, because there's no one that can, like, hold. It's like, I think you know how much space you take up, but you know that you can hold that space for yourself and feel confident embodying and expressing from that place. It's just people haven't, like, necessarily made you confident that they can also do the same, that they can hold it. They've made it feel more like, oh, your confidence or you taking up space is making me feel small. You're the problem. You're too much. You're a burden. Really, it's they don't feel like they are enough, which is not true. That's just a distortion within themselves that they have about themselves. And it may be highlighted or aggravated by them witnessing you in your power, but it's not about you. Okay. So your advice is the Apprentice, or the Knight of Wands, adventure, with this card of compassion. You got to trust that internal compass, Leo. Because how is it possible, when you know your own heart, how is it possible for these two truths to exist at once? How are you both a gift of inspiration and love and leadership, and also too much, too much of a burden and something that needs to water itself down. Those are at conflict with one another, right? And it's because this is the reality and this is like distorted feedback from an external source. So Spirit wants you to be compassionate with yourself first and foremost. Offer yourself the gift of empathy that you offer everybody else. And there's something here also about not taking it too heavily either. Bringing a certain sense of like lightness of, it's not stoicism, but it's more so just understanding again, like really like cementing that in your head that it is not personal. A lot of shit is not personal in this life, right? It feels personal. And I get that. But it doesn't mean that it actually is. Doesn't mean that someone's actions or behavior actually happened because of something that you did to cause it. That's pretty unlikely most of the time. So tell me a little bit more here about the advice for Leo. But it's basically like, believe in yourself and go forth and frickin' prosper. May the force be with you, bish. Like, bye. Go get him, Tyga. Like, this is, and do it from the heart. The heart. It's like, no matter what direction this compass is pointing, it's pointing to heart. The shield is an open heart. Your greatest defense is your big, ushy, gushy, open heart. Because it's a strength, not a fucking weakness. Pardon my French, but honestly, I don't care. But, you know, there's a song that I'm channeling here, and it's by Marina. It used to be Marina and the Heartbreakers. And it's called Princess of Power. And I want to redo the lyrics, okay? And we'll close on this here. We'll close on this. Let's find it. It's a great song. Princess of Power. Okay. So this is the song. I will show you in case you want to download it. Princess of Power by Marina. Baddie. Baddies unite. Okay, so she says, a tale as old as time, a story just like mine. You've been hurt by those who were supposed to treat you right, but love is our design. I confused love with control, love with manipulation. My past has taken its toll. This spaceship has left the station. I'm gonna change my whole life. I've had a revelation. Just had to leave you behind. I can't be lost in translation. I've been hurt by those who were supposed to treat me right, but love is my design. I lived the sweet and I lived the sour, been living life locked up in a tower, but now I'm blooming like a flower. Welcome to my world, Princess of Power. Stuck in a loveless generation, ready to go through a transformation. I'm gonna glow like a meteor shower. Welcome to my world, Princess of Power. Big love, big aura, big heart, big adorer. She says, I paint my eyes baby blue, red stars, they shine in my view. Looking like a super heroine, I taught myself how to love again. Yeah. Where's the... So, and then this part, she says, it's not too late to change the way you love, the way you care, because love is in the giving, not on the receiving end. Love doesn't make you weak. It's a superpower in me. Can't you see? It set me free. All right, baby. So get out there, bloom like a flower, glow like a meteor shower. Understand that love is your fucking superpower. It's your strength. It's not a weakness. And if other people, I think that other people see that and then lash out sometimes, but don't let that stop you from seeing it clearly within yourself and valuing it for what it is, because it is a huge gift. So don't get it twisted. All right. Okay, Leo, that's what I'm seeing, because they're beautiful opportunities, but they do require your heart to be wide open and not with this little question in the background like, am I too much though? Is this a burden? Fuck that shit. No. No. Your heart is not a burden. Your heart and the capacity of love that you have, or the capacity to love that you hold and to lead others into like being led by love and seeing it also as a superpower. The world needs that. That is a huge healing balm to this world. Stuck in a loveless generation, ready to go through a transformation. This world needs that. So fight the good fight, baby, because love is the design. We just need to remind people of that. That's what we need most. So lead the way, my brave-hearted lions, okay? I love you. All right, we're moving on to Virgo. Go forth and take up space, baby. Okay. We're moving on to Virgo. Virgo. Let's see. Okay. What is up, Dana? How's it going? It's good to see you too. I'm glad you're here. Let's see. I'm gonna trade these out and put them in there. Make this happen. It's another perk to moving out to the living room is sitting on a couch where I can stretch my legs. So that's gonna happen for sure at some point here. Okay, there we go. When I move out, leave this here. No, we don't need all that with us. Okay, good. How to love again. I've been hurt, but what's to worse, supposed to turn around. Banger. A banger of a song. Okay. Let's see. What are we going to look into for Virgo tonight? What message do you guys need to hear, my sweets? Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's see. Okay. This connection's true purpose in your life This connection's true purpose in your life. Now, this could be any type of connection, so keep that in mind. It doesn't have to be a romantic connection, but it could be anything. It could be like maybe you have a really difficult relationship with a parent, or, you know, just something that you're basically, Spirit wants to highlight. A purpose to some form of dynamic or relationship that you may not be seeing, or it could help bring you peace or just clarify some things for you. So let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that for my Virgos. My Virgos. Let's see. I taught myself how to love again. Amen, bish. And that shit ain't easy, let me say. Vito, but what is up, gorgeous? Hi. Good to see you. Aw. Good to see you, darling. It's a vino evening. Well, one glass, okay? Just a one. Just a one. One slowly drank glass. Okay. This connection's true purpose in your life. Let's see. Obviously, keep in mind as well that things are complex and complicated, right? So most of the time, there's not like one singular purpose that a relationship or a dynamic or situation holds in your life. There's usually a lot more than that, but this would just be one thing that wants to be highlighted. I feel like I need to cough. It's not coming out. It's just tickling the back of my... Why? It's tickling the back of my throat. Okay, let's find this spread for you. Okay, there we go. Let's see. This could also be a present connection, or it could be something from the past, something that is already phased out of your life that maybe it would just benefit you to have a little bit more perspective. All right. Good night, Hales. I'll talk to you later. Have fun on your swim. Well, I guess not good night for you, potentially. Good night for me. It was 11:11 when you sent that as well. Swim and think of your Piscean friend who doesn't live near water. Okay. Virgo. Connections, true purpose in your life. You could be confused. What was the reason for that? Or what is the reason for this? Why am I going through this? There's too much light, though. I'm going to turn that overhead light off. Or should I just move us out to the living room now? Ugh. Maybe I should. Yeah, I kind of feel like I want to clear the energy a little bit. I don't know why, but I was going to wait until the halfway point, which is after Virgo, but I do kind of feel like I want to just reground, clear the energy a tiny bit. I also hear movement upstairs, which means they're probably going to sleep. So it's probably a good time to relocate to the other room so that I don't keep them awake. Let's see. Take you with me. can see the puppy. I can see the puppy. You don't have to sit on my bed anymore, so you won't be jiggling every time I move. I can stretch my legs. All right, let's just do that. Okay, so give me one moment. I have everything packed up, so this is going to take literally just a moment. Connections, purpose in your life. What are we looking into? Okay, something's going on up there. I'll be back to grab you in one moment. I'm gonna just take the light out there first. I'll come back for you. Oh my. Sexy time. Now we're in the dark together. Intimate moment. I need to see what's happening here. All right, honey bunny babies, let us go. Come along with me. We leave. We migrate together. Okay. There we go. so bright. There we go. Somewhat quick and painless. Let's hope so. I'm going to call it good. Call it good. There we go. Okay. You guys can see everything well enough, right? Ooh. Fumbling with the wine. Move that in a little bit. I don't think we need another lamp. I think we're okay. But let me know if you think that the lighting is not up to the standard. Okay. Let's see. Rottweiler's not inside. However, he will be. And when he is, you'll know. Also, this is a little bit of a squeaky couch. So forgive me, please. Also, forgive my butt for being in your face right now as well. Okay. Like the stream, guys. I'm just kidding. Not kidding, though, but like it, please. It really helps. I am who I am. Okay. Let's see what is going on. Maybe I could turn this up a bit more for you, Virgo. That's better. These connections, true purpose in your life. Okay. All right, so let's see. Okay, so tune me into this connection here that is wanting to come up for my Virgo collective, and what exactly it is that it would help them to know or gain perspective on. Okay, well, that explains why. That explains why. Interesting. Two more. You must trust yourself, young Jedi. All right. Let's get an oracle card or two. Let's move my little owl. Okay, give me one. Clarify that. Is that it? If that's not it, give me another one within 3. I feel like it is, though. Yeah. Okay. So, and then give me one for the gift or purpose of the connection. Wow. Yeah, this is a significant connection and influence, absolutely. Oh, Virgo. The message is obvious. Okay. Let's see. Yes, the message is clear. Well, it's complex, but it's clear. Very much something Scorpio rising would say. So complex, but so clear simultaneously. All right, let's timestamp ya. Right now, the connection's true purpose. Hi, Virgo. Okay. So, if you want to see me picking your reading topic randomly and pulling your cards and all of that sort of thing, feel free to go back a little bit, but I'm putting the timestamp where your reading is actually starting. So, the reading that I pulled for you the theme is this connection's true purpose in your life. So as I mentioned before, there's usually not just like one core reason why someone is in your life or why a connection is in your life. Things are usually a little more complex than that. But this would be highlighting something that maybe you are not seeing, or highlighting something that is just going to help you broaden your perspective or bring something in that's going to very much help you process whatever you might be struggling with around this, like whether that's creating closure of some sort or whether you're closing out a cycle with a specific person. So the way that this spread is, mapped out or created is we're going to look at the overall connection energy, and then we're going to look at, like, in this particular phase, and then we're going to look at the current situation or vibe between the two of you right now, where you were before them, and then you now after having this person's influence in your world for a while, or the influence of the connection, and then the gift or purpose of the connection that you're meant to see at this time, and some advice. So this could be someone that is no longer in your life, and so the where you were before them, and then you now after their influence could be like they're already out of your life kind of thing. But this could be someone that's still in your life, and the connection is just like evolving into a new chapter. Do you know what I mean? So there's something to reconcile or close out with where you're at now, basically. Okay. So the overall connection energy currently is coming through as the Nine of Swords with the Void. This oracle card, the Void. Which does make a lot of sense. Because sometimes when we are... This could be someone that right now you're not in contact with, or there's a lot of space or distance. For some of you, this is someone that is at a physical distance, but it doesn't have to be. The Void is just what it sounds like. It's like feeling as though you're out in the void. There's a lot of room to assume. There's a lot of room for rumination, anxiety. There's a lot of room essentially for the brain to do it's like least intelligent work, you know, for the brain, the worst part of the brain, or the least like intelligent part of the brain to come out and be like da 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 da, you know, like, and just have a little party and cause some fuckery. And you know that happens with you. So let's just see what's happening. How many shots of tequila the mind is kind of like moving on or going off of right now. Okay, let's see. I'm going to cover up the chat so I can focus here. Okay, so the overall connection energy. Yeah, let's clarify that a little bit more. It feels like right now there's like a little too much room to think, or it's feeling though like it's a personal, like you're being attacked, but with the Nine of Swords, it's your own mind. So you see how this person is like, like these swords are being catapulted at me. Like they are not coming from me. I'm shocked. I'm shocked and amazed, but the Nine of Swords is literally your own anxiety, your own mind attacking you. So, Tell me more about that Nine of Swords. It's a you. The Hermit, that's you, babe. Look at you looking all sage-like and magical and adorable here, and blue, very blue. Blue. So it's interesting because before I was looking, and while this position is meant to be like the overall connection energy, I feel like this is the overall connection energy. you are in the void a little bit, and there might be an element of like blueness, like an awareness on both of your behalf that you're kind of like somewhere that you don't want to be. Somewhere that just feels a little bit void and empty. Basically like of the warmth of one another is what that feels like. But I think that this is one of you here. I think this is the other person for most of you, but feel free to like flip it if it resonates the other way. But the Hermit did just come out to clarify what I was thinking, which is you. And I was thinking that this is more you. And you're receiving a lot of information. The thing is, like, when this isn't happening, you are actually open and receptive to a lot of true, like, sage wisdom in this period where you are maybe not in contact with someone. But this would be like misusing that period of disconnection by like stressing out and ruminating on anxious thoughts and then being like, this is someone else's energy coming at me. But it's like, no, that's your own mind attacking itself, or your own intelligence like being weaponized against you by your ego. And then there's someone here that is like, I feel like it's you. You're more tuned in to your third eye and your solar plexus. And it's about like establishing more trust and discernment in what you know, and then truly believing it and acting on it without needing it to be validated. Like, that's what I feel like you are experiencing. There's someone else here who is in a very deeply spiritual place. Like, this person is crown central, all the purple. And there's an element of like blueness in terms of, again, just kind of disappointed or missing you. I'm feeling like you miss one another. You'd rather not be in the void than be in the void. And that's a mutual thing. But this person it's impacting them, or they're experiencing a very deep like spiritual growth, or I want to say even like it is a level of psychic and spiritual growth. And with you, it's more about your consciousness, like, expanding your consciousness, your mind, having your mind work for you in a beneficial and powerful and wise way, rather than like a sabotaging kind of way, or a restrictive or disempowering kind of way. It feels like this other person is having some very significant spiritual insights, or they're being shown something pretty significant at this time. Okay. All right, so the current situation, state, or vibe between the two of you is the Chariot. Intriguing. There's a lot of convicted forward motion, and it's happening from the heart space. And I feel like Cancer season, which the first day of that was yesterday, or today, I guess, depending on where you are in the world, or 2 days ago, give or take a day, we'll say. But the Chariot is Cancer's card, and it is cardinal water, which is about making shit happen. It's about understanding your own will, your own agency, and that in order to move from that place without being thrown off balance, like move from a place of passionate conviction from the heart, from an emotional place basically, and have that still be grounded and practical, it needs to be rooted in, well, it needs to be balanced, and it needs to be rooted in also like your morals, your values, like an internal state of peace and harmony, you knowing your own heart basically, and being willing to instigate something or set something in motion. Or even with the Chariot, allow yourself to be pulled, but it's like being pulled from your center, being pulled from your heart. Like when you're convicted about something and you're like, no, this is a cause that I care about. I will not stay silent about this thing because it matters. Or I will go and put myself out there or stand up for something or move on something because I genuinely believe in it, right? That's what needs to be. It's basically like when shit gets hard, when the going gets tough, what's going to pull you through? Being really clear on the why behind what you're doing. Basically, like, what is the motivation that's fueling you? And it's just that more powerful if it's coming from a convicted heart space, because then you're really feeling it. It's not just like an idea which you can more easily detach from. It's connected to feeling. So tell me more about the Chariot. But I find it quite interesting that the current state is that the two of you are moving forwards, and it's the state between the two of you. So I feel like you're actually moving towards one another. Specifically, this like junction between Gemini season and Cancer season, because this is Gemini and Cancer, that could be pretty significant. I think that's why whatever message about this connection is coming through this reading, I think that's why it's coming through for you now, because there's something significant about this time, and specifically something that's very much in your control, because your card, Major Arcana card, is showing up here as well, like kind of kicking that all off. The thing is, it's very interesting. These two cards aren't next to each other at the bottom of the deck. And normally both of these cards showcase just one person alone on them, especially the Nine of Cups, because the nines are generally about like individuation or a personal experience of that energy. So for the Nine of Cups, it's like personal emotional fulfillment. Then you carry into the Ten of Cups, where you can share that with a community, with a family, with a partner, in an intimate sort of way. The Eight of Swords talks about, well, it comes before the Nine of Swords. And this is kind of like the fear that ignites the anxiety that is then more full-blown in the Nine of Swords. It's interesting, though, that both people are in this card and they're sort of unable to see each other. Like they're in the same puddle, they're both blue, which is also interesting, but they're in this watery puddle that's green, which is indicating to me emotion and the heart. But they're not even looking at each other, as though they're not aware that they are both very close, like in close proximity, and even facing the same fears, even maybe from a distance. What's that song that I'm hearing? It's like, from a distance, the world is home. I know the song, but I don't know it. It might be called From a Distance. I think that it was sung like at some sort of event where they were trying to raise money for a cause, though, interestingly. And I'm pretty sure it's about like how everything looks peaceful from a distance, or how perceived division disappears when you zoom out far enough and you look at the whole. You see that we're basically all a lot more alike than we are different. It's just added perspective. That's very interesting, because I don't really know that song, haven't really listened to it, but just channeled it clear as day. It's interesting, though, because your fear is surrounding the same thing, basically, but you're both being pushed through it, and you're being pushed through it fueled by, or this conviction that has to do with this loving or very intense connection that you have to one another. So whether you're aware that you're being pushed, that you're moving towards one another with quite a bit of actually like resilience and power, and there's quite a bit of like momentum also being gained. I don't know if you're aware of that, though, because the two of you are in the void. You may appear to be alone in the void, but really you're together and you're right next to each other in it. And you're moving, it feels like, out of fear towards shared happiness. But with the Nine of Cups, it's making me feel like you're both individually experiencing, it's almost like you're sharing this experience of fulfillment. You're in it together, but you're not losing yourselves to one another. You're not like dissolving into each other and becoming codependent, but there's not a fear of sharing your own, like sharing what brings you specifically and independently joy with another person here. Maybe that's the fear, what the fear is surrounding that you're both having to work through. Being honest about what brings you personal happiness and then opening up to share that and claim it with another person. Claim it for yourself, believe that you're worthy of actually having that, and that you found someone who maybe, I think that again, there's something about you being way more alike than you are different. I think that once you actually get through the fear and you share what your own like personal idea of wish fulfillment and joy looks like, it seems like the two of you kind of have the same one, the same vision, the same things fulfill you on a deeply emotional and spiritual level. And it's like you're not expecting to find one another in that space, but I think that you are moving towards that. I think that that's ultimately what is happening. You're going to find one another in this space that you're not really anticipating. It's like you're both going to reach the same destination, but you're kind of getting there via different paths. And you're not expecting to find one another there. But ultimately, it feels kind of like you're convicted from the same place. And the conviction is coming from love and a desire to not allow fear to be stronger than love. Maybe not necessarily for one another. Like, you may not consciously be like, I'm moving out of fear to move towards this person because I don't want the fear to be stronger. But I think just this overall idea that you're not going to allow fear to bully you into into shutting down your heart or something like that is kind of what's driving you forward. So where you were before them, the Nine of Pentacles, not too shabby. You were happy and stable individually, like in an individual energy with the 9. Kind of sitting pretty. This card is giving off an energy of comfort, like being comfortable where you are as well. It's not really feeling like complacency, although comfort is always just right on the line of complacency, right? It just depends like how long you let yourself sit in that space of comfort before you challenge yourself or push yourself forwards again. So tell me more about that Nine of Pentacles. But this is a beautiful place to be before this person came in. And I think that this person probably came in because you were ready for them, because the Nine of Pentacles shows someone who's ready to invite somebody else into their life in an intimate way because they know themselves and they're solid in themselves. In other words, like they're not at risk of losing themselves in another person. Let's see. The Ace of Cups came out and it flipped upside down and landed on top of the chariot. So you were moving forwards from a place of emotional conviction, but not with the intention of like actively seeking love. Interestingly. So I think that you felt strongly convicted within yourself about something, but you weren't actively seeking a relationship necessarily. You just felt good about yourself. There could have been a bit of an insecurity about relationships though, that you were maybe like not totally being honest with yourself about. And that's where the complacency, right? The comfort becomes complacency. It's like, I'm good by myself. It's like, that's great. That's healthy. That's so positive, right? But once you reach this point where like you actually do want to connect to somebody else, but you're just like, but I'm good on my own, out of fear. And that's when you've reached a level of complacency where it's like you just got comfortable being. And this, trust me, the Aries Venus, trust me, it's very easy to just love yourself and provide the life that you want for yourself and not want to invite someone else into that because you're like, nah, I'm good. And someone else is most likely just going to fuck that up, right? Like, it's easy to convince yourself that you don't need that, even if you want it deep down, because you're comfortable and because you don't have to face the same threats when you're on your own. So that's where you were before this person. But the fact that this came out is showing me that this is something that you wanted. You were just comfortable not directly pursuing it. But I think that unbeknownst to you, it was that desire for love and intimate connection was somewhat fueling you. Like, there's a vision and an underlying dream that your heart was kind of like sending out, manifesting, right? Or asking for from the universe. Whether you were fully consciously aware that you were asking or not is what's sort of showing up here. So you now, at this point, within this, the influence of this connection is the Six of Swords. Mercury and Aquarius. The way that you think and express yourself is being revolutionized, especially with Pluto being in Aquarius right now. It's very positive. The Six of Swords talks about evolving out of the Five of Swords, which is where we get in our own way. We play like mental gymnastics with ourselves. We get like our ego ruminates or babbles, like basically talks shit in our ear, and it's just stuff that we don't really, that's not either not valid, not relevant, or just kind of like old narratives on repeat. But it's stuff that essentially sets us back, or we get in our own way with those old narratives because they're either fear-based, insecurity-based, or defensive. Like self-preserving, rooted in self-preservation, which is still coming from insecurity or fear, right? So there's something that you're evolving or growing out of, and something about the influence of this person or this connection in your life has pushed that forward or helped initiate or catalyze that. So tell me about the Six of Swords. The sun and death. Yeah. So this shook up your world a little bit, huh? To say the least. That's the understatement of the century. Okay, well, I was hearing like this forced you to meet a part of yourself again that you had almost forgotten about. It could be like this very, very pure, like inner child part of yourself. But then I also heard meet your maker, and it sounded a lot more, it was said in a kind of like meet your maker, you know, like something that's like intimidating or has like this scary sort of element about it. Meeting an element of yourself, and then I guess meeting your maker would be to meet your maker is like to be like, you know, and then like go back up and be reborn again. So that's interesting. You met yourself, and that was immediately followed by like rebirthing the Rottweiler. We have a friend. But yeah, it feels like that created a very big transformation in you. Hi, Jinx. I'll show you guys Django, my Rottweiler, after we're finished with Virgo. He'll be wanting some loving and some attention. Let's see. Being such a good boy, just laying on his bed. Okay. Yeah, this had an impact for sure. Or it, again, it doesn't, I'm not giving this person or this connection the credit for like, because whatever work you're doing to look into yourself or to transmute or expand your consciousness or look at something a different way or pursue something a different way, right? Whatever it is, you are doing that. This person, this connection, whatever, didn't do that for you. It was your own will, your own agency, and you being responsible and accountable for that yourself. But this was like a catalyst for that, for sure. Or whatever this connection brought up and out of you that it made you feel, or whatever part of you you reconnected to as a bit of a result of this, that ultimately kind of like was a hop, skip, and a jump away from this very massive transformation that you've been going through. Yeah. Okay, so the gift or purpose of the connection that wants to be highlighted is the Page of Swords and the Warrior. Ooh. You got some fight in you that you didn't know was there. It's like you were about to roll over and die, and you were maybe surprised by something instead becoming like more ignited within you rather than put out. This is like you got knocked down and you were just kind of ready to bleed out on the battlefield, and something came through and was like, Virgo, it's not over until it's over. You know, it ain't over till it's over, baby. You're just gonna bleed out, you're gonna cowboy up and get back on that horse. You know, it's like you found strength within yourself, and it was somewhere where you weren't expecting to find it. I think that it was like in this childlike place. So you may have reconnected with your inner child, or a very curious or creative part of you, or even a part of you that was like back to the drawing board, like a beginner brain element, thinking about something from a totally new place, vantage point. But this brought through like a level of empowerment and strength that you weren't expecting, and specifically you really weren't expecting to find it there. Which makes sense, right? Maybe you were thinking that your inner child was more of a liability rather than somewhere where you would find the strength to get up and like really push yourself forwards. But I think that you've been surprised in that way. Ultimately, how this has changed your thinking has brought a lot of strength, because it's alleviated a place where you were getting in your own way mentally through rumination, or again, just like holding space for outgrown narratives and things that are just no longer relevant or helpful to you and your forward growth. Love it. I love that so much. There's something that you want to fight for, or something that you want to fight through. And it's the anxiety of your own mind. I think it's you taking accountability. Because right here, you're not still. You're still perceiving here that these swords are coming from outside of you, and really it's your own anxieties, right? The 10 of Swords, they are aware that it's happening, like it's them. It's like the pain that we create for ourselves, basically like masochistic type behavior. And a lot of the time that comes from the way we think about things, right? Because there's something that can be built. There's something beautiful that can be very abundant, built, reconciled. It can be celebrated. It's like these two people can they can stop wandering, lost, and blind, and they can find one another and realize they've been in the same place all along. The only difference between these two spaces is their perception of where they are. Because here, their perception is based on fear, and here it's based on gratitude, connection, and celebration. And understanding, oh, we're more alike than we are different. And it was just our fear that was making us feel like there was division. But that was an illusion. And when we're rooted in love, when our feet are in this like energy of love, this emotion, then we see clearly what we see clearly what we can really fight for and what really needs to be fought against, which I feel like is you more so need to fight against this that's coming from your own mind rather than like project it towards someone else and become defensive against them. It's like your own distorted perception coming from a place of fear and insecurity. That's what you are at war against. That's what you are bravely moving through and choosing to see in a new way. And that is the gift of the connection, or the purpose that it's played so far, which is really powerful. Showing you where you are your own biggest enemy and how you can get out of your own fucking way that's an incredible gift. That's crazy. That's a crazy gift because no one can hold you back more than you hold yourself back. And so being shown where you're doing that and you don't realize that you're doing it is a huge gift, right? Like that's massive. So it's really positive. So your overall advice is the High Priestess with this Get Wild card. Virgo, what you doing? What you doing? You're stripping down? You getting a little wild? Getting a little crazy? Not just in your mind? Are we taking the party as within, so without? Switching things up. Okay, the High Priestess, though, and Get Wild. This is about, like, trusting your intuition and fighting on behalf of that, of what you feel internally, and trusting that just as much, at the very least, if not more, than the anxieties or just like what your mind is telling you. This is about trusting, strengthening, and trusting a new part of yourself, and it's your inner knowing. Not what you're, not like your knowing based on hypervigilance and collecting data from the environment around you and then like refining it and like analyzing it and like beep bop boop beep boop boop boop, you know, Mr. Roboto-ing it. This is about like not throwing that out. You guys would faint if I said that, just like, what, Lisa? I perish. No, not throwing that out, because that is a strength when used correctly. But it's like you have this other element of your mind and consciousness that is so profound and deep and just as strong. It's actually stronger than your analytical mind, if you can imagine that, because your analytical mind is very strong until you weaponize and use it against yourself, right? Which seems to be what's happening here. Or your ego is weaponizing it against you and calling it self-preservation. But really it's cutting you off at the knees. It's creating confusion around something that is the 10 of Cups, that is emotional fulfillment. But it's like, it's causing you to sit there alone in it due to this confusion. But it's not really all that confusing. It's pretty clear in reality. So they're asking you to like go crazy, get a little wild, do things a little bit different, and trust what your consciousness is telling you, not just what your mind is like, or fear is inputting. Anything else about that? No. I'm just hearing trust yourself. Trust yourself. Trust yourself. Trust yourself. It's not in somebody else's hand. Like, you have the power, Virgo. You always have the power to put yourself at ease. You can eliminate your own internal conflict by choosing to perceive things differently. Your mind is so powerful. All of our minds are powerful, but you can do that. Just take control over it. My Lord, look at this. Look at this. There's 3 5s at the bottom. This is what you're working through, and it feels like a lot. But it's ultimately like your choice. You choose how to move, but like, this is wild. The 5 of Wands, internal conflict. The 5 of Pentacles, then translated into external conflict and hardship. And then the 5 of Swords, where it all started, right? In the mind. But this is what you're moving past because of the influence of this connection, and that is the gift. So it may be a little scary because it's like back to the drawing board, or again, coming from something from a place of beginner brain, which requires humility. But yeah, this is a huge flex. It's a very positive influence or gift that this particular experience or connection has offered you. So I really love that for you. It's bringing you closer. Well, you're bringing yourself closer to yourself through what's been catalyzed in this connection and what it has brought to light for you. You're choosing to look at that more deeply. And it's bringing you home to yourself and reconnecting you in the void with maybe some long lost dreams that you're now being asked to claim and go after in a wild way. Just trusting what you see, trusting what's revealed to you. So I love that. Okay. Love you, Virgo. We are going to move on to Libra. Would you like to see the Django butt? The big Django butt. The big, hairy, fat Django butt. He literally almost drove me out of the basement the other night because his farts were, like, next level. I was, like, actually gagging. Like, I'm going to throw. Hopefully he didn't eat any of whatever he ate the other night tonight. Because, yeah, you know I'm talking about you. You know I'm talking about you and your stinky butt. I'm talking about you and your stinky butt. He's like, I heard that you were talking about my farts, and I'm here to confirm that they were bad. Django. Can you guys see it? Let's show him off a little bit. Well, he's gonna attack me, so I'm just gonna... Hi! Hi, butthead. Hey, come here. Hi, poop. Oh, gosh. The attack is happening. That's the attack. Django. Hi. Okay. Okay. Oh, no, don't lick the laptop, buddy. Come here. Hi. What are you doing? Do people want to see your big head? Your big head. You have a big head. You got a big everything. A big head. A big butt. Hi, James. This is my big brother. My big brother. He's only, 5 or 6? He's 5, I think. But he's my very big brother still. Hey, aren't Rottweilers so scary? So terrifying? Oh, yes. Absolutely horrifying creatures of mass destruction. Anyways. Whoa. Okay. Thanks for that. Thanks. Yeah, I love you. You slurped the entire side of my head in one lick. I love you. Please stop. Okay, can you lay on your bed? Come here. Can you lay on your bed? Oh, no, you just walked right over it aggressively. Okay, love you. No. Hey, that's your food. And it's open, and it's just sitting there for the taking, for you to dig into with your massive jaws. All right. My gosh. See what I'm working with here, people. What are you doing? You getting into something? Trouble? All right, that's Django. Good Lord. Okay, well, that was the little energy transmutation that I needed. So thank you, animals. Oh, as per usual, my laptop is covered in hair. He's shedding his winter coat right now, and it's a lot. It's a large amount. Oh, what's up? What is up? What's up, underdog? Everyone go check out my girl's channel. How are you, love? No, that's my boy. That's Django. Named after a jazz musician, because my stepdad loves jazz, by the way. Not a Django Unchained reference or anything of the sort, because that would be disgusting and weird. Yeah, isn't he adorable? I feel like I always have to like confirm. I'm like, that was an unfortunate name that you chose, guys, because unfortunately there are other like so just anyways, both my little sister and I were like, questionable name choice, but you know what? It's what's done is done. Django, you lay on your bed. What are you getting into? Do you need more water? Because you sound like you're thirsting. Do you have water? What's happening? He is adorable. He is. Okay. We're moving on to Libra. Let me make sure he has water real fast. Because the way that he is, the way that he's panting. Do you have water? Do you need water? You don't. What's going on? Do you need some water? Here. Water? Go, stinker. Another lamp out. Goodness, dude. You are hairy. Okay. Let me plug this other lamp in. Get slightly more light. Okay. Alright. Let's get it. Now I can turn down this light a little bit. Doesn't need to be as aggressive. Okay. I got slurped. I got slurped good, guys. Okay, so what reading are we doing for for Libra? Libra. Let's pick it from my owl. Okay. There's still quite a few left in there. You can't really see the extent of it, but it's there. I have this knot pointed like directly at my head so that I'm dying. Or does it have to be? I don't know. Do I have a dog hair in my eyeball? That would be unfortunate. Libra. What message does Libra need? Let's see. Ooh, okay. Oh. Advice, clarity, and validation on your personal journey. Stay open. Maybe that's your first piece of advice. Stay open, Libra. What's that? Maybe that's not even a message that you want right now. Maybe there's a reason I said stay open. Like you're like, ugh, I'll check my other placements. I don't even want to know. I don't even care. And Spirit's like, you need to know about this. Stay open. We'll see. Okay. So it's about your personal journey, your personal growth here. Advice, clarity, and validation. Okay. Let's see. Oh, my face smells like dog slobber. Luckily, I'm not making out with anyone tonight. Otherwise, that'd be fun for them. Where is it? Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, we're going to look at what you're moving through currently, your energy in response to it, the most prominent block and how to overcome it, and the needed motivation or drive. Okay. Sounds good. Let's do it. Can I put these? There we go. I got slurped on so many different levels. Okay, let's use this deck for you. Just gonna. Definitely got my glasses. I don't know how with one slurp he got my entire face, my hair, my glasses. Oh, shit. No, Django. You are a butt. A very big butt. Did that help at all? No. Oh, God. Oh, it's just dried spit on here. Okay, I need to go grab my actual glass. I tried to do it with my shirt, but no. I'm going to be looking through Rottweiler spit this whole reading unless I do this. You're the cause. You're the problem. You. Lord. Okay. Well, I hope you guys are all doing well. Take this little moment to check in with you. Much better. I'm also going to clean this. I feel like it's a little... I was looking a little, I don't know, unclear. Okay. That's better. Let's see. What are you moving through, Libra? Okay. Well, that's good. Big dramatic sigh over there. Rottweiler sigh. Okay. Okay, one more. Oracle cards quickly. The one for what they are moving through. What's up, Lil Bit? Thank you. I hope you're also having a blessed day. I love how you always say that. Thank you. As suspected. Grand Rising. Hi, Crystal. Okay. Channeling a song. It's an old song. It's an emo song. It's by Dashboard Confessional. Your girl's not gonna judge emo, that's for sure. If only you knew teenage Lisa. Oh, she was a sight to behold. Let's see. Teenage Scorpio rising. No one does emo like them. All right. Okay, that was it. That was literally it. Okay, yeah. All right. Oh, you're welcome. Yes, happy birthday to all the birthday babies. Happy birthday to all of the Cancer babies. And happy Cancer season to us all. Happy water season, thank God. Gemini season was a lot. Okay. Let's see. What is that song called? I don't have my phone out here, but I can look it up on my laptop. I think it's called Ghost of a Good Thing, maybe. Let's see. One moment. I need to Google this. Ghost of a Good Thing. What? Dashboard. Confessional. It's from 2003. Whoop whoop. Okay. All right, buddies. Let's oh, Chris Caraba. What a beautiful, sad man. Beautiful man, though. I mean, like, really not hard to look at whatsoever. Highly recommend you look at his face. It's beautiful. Also, his music is incredible, too. But we love a man who can emote. Don't we? All right, Libra. Okay, so personal journey is what we're looking into for you. Where did you go? Where'd you go? Okay, we're at 5. Okay. Hi, Libra. Hope you guys are doing awesome. So, let's take a look here. Okay, so the reading that came out that we're going to do for you, and you can go back if you want to see me pull it randomly and pull your cards and all of that. But it's basically we're getting some insight into where you're at on your personal journey, some clarification, some validation that you might need at this point. It feels like you're stepping into a personal truth, and that's kind of where you're at on your journey. And so we're going to look at what you're moving through currently, your energy towards where you're at right now on the overall journey, the main block and how you can overcome it, as well as the motivation or the drive that you need most. I'm going to try to help instill that in you as well. All right, so I was channeling a song for you, and let's look at this, what you're moving through first, because it's relevant. It's when I started channeling the song. So the 3 of Swords with Strength. Okay, this is Leo's card. And it came out with Ghost, this Ghost card. Aw, isn't he so cute? Ooh, who could be scared of this little adorable ghost? All right. Who's scared of the big bad wolf, though, you know? So the 3 of Swords and Strength. I really like what you're telling me here, though, because the 3 of Swords came out and I was like, rah-rah, we're moving through Pain City, party of Libra. But you're like, it's okay. I've got it on lockdown. I'm not only beautiful, but also strong and intelligent. As if I forgot that. Come on, give me some credit. Okay, so we've got a little bit of heartbreak, a little bit of feelings that are coming out here, but strength represents the heart. Leo rules the heart, and strength is also about that quiet confidence that comes from knowing who you are and having had who you are be tested. Basically, you've walked through the fire. You've become your own leader. You've maybe become the parent or the inspiration or the guru or leader that you needed. And you know who you are, and you know that there's a lot of strength there. And it's because you have experienced pain and you've come out the other side enough to know that the strength of the heart is infinite. There's nothing that you can't pick yourself back up from, even if you think that it is the end of the world. Trust me. Trust me. You can want to die. You can want to die a million times and you can still be in love with life. That's the power of the heart. And you're highlighting that for me. That's what you're moving through. But there is this little ghost that seems to be trailing you. And it does feel like a bit of a haunting, not like a literal haunting. But I was channeling the song by Dashboard Confessional, and it is called Ghost of a Good Thing. No, Django, not with the farts again. Oh no, bro. Oh no, what have you been eating? That is so bad. Okay, it's my Rottweiler. I have a candle down here that I'm going to have to light and open this window because this happened the other night and I was actually gagging out here. It's bad. Whatever treats or something we're giving him, it needs to stop. It needs to stop immediately. Nothing is worth this suffering. Okay, so my gosh. But the song, oh, this song is so emo. My goodness. Okay. Let's clarify first and see how the song resonates or how it's relevant. Can you tell me more about what Libra is moving through right now in their own personal journey? Bro. It's bad. You know it's bad. You know when a dog is like looking at you and you're like, like, you know how bad it is. You're aware. It's like the guilty fart face. Okay, awesome. You're moving through this with grace and confidence, but it's taking work. It's taking effort. It's like you're having to apply the growth and the strength that you've gained thus far on your journey to where you are right now, like where you are currently. So it's requiring that of you. Let's clarify your energy first before we look at the song. It's the Knight of Swords. Okay. The Knight of Swords energy is it's clarity. But then when I said clarity, I channeled a John Mayer song. What's with all the emo boys coming through? Emo boys unite. But I was channeling gravity, but I heard, so with that song, he says, gravity, stay the hell away from me. But I heard clarity, stay the hell away from me. So maybe there's like a level of gravity or like weight that you are perceiving connected to a truth that you do know, like something that you're clear on, but you hesitate to look directly at it because it feels like it naturally kind of is like pulling you down, or it feels a little bit heavy. And it could be about Django. It could be about something from the past. This is so bad. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're opening this window. Dude, I don't know what is happening. It's like something died inside of you and is now about to kill me as well. Like, but that is so bad. I don't know what possibly caused that. My gosh, that is just not okay. Quite frankly, it's not all right. I'm not all right.
Are you alright? It smells like you're not alright. There's no way that anything about this can be alright, James. You need to help. Where's the... There's no way. Hi, I love you so much, but hell no. Alright. Gosh. Pardon me, Libra, while I light this candle and place it directly next to my face, because that is bad. Whatever my Rottweiler has been eating, it's bad. Rotten eggs and like something dead inside of him is now about to take me out. And I'm like, I don't want to go this way. There's so much more life to live. All right. Wow. Whatever that was. Just clear that out for me, please. Oh my gosh. Okay, we open the window. We've got a candle. We should be able to survive this. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna breathe through the mouth for a little bit just to cover my Django made an appearance, and he's now been accosting me with horrible gas. Okay. So yeah, I do feel like there's something that you know, and it feels a little heavy to know. It's requiring confidence and you to put the skills that you have gained or the things that you've integrated, like, to work, to move forwards, basically, is what I'm feeling from this. Can this be more low? No. Okay. The Knight of Wands. You know you have the confidence and the resilience. You've already gained the momentum to do this, like to move beyond this or to move through it. You know. The Knights are about action, and you're telling me, like, I've already done the work to gain the clarity, to gain the confidence by extension. Like, you have confidence because you know that you have the clarity. And so that's where the strength is coming from, but it doesn't necessarily make it like feel any better, whatever it is that you're kind of processing here. It still feels like a push. Yeah, and it's because you're closing something out. That could be like quite a big, it could be the culmination of a lesson. Oh, thank God that breeze is working. It's working. It's doing its thing. Okay. So I feel called to do a couple things. Number one, I want to read what it says about the ghost card in this book, which I believe I have because I brought the whole box out. Yeah. Okay, sweet. I want to see what that says. For some reason, there's quite a bit of significance surrounding that ghost energy there. Even if it's something that you've left behind, it still is having an impact on you. And I don't want to say that it's like you're haunted, and because you keep on reassuring me that like you're okay. And you know you have the strength to move through it or beyond it. However, it's definitely still affecting you. So I just want to see what's up with that. Okay. So it says, when this card comes up in a reading, it may be because a ghost from your past has been paying you a visit. This could be something unresolved or repressed, or a person or situation from your past. Pay attention to what's coming up emotionally during this time. Why do you think this ghost is coming to you now? What is it here to teach you? Okay. So the lyrics to this song, he says, I guess it's luck, but it's the same hard luck you've been trying to tame. Maybe it's love, but it's like you said, love is like a role that we play. But I believe in you so much, I could die for the words that you say.
but I believe in you so much I could die from the words that you say. You're chasing the ghost of a good thing, haunting yourself as the real thing is getting away from you again while you're chasing ghosts. Damn. Okay, I feel like that's the part right there. That's the part right there. You're chasing the ghost of a good thing, haunting yourself as the real thing is getting away from you again. It could be something that has taken you a very long time to give up hope surrounding from the past. Something that you didn't want to let go of, that ended, that you are feeling it's culminating with the world there. It's like feeling as though it's ready to go, but it's been difficult to let it go is what I'm feeling like, Libra. It's something where it was hard luck. Like, just you didn't get what you wanted from this. And it says, just bend the pieces till they fit, like they were made for it, but they weren't meant for this. I don't know. That song is saying a lot. Okay. They looked like Muppets. Yeah. I think it's the things coming out of their helmets. Okay, well, I think that's it. You're moving through the final release of something that you never wanted to let go of to begin with. And it's requiring you to have confidence in yourself, to remember who you are, to know that you validated who you are. You know what works for you, what doesn't work for you. You know what is aligned with you and what's not, what serves you and what doesn't. And you've put in the work, so you can trust yourself, Libra. But whatever's popping up right now to be basically for like a final nail to be put in the ground, or final nail to be put in the coffin so you can put this in the ground or lay it to rest. There's something that is it's still difficult, even though you know what you need to do, and you know what you know that is fueling that action. There's still this cute little ghost that's kind of like, you know, and there's a weight to the knowing that you do need to lay it to rest for good. So it's making you're like, I know I need to look at this, right? I know I need to address it, or I'm taking these final steps, but there's this gravity that the clarity brings up that feels, it might make you panic a little bit or hesitate to look at it, because you don't want, it's like, you know how much effort it took to pull yourself out of something or to get this much distance from it, that you don't want to go back to process it again, because you don't want to get pulled back into the gravity of it. It's like a black hole sucking you in. That's what that feels like a little bit. Okay, so the block and how to best overcome it. Well, the block is coming through as the 10 of Wands with anxiety. And how to overcome it is coming through as the 4 of Swords with trust. And this trust card is very, it's loud. Especially with that 4 of Swords. The 3 of Swords above ground. And there's this truth under the ground, underground. This like heavy truth maybe about the 3 of Swords that you can see from above ground. There's a truth under that that's maybe a little bit more subtle, but it's interesting, the gravity part, right? Like, that truth is underground. It's like, it does actually require you to kind of go, it does, that clarity, revisiting it does kind of require you to maybe go, into your own underworld again, maybe, to address it. But I feel like once you do that, that is what transmutes the pain, the final, that's what transmutes the ghost, diffuses the ghost, dissolves the ghost. Because it's like there's still this part of you that's holding on to the ghost of a good thing. And not seeing it as a threat even, but seeing it as this like cute little unassuming, harmless little thing that's kind of like, you know, following you. You're like, well, why do I have to put the final nail in the ground, you know, or in the coffin of that? You know, it's just harmless. It's not doing any harm or damage. But it's ready to close, because I think that it is actually, there's a strain connected to it. There's a weight connected to it that you're not meant to carry. And I think that it's this block. It's kind of like the weight of, there's an anxiety around the heart space specifically that feels quite heavy. It could be anxiety of like keeping the door open a crack for something. And again, it doesn't have to be a romantic partner. It could be like anything from your past, anyone from your past. But there's a fear, there's like a desire for it to come back or return. Whether you're kind of admitting that or not, there's like a sliver of desire, but there's also like a fear or an anxiety around that. And both of those things like are existing in this little crack of the door that's still left open. And even if you close the door, it doesn't mean that something can't come around in a new form or a renewed form. It just is like you're closing the door on the past cycle, on receiving it the way that it was before. Because that wasn't healthy for you in some way. It caused you pain. There's something about trusting that everything, even though it felt like a bit of a maze, it was ultimately leading you to this space of love that you can trust. And it was divine or sacred love. Yeah. This very pure-hearted part of yourself. You're able to access that again, or you're so close to accessing it. I feel like you will see it more clearly and be able to access it once you kind of release this ghost. The ghost could even be your perception of something being good or being workable, when really it does need to die and be reborn, or it needs to take on a completely different shape or form to be successful. So in other words, like let's say you're thinking about someone coming back, right? And you just miss them. So you're just like, you think of how they were in the past because that is what your memory brings up for you, which is natural. But really what you would want is to like, you've evolved past the version of yourself that you were in the past. And you would need someone who is like, if this person returned, you would need them to return to you in a way that has evolved as well, so that it can be in alignment with where you're at now, because you're not the same, right? You've gained knowledge and strength, and you would need someone who can meet you and match you. So to chase the ghost of a good thing, it's like you are chasing something that, well, if they are just stuck where they were, that's not what you would want to call in anyways. You already know that it doesn't work, and it would work or be even less aligned now because you've grown and moved forwards. So you're not really, you want to quit attaching, or yeah, you want to have a healthy detachment from the past version, like the ghost. And if you were to manifest, what you would want to manifest is like the highest and best and most aligned thing for you. And then if this thing came back, changed, then you would know that it is that thing, right? So the motivation or drive that you need most here to push you through or forwards at this time on your journey is the Seven of Cups. Okay. What about that? There's a lot you don't see. There's a lot you don't see that's culminating on the horizon. There's a lot to look forward to that you're moving towards. The Three of Wands there, the 10 of Pentacles with the 7 of Cups. It could feel confusing or hazy, or like everything is just an illusion, or like a fantasy right now. But there's something that's actually beautiful. Yeah, it's hidden from you. I'm telling you, you don't see it. It's about to be grounded in reality in a very tangible way, but it requires you to let go of the last little bit of what was, to accept what is, or what is meant to be now. Whether that involves this ghost or not. But I think you know this. This is just validation. Anything else for Libra before I let them go? This has taught you a lot, Libra. Through pain and difficulty, damn. The 5 of Pentacles and the 5 of Cups. Through pain and difficulty. You've learned a lot through this journey, and you're ready to up level. You're ready to leave the remnants of pain behind and to believe that there's something beautiful on the horizon coming for you. It could even be fresh energy being infused into a past situation, but you have to let go. It's like that. If you love something, let it go. If it returns to you again, it was meant to be, but it doesn't have the chance to return changed and transmuted and in alignment with you where you are at now if you don't let it go. Right? So that is what I'm seeing for you, Libra. I feel like, again, this is something that you know. You're aware of this. You just needed the validation because it does feel a little difficult, and you do have the strength, but honor your experience as well. Take the time that you need. Don't rush this process. Honor what has been, but understand that ultimately it brought you to your heart. It brought you to yourself more. And you can trust that it's also bringing you closer to love, the kind of love you deserve and desire, whether that's with something from the past or whether that involves like the return of something, a situation, or a person from the past or not. It is what you're calling towards you because it's the energy that you are radiating. So that's beautiful. Okay. All right. We're moving on to Scorp. Moving on. Why is this blinding? Blinded by the light. Okay. Okay, I think I can close the window now because it's freezing, but please don't fart again, Django. Because that was not something that I can handle. Okay. My goodness. What's up? You're back just in time. Look at you guys all tuned in. Perfectly intuitively tuned in. Okay. Let's see what message Scorpio needs. Did we just... No, it's been a second since we did this. Has it been? Is this the last one that I did? I can't remember. It's your truth, their truth, and the truth, Scorpio. It's very Scorpionic read to come through. Your truth, their truth, and the truth. I feel like I did this reading somewhat recently, but obviously if it's coming through, then there's something that you want some clarity on there. So let's see. Let's see what's coming up for you in regards to the situation here. Okay, I'm sorry. It's a very squeaky couch, you guys. All right. Your truth, the truth, and the truth, Scorp. Let's see. Where that? Spread is your truth, their truth, the truth, challenge and advice. Is that what we want to do? That one. Yeah, okay. All right. Your truth, their truth, the truth, the primary challenge, and some advice for the situation. Let's see. Let's see what's going on. Okay, I want to use this, I think. This deck. You have 7 Scorpio placements. Let's go. Toothpick videos. My God. I don't even have anything to say about that. I mean, I have a very fair share of Scorpionic energy in my chart. And it's all in the first house and the 12th house. So it's pretty loud and proud. With the Pluto and Scorpio conjunct my rising, but still, my goodness. Sexy though, not gonna lie, sexy. I love me some Scorpio energy. All right, let's use the 8th house tarot. Seems like a job for the 8th house tarot. Let's do it. You are a super Scorpio. My goodness. Use your power for good and not evil, or the world shall perish at your hands. Okay. A little Scorpio stellium. There is no such thing as small Scorpio energy, let's be honest. But that's a lot. I left my coffee in the bedroom. I'm feeling like I'm done with the wine. I feel like I just wanted like 3 sips of wine because I don't really drink ever anymore. Rochelle was a bad influence on me. No, I'm just kidding. But you did make me be like, wine, that sounds delicious. But now I'm like, no, coffee. Coffee is my homeboy. Wine is my side bitch. And water, obviously, is my lover, so. My forever lover. Okay, here we go. Scorps. I'm gonna get that caffeine. Here we go. The devil. Scorpio's truth. School hard knocks. Okay. It's your truth. Their truth. The other person's truth. The truth. Interesting. Challenge. So much scorpionic energy, okay? And the advice. The masochism is real, even for you. But you're learning. You're learning. Jazz fingers. Fuck. All right. Fuck our collective lives, Scorpio. Good thing I'm here for this Scorpio support group. Let's see. One more card for the advice. Scorpio. Yeah. Choose light. You can do it, buddy. Choose the light. Yeah, it's gonna take self-discipline. It's gonna take... Okay. Spirit's got jokes. Jokes. You appreciate me. You will get a positive response. Okay. Grab that coffee and I'll be right back. Sagittarius, Leo, and Scorpio readings tend to resonate. It's not bad. It's just, it's loud, you know. All right. Put some pants on because it got a little cold when I opened the window. Okay. The caffeine has been
We can blow that candle out now. The atrocity has passed, but that was really horrible. That was real bad before. Okay. Let's timestamp and see what's going on here for Scorp. Let's hold these two. So 3 truths. Okay. All right. Hello, Scorpio. My beautiful brothers and sisters in darkness, masochism, emotional intelligence, and beauty. In mystery, shrouded in mystery and shadow, just the way we like it, right? All right, my sexy friends, let's take a look at this. So the reading that you guys got is the 3 truths reading: your truth, their truth, and the truth. So I somewhat recently, I think, did an all signs on this, but obviously there's something here that wants to be highlighted for you, again, in a specific situation. So let's see. So your truth is coming through as the 8 of Cups, which is associated with or correlated to Saturn and Scorpio, the placement. Saturn and Scorpio, the astrological placement. So you may or may not have that placement. I'm also seeing Mars and Scorpio highlighted here. Both of you might have strong Scorpio in your chart. God help you. Or you may not, but let's clarify that 8 of Cups. So keep in mind as well that the roles can always be reversed for this reading specifically, or for any reading that looks at 2 specific sides of the story. Yeah, so if this side sounds more like the other person and vice versa, then feel free to take it that way, okay? Just take it how it resonates for you. I want to sit like fully on the couch like this. Okay, so you are coming through as learning a very scorpionic lesson. So the whatever lesson you're learning, it's been a bit of a journey, right? As it always is with Saturn. With Saturnian lessons, it's something that is usually learned over like a phase of time, a period of time, or through repeating a pattern or a lesson. And it's because Saturn wants it to like sink in so that you don't have to learn that lesson again. But with Saturn and Scorpio, fixed water, what is the hardest thing for us? Well, it's usually to like unlove someone. And there's this quote like, "My darling, you will never be unloved by me. You are too well tangled in my soul." Probably written by someone with Scorpio in their chart, let's be honest. But that's the struggle. Fixed water. When you're in, you're in. When someone is in your heart, they in there. And they're in the deepest part, the deepest, darkest, they're in there, right? And so then to the 8 of Cups, walk away or separate yourself from that, basically uproot that out of your heart so that you can distance yourself from it. Well, it ain't easy, you know? It's not easy to get fixed water moving. You have to move. The Ace of Cups. Oh, yeah. You have to choose new love, or you have to choose the 8 plus the Ace, the 9 of Cups.
You have to be motivated by your own emotional well-being and fulfillment. And if you're not getting it somewhere, or if you're holding on to something that is just like a perpetual waiting forever for nothing that ever shows up in any sort of like tangible way. Like if you're waiting and waiting and something keeps on returning, having like no visible growth, nothing has changed, then eventually even a Scorpio is going to be like, okay, we're moving on, because then it's just, you're not really holding on to anything. Then, much like Libra's reading, you're holding on to the ghost of what could have been a good thing and is not showing you that it really is doing anything to actually reach the potential of being that, right? So it takes a lot to be unloved by a Scorpio. You have to push them you got to push it to the limit. But when a Scorpio is ready to unlove, it sucks. It is very difficult to cut someone out of your heart as someone with strong Scorpio. And it's nearly impossible for said person to ever be able to find their way back, or like get close enough to you to ever open yourself up to them in that vulnerable, intimate way again once you've actually done that. It's like they either still have a space in your heart that you are still like holding hope, holding the torch, like letting them fill that space, or else you're not. And when you're not, it's like, well, I don't fall out of love easily, but when I do, it's permanent, you know? So like, don't come showing up after I've done the work to painstakingly pull you out of my heart by the roots, after like holding on painstakingly and having hope in you and being let down kind of thing, or being let down by my own expectation, like breaking, either our heart has been broken by someone else or we're breaking our own heart to hold on. But I'm seeing that you're reaching this point where you're motivated to move forwards. And that doesn't mean you want to necessarily, but you want love. You want to feel love and emotional fulfillment. And so you're like, the thing is with Scorpio, when we let go, it's like, you have left me no other choice. You've either shown up and deceived or betrayed me in such a way that I know I can never trust you again. And because I know that, I will start the process of pulling you out of my heart by the roots, which requires me to go to the deepest recesses of my heart. And that's usually the process of like going in to pull out, is usually where this lesson is learned. Because it's walking away with the Eight of Cups. But for us, we have to go to the source. And then the walking away is like the pulling it out. Right? Yeah, caffeine was the right call for this reading. Wine would have just been guzzled, you know? Because it's hitting a little too close to home here. Just because I've done it, I've had to do it in my life, and it hurts. Like, even if your heart's already broken, that process requires you to break your own heart a little bit, because you have to let go of the it's like water holds memory. And to flush that memory out, there has to be this emotional release. And it sometimes feels violent for a Scorpio. It's hard to let go for any fixed sign. Ugh, I'm feeling it. I feel it like in my heart, Scorpio. Killing me. Sun in Scorpio. The Six of Cups. We got Scorpios in the house representing. Huh. Okay. I see you. I see you. All right. Their truth. Their truth is coming through as the Hierophant, Taurus energy. Another fixed sign. So Some stubbornness in the house here, huh? Well, you could be dealing with a Taurus. This is also your sister sign, meaning it's like directly across or opposing you on the astrological or natal kind of like wheel there. Okay. Well, this person is committed. They're very strongly committed, like cemented in their commitment to something in their own right as well. It feels like with them, it has to do with, I heard it's something that they worship. Now that could just be anything that you make a god in your life. Anything essentially that you pour the most time, energy, attention, effort into. Anything you prioritize most in your life basically becomes an idol or a god, right? It's something that you are like putting on the pedestal of your life, prioritizing above other things. So there's something here with them that they bullheadedly, like they're very, not necessarily a bad thing, but stubbornly still, bowing to. And it's something that they've learned, either culturally, traditionally, generationally. Oftentimes with the Hierophant, it's something that has been passed down. It's not something that necessarily was created, like it's not like a genius new invention that this person has created. It's something that they were taught or something that they studied that resonated with them, but it's something that has that sort of sense of tradition to it. Okay. Let's clarify that a little bit. Weird. Like they're committed to watching you walk away. But it's coming through as like they're committed to... There's something about autonomy, and it's like, if that's what you want to do, then I'm going to let you do that. It's interesting. There is an energy of like respect there. Like if you want to let go, I'll let you. If you want to push me away, I'll let you. Maybe even if that's not what I want. Because there's something about autonomy and free will that's being referenced here. It's interesting because this is how the cards are on the table, right? Your truth and their truth. They're looking at you. They're watching you walk away. They're looking through what it is that they know. They're still being influenced by whatever it is here that is like... What is that factor there? What is the factor, this thing that they believe in? It could be that this person believes like they worship autonomy. They believe in autonomy. They believe in free will. And if that's what you want to do, then I'm not going to stop you kind of energy is what I'm getting from this. But that was highlighted and validated because this is Mars in Aries, the Two of Wands. And Mars is Aries ruler, but Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. Aries is the emperor, yang energy, very independent, very like, I'm at a crossroads and I'm the architect of my own destiny. It's like you can either light a match and let it burn or leave it unlit, but the choice is up to you, and this person is respecting... It feels like they're committed to respecting your decision a little bit. I want to know more about that though. Like, what is this? What is this person ultimately serving? Because the Hierophant is about like the structures, like the foundation that we build our life on, and the structures that are the cornerstones of that create the stability, right? It's like what, and usually it is like traditional, whether we're creating our own traditions with like a new family unit that we want to last, like we're creating our own legacy, right? There's something about letting you move the way you want to move and knowing that you're not controllable and that they don't have any desire to control you. This person is very self-controlled. There's a lot of discipline being highlighted here between you and this person. You are having to discipline yourself to walk away. They are, and it may not even be, I'm going to clarify that more. It may not even be that you're like uprooting this person. You're walking away from emotional confusion and something within the situation or that has to do with this person that has not been emotionally fulfilling though, and you're walking towards emotional fulfillment or love. And then it feels like you're not going to, yeah, that's what it is. It's a standard. There's a standard that's been set, and it's, you can't go back on it because the standard is based on a difficult lesson that you have been learning and that is continuing to integrate for you. You would have to like undo the work that you've done to go back. Like you'd have to consciously digress, or right? And you're too smart for that. You're in the pursuit of happiness. This person is watching you. They're very aware of you. But there's this like fiery, autonomous, willful energy that's highlighted between the two of you, and this person respects that very much. It's like they know that if you force someone or you try to manipulate someone into coming back around or loving you, or if you try to control someone's actions or behavior, then like when you get what you want, it's not really that fulfilling or validating. It's not really real because you manipulated to get it. For instance, like if I was to do like like let's say I was to do like a love potion spell or something. I don't even know what that consists of. I've never done one in my life, never planned on it because ew. And also free will, bitch. Free will, very real. You don't mess with that. Karma is real for messing with that. So, and plus you can't anyways. You really can't mess with someone's free will anyways. That's just an illusion. So I personally don't really believe in that kind of thing. But just for the sake of, just to play devil's advocate, let's say that it's that you can magically influence or control somebody else's free will and the choices that they make. Let's say I do like a love potion-y woo-woo spell and I like conjure someone coming back to me. That would be so lackluster and not fulfilling. It's not love if someone doesn't choose it on their own. Right? Love is not something that can be manipulated, and really someone's genuine, authentic direction and action or trajectory is also not something that can be manipulated. Not if you want to like really, not if you really care about the person and you want them to be who they are, and you want the connection between the two of you to be true, right? But with the Two of Wands and the Eight of Wands, this is Mercury in Sagittarius and Mars in Aries. Those are two very free-spirited, fiery energies that do what they want, say what they want, move how they want, when they want, and you don't control them. So it feels like that's what this person, they really value that, and it's because they know that you can't force something. You won't get what you want, or you won't get it how you want it. It will be skewed and like distorted if you take that approach, and they're aware of that. So they're just kind of allowing something to happen because this is something that they value very much. They value free will and choice. They know that things need to align naturally to truly ground and move forwards. There needs to be a natural alignment, right? There's something here also about you like communicating. They're not going to force communication. They are not going to like infuse. There's something about them being aware that there would need to be a completely fresh energy, fresh passion, like something a totally different approach, something totally new than what has been between the two of you for there to be success, the Ace of Wands and the Six of Wands, and for there to be an authentically open heart and to be open to desire, basically. To move from the heart and to move from true desire, there would need to be a fresh infusion of energy, as well as a balance between those energies, fire and water, spirit and heart. And there's another ace as well, the Ace of Pentacles. To ground this, that's what is required. So maybe this person is like, well, let them walk away, let them learn the lesson, let them integrate, let them move towards what genuinely feels like love for them. And if at the end of the day we end up in the same spot and that is me, then that's great. Then I know that it's real. If you love something, let it go. If it returns to you, then it returns something new. Then it returns something that has learned a valuable lesson and can meet you more where you are from an authentic place, and it will know why it's meeting you there. It will have that personal conviction that you didn't manipulate or force, and then you know that you can fucking trust it. And trust is huge for Scorpio. You can't trust something that you manipulate. And I think deep down you know that. So if there's been any element of that on either side, that's being completely done away with, and that's very necessary. Digress would be a horror movie all over again. Yeah. You can't affect someone's free will. You can choose the reality where they are the person who wants to be with you, huh? Only if they use their own free will to also choose that reality, though. So not really, because no, you both have to choose it. So, and you don't control in any way someone else choosing the reality where they stay or where they want to be with you as you want to be with them. There's really no workaround in the having any true influence. Like if someone chooses you, they choose you, and if they choose not to, they choose not to. But free will basically just means like your will is your own entirely, and that's a God-given gift that nothing can take from you. Even if you're, for instance, forced into a situation, you can still rebel internally. You can still rebel quietly. You can still know that you're stuck in a situation or you're being held against your will, but internally, you're not. You can know that something doesn't truly own or possess you, right? So even if from the outside it appears that you are being controlled or dictated or dominated, nothing can ever truly own or possess you or take your free will from you. And that is something we need to remember, especially in this fucking day and age, I'm telling you. So the truth is the Four of Wands, which is Venus in Aries. Where are my Venus in Aries babies at? Woo, woo, woo. Okay. Speaking of fiercely independent energy, it came out with oppression, though. So, restriction, exhaustion, depression, depleted resources, feeling cut off, punishment, or confinement. There's a miscommunication here, I think. I'm almost feeling like you are feeling as though this person letting you, like, whoever's walking away, someone is just letting you, allowing you to do that, and they're not really putting up a fight. It's not because they don't want you. It's because they want you to choose what you want and then act on it from a place of personal conviction so that they can trust it. They don't want to convince you to want them, you know, or to stay. They want you to take all of your fiery, independent, free will and the love and desire and passion that you hold within you and choose to point it in their direction. I think you both want this from one another, but there's this restrictive energy. On this person's side, it's like it's a self-contained sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear the train, but that's definitely validation. Because I'm seeing that they want you to pick them. Like they want you to end up in the same spot at the end of the day. But they're committed to, like, they're almost like over committed to letting you not letting you choose your own way, but like having no influence whatsoever on you making that choice, when really, like, they could tell you how they feel and then you can still take that information and make your own choice with it, right? Like, that is not manipulation, or like trying to dictate your path forward is more well, I mean, it would have an element of like actual manipulation and trying to like fuck with the energy, or push you, like sway you one way or the other. But just sharing your authentic feelings or desires with another person is not that. It's just like, here's some information that you can do with what you want while making your choice from a place of free will, right? But you can and you should still speak your truth, because sometimes people walk away because they have no idea how the other person feels, you know? It's like, oh, I thought you didn't give a shit because you never told me that you gave a shit. So I walked away because I thought that something was one-sided, or I felt very cut off from you, or I felt punished by your silence, or exhausted by the restrictive sort of energy, or the depletion of like engagement or connection. But I feel that you're both somewhat feeling this. It feels heavy and oppressive to not be, like, to choose, not to choose fierce independence. That's not it. It's like to choose independence at the expense of connection. Because that's not how it's supposed to be. The train again. Spirit's like, yes, I co-sign this message. That's what's exhausting you. It feels like you're both very committed to choosing your own way and to doing what you think you need to do, the way that you believe it needs to be done. But there's a lot that's not being said. There's a lot that's not being, and it's like, I don't know if the two of you realize that you can exist in this very free and like sovereign way without completely cutting yourself off from one another, or confining yourself, like, to stay away from one another. Like, the Four of Wands and Venus in Aries is very much about the freedom to choose, right? From a Venus in Aries, with Jupiter in Aries in the same house there with it. It's like, I definitely know the Nine of Pentacles. I definitely know, like, In a way, when someone who has Venus in Aries placement loves you, it's like, again, it's so powerful because you know that like that they are good with being on their own. A Venus in Aries person finds so much joy in freedom. They fulfill themselves. They are their own muse. They inspire themselves. They are lit up and turned on by life. You know, it's a lust for life. They don't need another person. They don't need anything outside of themselves. Because when you think about it, Aries, the first sign of the zodiac, Venus in Aries, it's like there ain't no one else there to look for that from but yourself. And so it's like the feminine, Venus, giving itself the validation and the love that it would normally seek in another. The lesson is kind of backwards for Venus in Aries because that's what most people are trying to learn in life, right? It's like how to give yourself what you desire someone else to give you, because the freedom and the baseline of joy and liberation that offers is insane. With Venus in Aries, it's kind of the opposite. You know how to do that. You're too comfortable just supplying everything to yourself that you forget that relational, intimate element is necessary and that there's a lot to be offered. It doesn't mean you can't satisfy yourself or that you need somebody else. It's not about that. It's about giving yourself willingly because it's what you desire. And understanding that your desire doesn't make you weak. And desire is not a cage. Love is not a cage. And it's not about possession. It's about boldly choosing and claiming another from a place of sovereignty and freedom, which makes it mean so much more. So, but with Venus in Aries, it's about becoming comfortable with letting someone else in, and knowing that they do have something valuable to offer, even though you are good with just being on your own. You can get a little too comfortable in that. It can almost be like a hyper independence thing. Okay, anything else about that? There's this sense of overall oppression though, and restriction and just heaviness. It's like a draining energy where there could be celebration and joy, but I'm seeing that it's coming from the way that it's like this insistence upon complete and utter autonomy. Like you're scared to influence one another because you feel like if you do, by stating your desire or claiming your desire, that will influence or like manipulate the other person and you won't be able to trust it or something like that. But it's almost like throwing the baby out with the bathwater in the meantime. The past between you and this person has felt heavy. There's a lot of love though. It's the love that has made it feel heavy. And it's been mutual. Okay. So the greatest challenge here is the 5 of Cups, Mars in Scorpio. Tell me more about that. You have to let the experience that you've had so far with this person and with yourself in the context of this dynamic soften you and crack you open, which is actually more difficult than walking away. Staying but transforming is not the same as staying in terms of like clinging to the ghost of something because you can't let go. Staying and having the courage to work through the pain, Mars in Scorpio, to literally move through the grief to transmute it. The only way out is through, and then on the other side, reach this Three of Cups. Reconciliation, friendship, joy, celebration. It's available, but it's the challenge. Because when you move through pain, you can either let it crack you open or you can let it harden you. You can either shut down or you can open up. And that's the definitive thing here. That's what's going to decide, right? If this is the outcome. Both people need to move through the grief and come out the other side softer. Still, like, having processed and released the past and any heavier emotions, grief, resentment, insecurity, the desire to possess, to force, to control. These are all scorpionic themes. But that's not love. That's obsession. That's control. But it's not love. So, your advice, the Two of Swords, Moon in Libra. It's very interesting that there's two hands and they are each offering a moon, the blindfold. This is where the free will, both of your free will needs to come into play, or needs to be. If you want to come together, then here is how, well, this is the advice on to how to make that happen. But it requires you to offer, both of you to offer what is hidden in the deepest recesses of your heart. The moon represents what you haven't shared with the other. What has been hidden, what has been kept back. You both need to bring that and offer it openly and freely to one another. An open devotion, openly claiming and doing it boldly without seeing or knowing, without the validation or the assuredness that the other person is going to do the same. Basically, you have to choose this without knowing that the other person is also choosing it. You have to have faith. Because it doesn't really take a lot of strength to be open if you already have the assuredness that the other person's going to also be open. Again, it's like you have to choose it. Both people have to choose it for themselves from that place of personal autonomy, and that is when it really holds weight, and that's when it can really be trusted. That's when it can really be transformative. So it's clarified by this card, the clinging, fire, illumination, inspiration, devotion, an all-consuming passion, regeneration, spirituality, virtue, and enlightenment. Your own internal fire and devotion. You need to be essentially inspired by your own all-consuming passion and allow that to regenerate, enlighten, and align you, and also give you the courage, you know, to be vulnerable, to be intimate, right? And this requires self-discipline. It requires integrity and strength of character from within. It requires you to move through the pain with self-awareness, without shutting down, and realize the potential that you believe is still there, and then choose it before you know with certainty that the other person's going to choose to meet you there. But I am seeing that both of you, you want to, it's like you want to choose this, but you also want to respect one another, it feels like. But with you specifically, there's some reason why you feel like you need to walk away. And it's because what you've experienced recently within this, or what's been shown to you, so it hasn't felt like love. So it's either this person has been showing up in a way that is misleading in regards to their true feelings, because I'm seeing they truly do feel a lot, and there actually is this devotion and commitment to you, but they're not sharing it because of this stubbornness, that this like thing of you need to do it yourself. But you're misreading that as like ambivalence, them not caring, them like, okay, well, if you cared, you would initiate conversation, you would talk, you would claim me, you would let me know how you feel, you know. And it's like this person is doing nothing, or it's just crickets. And in their mind, it's because they value autonomy and freedom so much that they're just like, they don't want to influence you because they don't think they can trust it if they do. Meanwhile, I feel like you're over here feeling like there's no love, or there's no water left in the well, and you have to move forwards because you are dying of thirst. And this person is like a deep well of love for you, but they're not sharing it. Wow. This is the Queen of Pentacles, but look at, there's water literally pouring into her hands. There needs to be the physical outpouring or expression of the emotion that has been kept inside. Literally, the Page of Fire. There needs to be expression from the heart, the ability to get your hands dirty, to say what is hard to say, to make the choice, right? Scorpio. Scorpionic energy, the King of Cups with the Nine of Cups. To know what is your emotional fulfillment, what is your wish fulfillment, to be solid in that from an internally self-regulated place that has not been manipulated or influenced, and then to move boldly towards that because it's what you want, not because you know that it's going to choose you back, not because you know that it's a safe bet. Safe bets are boring when it comes to love anyways. You gotta roll the dice on love, baby. There's something about like now being the time too, because the Chariot, Cancer season started yesterday. So that's what I see for you, Scorp. Is there anything else? I feel like that's it. It's pretty self-explanatory. There's fear that you need to move through, and the fear is around communicating. Both of you, I think, have held on to something in a slightly toxic way, but I think that it's like this, it's so interesting because it's like you're both showing me we care so much about like autonomy and the other person being able to make their own choice, and I don't want to force it, but I think that is kind of like an excuse coming from a place of fear for both of you. Because it's easier to just say that and then like put the essentially the accountability or the responsibility on the other person than it is to reach out and touch faith, you know? You can learn something from your sister sign. Taurus, moon in Taurus, the Hierophant. So that's what I see for you. I don't know, babe. 10 of Cups. You can have it all, I feel, but both of you do have to choose it on your own. But the thing is, like, not by, like, moving away from one another, never telling each other how you feel, like, being in love, madly in love with each other, but just, like, never telling the other person, like, okay. You know? Like, say say what you mean and say it from the fucking chest, you know? So, if that is what you want, if you don't want it, then, yeah, then that's okay. Then this probably isn't your reading. I think that you want love. I don't think that you want this in the way that it's been presented to you in the past, because it hasn't been presented authentically. It's like there's been a lot held back because this person is like, if I show you how I really feel, I don't know. It's like there's this weird, it's not real though. Like really, I feel like they're just scared to show you how they really feel. And potentially vice versa as well. But you're both learning quite an interesting lesson that feels pretty intense right now. So it's up to you what you do with that. But if you serve, like if you worship autonomy to the degree that it ends up owning you, that autonomy then becomes a cage that you can't get out of and can't let anyone else into with you, then that's not freedom anymore, right? And it's showing me that like what you guys are both saying is in the name of freedom is feeling oppressive. So it's not really doing what it's intended to do. So I think that that's what's needing to be readdressed, and probably why this reading came out for you. So that's what I have for you, Scorp. I hope that was helpful. Okay. All right, that was deep and emotional. And I'm not surprised. All right, referring to a multiverse paradigm where there are infinite versions of each person. What if there's no version where the person chooses you, though? What if there's no universe where the person that you want, like that you've convinced yourself is for you, chooses you? Or are you saying that you believe that there's like a timeline where every single thing plays out? I don't know. But even if you choose the like one of infinite paradigms from the multiverse, like it doesn't impact what somebody else chooses. Like you can choose a timeline, but someone still has to meet you on it, I guess is what I'm saying. You can choose one of an infinite amount of realities, right? But in every reality, people have free will. So it's like things still have to align. If there's no alignment, then it doesn't matter what reality you choose, right? But it's a romantic way of thinking, and I appreciate that as a hopeless romantic. It's just I don't really agree, to be honest. Well, it's not that I don't agree. I believe that there are infinite amounts of timelines and realities, but in all of them, you can't force anyone else's hand, or you can't even force someone to meet you in the reality or timeline that you desire, I guess is what I'm saying. Can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. Someone wise said that at some point in time. I don't know. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, we're moving on to Sagittarius. My loves. Let's see what's going on, Sag. What reading do you need? Thanks for hanging out with me, you guys. The chaotic energies are real. I'm like swimming through them. I haven't fully like rooted into, I've gone through a lot of like a little bit of a chaotic last like week and a bit where a lot has shifted and I moved, and the move wasn't necessarily anticipated, and you know. So we're still trying to ground in here. So pardon me for, I'm kind of swimming through the energies just at my own pace as always. But I appreciate you guys being here with me in the waves. Loving me for who I am, as always. Leaving if you don't. Love that for all of us. Because I'm not here to force your hand. I'm not here to manipulate you into loving me. You must choose it of your own free will. And not everyone has excellent taste. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Or am I? Okay. I only get funnier as time goes on, or at least that's what I tell myself when these readings hit a certain point. Okay. Scorpio is rough, but you hear me. How the move went. It's going okay. Well, it went well. It went well. I'm here. I'm with my Rottweiler. I'm in my hometown, and I will be here for like 2 months, another through the summer. And then hopefully then I will be on the other side of the globe for the foreseeable future. So we'll see about that. But it's kind of go time. It's go time. It's like you're going to be seeing me very consistently, and hopefully also, yeah, liking the streams, booking private readings. I'm going to run a sale. I'm going to be running lots of sales, but help me move to Thailand, please. I love you so much. I need this move. So, yeah, the summer, the next 2 months is going to be, it's go time. We're going hard, and we're getting the hell out of here. We're getting out of Canada. And we're going somewhere greener, somewhere lusher, somewhere where there is water in my direct vicinity. That's goals. So I've never needed your support more. And even if it's just in the form of like moral support, you know? But that is the goal. That's goals. That's goals. You have the sun. You have sun in Saggy. Your chart is a walking contradiction. Everybody's chart is a contradiction to some degree, I feel like. You're going to be there in October? Ooh. Maybe our paths, maybe we'll overlap. That'd be dope. Yeah. Amazing. I've never actually been there before. So I'm very excited. I've wanted to go for a really long time. The stars are aligning. Okay, let's see what Sagittarius needs to hear. What message? Oh, yes. I found the hair that was on my arm and I got it off. That was really buggy. It was stuck in my bracelet. That's why I couldn't get it before. Okay. Maybe there's an absolute chaos massage parlor. Absolute chaos massage parlor you want to try? What does that mean? Absolute chaos. I'm intrigued and drawn in as a Gemini moon. I feel like I need that in my life, whatever that is. Okay, Sagittarius. In Vedic, my Capricorn Mars and stellium turns into a Sagittarius Mars and stellium. Whoop, whoop. So we're trying to get into that, tune into that higher timeline. All right, Sag. We are looking at your current evolutionary arc, past, present, and future. Whoop. You know, how we're growing and evolving here. What's the trajectory? Let's get some context by looking at where you're coming from, where you are, where you're going. So it seems like this is a little bit of a check-in point to give you some perspective. So let's do that. Let's do it. Okay. I want to use this deck for your oracle deck. So there could be astrological influences at play because this is an astrology deck that I want to use for you. Okay, let's find your spread. Evolutionary arc. Oh, okay. We're just pulling 2 cards for the past, 2 for the present, 2 for the future. That's easy. That's easy enough. Don't need to reference that. Okay, cool. Past, present, and future. Let's take a look. Weird. Sorry, I was just channeling. I was hearing a Drake song for some reason. Another one. Another one. I don't even listen to that much. I don't listen to Drake anymore. I used to listen to him. What song is that? Pull back the curtain, take a look. Hey, What I am, who I am. I don't know what song that is, but I'm hearing it. Anyways, if you know what Drake song that is, feel free to let us know. I don't know if there's any relevance to Sagittarian's reading. Okay. Let's get it. The part I was hearing though was like pull back the curtain, take a look. Oh, I know what song it is. It's the one that starts with that really bassy. I'm hearing it so strongly in my head. Does he sing that with somebody else though, that one? I don't know. I don't even know if there's any relevance. That could be okay. I heard like theme song, so maybe that's the theme song for the Sagittarians that are that are undergoing this particular, or that are in this particular evolutionary arc or space. So I guess I'll try to find the lyrics or what song that is. Another Kendrick and Drake feud. Why? So you can watch him get his ass absolutely handed to him again. I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. But anyone who's going up against like a Gemini lyrically is a masochist. And well, Drake is a Scorpio, so it's the math is mathing. Like lyrically, no competition, not even in the same realm. But Drake, catchy motherfucker, you know, he knows how to. I just feel like they're like aiming for 2 different groups, you know. I don't know, like doesn't Kendrick say something in one of his songs about like, you're catchy, like stick to the clubs, you know, like people like dancing to your shit, and it's like you know, a point may have been made. Where's the lie? Why fix something that isn't broken? Like just. But I agree, I was living for that feud. The drama was real. And singing it at the Super Bowl and people singing along that like Drake is a pedophile was like, wow, what world are we living in? When you can go to the club and sing along about. MGK and Eminem was entertaining, was it? Eminem is feuded with so many people that I can't keep up, and I don't pay attention to Machine Gun Kelly in any sense of, I couldn't tell you a single song. I don't know. I didn't stick to that one too much. I'm guessing Eminem won though. I'm not sure. Lyrically, these just don't seem like fair matchups, you know? Like, there's a clear underdog here. Love a good underdog story, but okay. He talked shit on Eminem's daughter. Ooh. Nobody talks ish on HIIII. Of MG. Okay. Sagittarius. Getting so distracted talking about rap lore and feuds. Because I am clearly the, you know, I'm obviously the person, the expert on this topic, that the person who you want to come to for, you know, the facts. Sarcasm. Okay, the past. I actually do have ridiculously good taste in music, and I do listen to, like, basically every genre. But also V-dub. Rap battle analysis with Lisa. Yes, the most, like, just woo. They not like us, you know. I have the insight to talk about this. I still like to shit talk when I can, where I can, you know, get a little in there. A little spice. Spice up your life. I'm here for it. Come for the tarot. Stay for the rap beef discussion. Yeah. Might throw a double entendre in there for you, you know. A little something for you. Bars. Should I rap Sagittarian's reading? Does that need to happen? Don't say yes. Okay, present. Well, this is okay. What? I don't feel like you're seeing yourself clearly in the present. Okay, and in the hear me out. You got the power. Has Sag been through it? Oh, Lord. Okay. Get you an oracle card. Well, 3 oracle cards to be exact. And then... Oh. Well, what's that one? Where's that one for? Check with my trusty little pendulum. Past, present, or future. Yeah, that seems to make a lot of sense. Okay. Huh. Intrigue. You have piqued my interest here. Sag, spice. Okay. Sag is our badass as usual. Carry on. Well, I mean, I don't need an oracle card to tell me that. Let's see. Oh, well, I can't say the original gangsters of the original, what is that Offspring song? Original trickster, I'm disappointed in myself for not remembering this now. Let's see. Show me, okay, give me a card for the past here for Sag. I was just about to say, are both of those you? Are you about to let someone who potentially didn't see you for all of your glorious badassery, like, dictate the way you move in the present and moving forwards? Because, like, if that's the case, if anything's gonna, like, light me up enough that I will wrap your reading, it's gonna be like, oh no, bitch. Nah. We are not, no. We are not letting that happen. If I need to create, like, some form of rap ballad to inspire you, even if it's just to make you laugh, you know, bitch, I'm about to do it. Because we're not letting a motherfucker take you down. Okay, present. Moon, your sun. Ooh. That's it. It's okay. We must truly dive in and see. Okay. But, anything else, though? Is there another one that wants to come up for that, or no? What? There was. I knew there was. Okay. Stress me. Why am I stressed out on your behalf? To know. Does anyone know what Drake song that is, though? Where he's like, we'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm light skinned, but I'm still, like, he's a... Yeah. Freaking Drake. Okay, let's see. What does he say? I know I landed early for a reason. Everyone else is like, hurry the fuck up. I'm just like, shit, like, just being hilarious. Well, not being hilarious, maybe. That's subjective. But just, like, shit talking with the Sagittarians in the chat. Like, I ain't got nowhere to be. I got all the time in the world. Okay. Let me move forwards before everybody leaves. Let's see. 7. Poor wheelchair Jimmy. 7, 3, 4. Yeah, didn't he grow up in, like, the suburbs of Toronto as well? It's like, yeah, you're so hard. Okay. Sagittarius, what's up, babes? Okay, so the reading that we pulled to do for you is basically just looking into your evolutionary arc, your current evolutionary arc. So we're going to get some context and just give you, kind of zoom out. Usually with this reading, it's something like, perspective is needed to see something clearly. So it's almost like that, the idea of when you're standing like this close to a painting, you can see the detail, you can see the brush strokes and all of that, but you may not have a clear picture of, like, the big picture. like what the overall piece of art or work is meant to convey. Do you know what I mean? So, let me just see what song that is. Okay, it's called Nonstop. How could I forget that? That's like a very catchy song, I'm not gonna lie. Give me one second here. I love the descriptions that genius.com gives. It's like, on Nonstop, Drake flexes his abilities as a rapper and the business moves being made behind the scenes of his music. Okay. Okay, this is your theme song. Take Drake out of the equation. But look, I just flipped a switch. I don't know nobody else that's doing this. Bodies start to drop. Now they want to know me since I hit the top. This a rolling not a stopwatch. Shit don't ever stop. Okay, so yeah, you're like, shit got super hot. Give me my respect, you know? I'm liking this. If you need something to you up, you might want to listen to this song. But okay, it came through as yeah, we'll give credit where credit is due. It is a great song. All right, fine, Drake, he probably didn't write it, we can leave it at that. Let's give credit where credit is due, immediately cuts the credit down. But what ghostwriter wrote that for you? Was it Vori? Who was it? Which one? All right. Do love me some Vori, though. Okay, so in the past, we have the seventh house, partners. Okay, so that's there. And then we have a pair of court cards, and I think we know which one is you. Okay, so we have the Knight of Cups and we have the Queen of Wands. I mean, this isn't about gender, by the way. It's about the energy that, like, yeah, I'm full of magma. And when I erupt to support my own expansion. I erupt from a place of passion, from a place of inspiration, from a place of conviction and confidence. Then you have this guy over here, the Knight of Cups. It's interesting because this Knight of Cups is not looking in your direction, even though you're like over here, like just doing you and looking fine as fuck doing it. And they're also drinking out of their own cup. Okay. Let's see. Let's find out more about that. So it looks like for you, if this is your reading, whatever's being highlighted here in the past, which could be highlighted because it maybe was a bit of a, like a catalyst, or this is maybe this relationship, maybe this partnership, or no matter how brief it was, it feels like there was some sort of influence or impact here that was at the beginning or was part of what got them the momentum of this particular like evolutionary chapter or arc for you kind of started or going, where there was some form of significant influence there. Okay, tell me more about this here. You tell me more about this. Well, let's look at you first. I feel, okay, Spirit's like, you don't even have to. The Eight of Wands is the card associated with Mercury in Sagittarius. That's just validating, like, in the past, you were embodied and expressing as your authentic self. Mercury is about embodiment and expression, the way that you think, the way that you speak to yourself, to others. and the momentum or the energy that pushes you forwards, because there's nothing more powerful than coming from a place of internal authenticity and knowing the power and of that. So you're doing it somewhat unapologetically here. Okay, so that's you in the past. It kind of feels like this went over someone's head though. But they would have just had to have been like not paying attention or looking, I feel like, because, well, I don't know. Because you're you and you were showing up like in this way. Why is there still not enough light? Maybe I'll bring that lamp closer. It's like it's pixelating. Could just be because I'm not close enough to the camera. Okay. Let's clarify this person though. Let's clarify the Knight of Cups now. What energy were they bringing to this partnership? It doesn't have to be romantic either necessarily. The 7th house just talks about, it talks about like unions and commitments, basically. Soul contracts, that sort of thing, partnerships. The High Priestess and the Moon at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so with the 10 of Cups and the Lovers underneath. All right, buddy. You can run, you can hide. You cannot escape a Scorpio rising tarot reader. But nice try. You thought you could fool you thought you could fool me, huh? You might have fooled Sagittarius, although not a lot slips by them either, so I'm really not sure. You know? Okay, so well, this person, they doubled down on keeping their cards close to their chest. That, to say the least. The High Priestess is the card associated with the Moon. And the Moon is the card associated with Pisces. I know. It's a bit of a mind fuck, but stay with me. Both of them talk about something, though, internal. The High Priestess is the inward-facing feminine. So it's the feminine energy, but pointed in internal. So it's like your intuition, your inner voice, and the stillness and the quiet that you need to hear and to hone in on that. So it's when the feminine goes within themselves to determine what that is, to outline what that knowing is. And the Moon, well, the Moon talks about oftentimes the subconscious. It can talk about emotion and intuition as well, but it can talk about like what is hidden from us or what we choose to keep hidden. Oftentimes because there's an element of fear, or there's a like a wound or something that's connected to it that it scares us, like we don't want to face it because there's an intimidation factor. But this person, between facing away from you and then like they look like they're drinking but they're not, they're just like they're tipping it, like nothing's reaching their lips, which I feel like is important to note. Something about this just feels performatory, like performance. Performance, but like to throw you off or to keep something on lockdown. Almost like I'm not even going to look in your direction lest you catch a whiff of the fact that there's a lot under that Moon. That's a lot. And this person doesn't even want to look at it. They're afraid that if they even look at it or tune into the energy of like, so it's like they were maybe keeping themselves a little bit like emotionally detached, numb, or ambivalent. were literally doing the most to act like, to show you or to come off as though they didn't care at all. It could have been like, you know, a little icy here. Okay, I think that it's because they judged themselves and they didn't feel like they had much to offer, especially looking at you in this energy. So that's the past. Now, in the present on your personal growth or evolutionary arc here, in the present, you have elements of the past. Because in the now, you have the Six of Cups, which is the card of the past, and the Seven of Swords. These are interesting cards, specifically this Seven of Swords. Because there's one clear truth that is visible above ground, but then there's like the truths that had to like supersede or had to come before this. It's like we crawled so that you could run, you know. There's this underground expansion of perspective that led to this ultimate truth that is above ground, that is, I feel like, guiding, or it's like it's guiding your current strategy and movement forwards, this truth. But there's a lot underneath the surface that you came to and that you expanded within yourself and your own consciousness and understanding from the past. Like you had to move. This is the vehicle that moved you away from the past. There's been a lot of work done underground, maybe even subconsciously. Yeah, because these are the cards that came out. So 2 oracle cards came out here, and under the Six of Cups is the earth element, stability. But underneath the Seven of Swords, we have Lilith with mystery. It's taken more to stabilize the past and move forwards and expand yourself, and like to get to where you are has taken more than what you realize even. There's something about, there's like an influence. Something was, if this felt very hard to detach from or to walk away from or to make sense of, it's because there was a lot unknown. There was a lot that was being held back from you knowingly and on purpose, out of fear and insecurity on this person's behalf. There's like a clear showing up in a misleading way, and that being intentional and on purpose. Okay. And I feel like energetically you picked up on that as you were moving forwards towards a new beginning. You were having to work through what you were feeling and aware of intuitively and emotionally and spiritually, but what was maybe never actually like formally admitted to you or grounded in reality in the past. So basically, in the present, you're creating your own closure, which is not easy to do. It's one of the hardest things to do, especially when you can sense that there's a lot that you know but was never verified or validated. That's difficult. It's hard to not look back or to go seeking that validation from like at the source, right? But when the source is someone who is actively withholding the truth from you, that's not helpful. This is a big lesson for you. You're learning a lot. You're evolving a lot. You're growing and expanding your consciousness far more than I think you are even aware of, even if you do have a strong awareness of how far you've come. There's a lot that's happening on a subconscious level, but you need to know that you have one very strong truth that you are aware of, and they want you to know that that is supported by many other truths under the surface that like your subconscious has come to, basically, that are informing this bigger truth. And I think that they've integrated, and so you don't need to like seek them out and see each of them individually. And if they are important, they will reveal themselves to you as you continue to grow. What is the main prominent truth that Sag can see from above the surface here? The Emperor. You're a badass. You're completely fucking capable. You're here to take up space, not shrink. And ultimately, you don't need anybody else's validation. The Emperor rules a kingdom. He doesn't ask for permission. The architect of your own destiny. You know who the fuck you are. But there's been a lot moving from this particular past point here that involved a significant relationship for you where you weren't validated in the way that you desired to be. You offering yourself that has built you up. It's built up your inner reserves. It's built up your masculine energy. It's expanded and charged you, and you've grown in a way it's like you don't even realize how big you are. This is classic Jupiter energy. It's like you don't even, you know how I was saying at the beginning that you're standing so close you can see the brush strokes, but you need to back up to get the perspective. You don't see how big this is just yet. You know the truth of who you are. Like you've reconciled that, but I don't think you can see the full scope of the picture here. Okay. So in the near future, or in the future here, so past, present, future of this arc. Oh wow, I didn't even realize that. So you have the 8th house, endings and beginnings. So literally we are moving from the 7th house to the 8th house with this mysteriously stabilizing but elusive element in the middle. Yeah. There's something being like manifested into physical form through, oh man, my crown is tingling. When I said that, it started tingling like, oh, it feels like ASMR. It's like actually kind of uncomfortable. Wow. Wow. Why do I want to like cry all of a sudden? There's something really powerful here. In this particular trajectory that you are on. And it's like in between. There's an intimacy with self that you are reestablishing in a deeper way through this process of creating closure for yourself or validating yourself. Because you're doing that through coming back to yourself, the truths about you that you know for certain. But in the future here, the 8th house, endings and beginnings, the 8th house is about like, while the 7th house is about just partnership and union, right? In the 8th house, it becomes intimate, right? The 8th house, sex, like sex, death, transformation, taxes, you know. But the 8th house then is like, or like shared resources. So it just becomes more intimate, more profound, that connection, that union that is established in the 7th house as it moves through the 8th house. It's also interesting to note that you're the 9th house. Well, you're not the 9th house, but the 9th house is associated with you, the 9th sign of the zodiac. So I kind of feel like you're just kind of getting your groove back, or you're just hitting a stride here that is, it's like this ending and beginning, this transformation that's coming, that you're manifesting. It's leading you into an authenticity, like an embodiment of yourself and an expression of yourself that is so, it's more powerful and more authentic and full and complete than anything you've experienced thus far. It's because you're reconciling something really important right now. So the Magician and the 10 of Swords is what came out with that 8th house, though, for the future. So mercurial energy there. The death, you're manifesting the death of the 10 of Swords so that something new can begin. It's alchemy. It's alchemy, especially with the Magician there. It's absolutely alchemy. You're... I love... You know, one of the things I love most about Sagittarians? Jenks. He's dreaming and he's scratching the wall. He's like... that sounds a little bit like nails on a chalkboard. Had to wake you up. Sorry, buddy. You guys are so unassuming with like the wisdom that you carry. Like you can be big goofballs and like you're not afraid to be like a dork or like a loser or a weirdo. And I say all of those terms with like the utmost affection and like respect, honestly. Because we all got a loser weirdo butthead within us that just wants to break free. And I mean, let's be real. Let's be real about it. There's no need to suppress that part, but it can also coexist with like a deeply wise, philosophical, intelligent, like find you a Sag who can do both. But like you are very aware of what you are investing into, and you're doing it by making physical choices with your energy, where you put your energy. Yeah, the 2 of Pentacles. And you're making those choices from a place of knowing your worth, right? So you're manifesting the release of, I think that this is transmuting the last bit of whatever this was that kind of like, you may have felt up until now that it took away from you or that it hurt you, but really you have this energy to transmute into power, to transmute when you're ready into something that slingshots you forwards or propels you forwards into, like when you're done processing the ending, you can slingshot yourself into this new beginning and you get to decide what that is. And it doesn't have to look anything like this, like the past. So let's clarify a little bit more. What's ending and what's beginning? Let's clarify that and then I'll let you guys go. What's ending here? The King of Cups and the 3 of Pentacles. Okay. And what's the beginning? The 3 of Cups. Yeah. With the Page of Cups. Yeah. Something that chooses to be on your level, not something that chooses to stay small and then you end up carrying the emotional burden of the entire connection for someone else. just because you can, like just because you have the emotional intelligence and ability to do so. Because this is showing me, right, this is someone who chose to play small, and it's kind of like weaponized incompetence or like learned helplessness with this person, but it was to throw you off of the scent of like their true feelings, but it was out of fear and insecurity. It's like they didn't believe they were deserving of what they wanted, so they didn't admit what they wanted. They showed up as the Knight of Cups, and you are here as the Queen of Wands. But here, what you're giving up, this is you, not them, right? It's you being like, okay, you're choosing to be the Knight of Cups, looking in the opposite direction and not expressing your true feelings. So then that pushes you into being like the more emotionally mature one, or the one that regulates the emotional experience or carries it for both people. You, with the Three of Pentacles, putting a lot of work, putting more work and effort into something that's meant to be balanced, co-regulating, and like a collaborative thing with someone who's cooperating with you and you're working towards the same goal. You're not doing that. You're not overextending. And what is beginning instead is the Three of Cups and the Page of Cups. This is like you aligning with people that are genuinely on the same page as you, open and available and free and liberated, and coming from the same like place of purity and pure intent. This is like soul family. So whether you're bringing like with the Three of Cups, you could be bringing community, friends, or a lover or chosen family towards you that feels like this, but it feels like an unapologetic openness of the heart, this like sense of awe and wonder at the world, an acknowledgement of the magic in the world, and an openness to genuinely connect with the Three of Cups. It's very much about celebratory, genuine connection. So I feel like that's what you're choosing, rather than like carrying extra to try to like drag someone's dead weight behind you. There's something that feels much lighter. And you're expanding, so you need to drop dead weight. You can't carry that with you. And it was never yours to carry anyways, and I think that that's what you're realizing here. So that's what I see for you. Is there anything else at all for Sag? You know this already. A part of you knows this. Yeah, you already know. You already know the Fool and Death. Like 8th house, transformation, ending and beginning. You know something's dying so that you can slingshot yourself into a brand new beginning. And you know that you're going to know when the right time to do that is. But you also know that it's going to reveal itself to you spontaneously. Like the Fool is Uranian energy. The only thing that is predictable about Uranus energy is that you will be surprised, like that it won't manifest in the way that you expect it to. So I feel like you have healthy expectations and you're just kind of like rolling with it. So keep on keeping on, babe. Like you're looking sexy, you're looking great doing this, and you're looking very self-aware. I'm not saying there's not pain and struggle in there, but it's working itself out. It's all working itself out behind the scenes. This is where that your superpower of faith comes in. Faith in yourself and what you feel, which is alignment with your greatness, alignment with your wholeness. Had to give you a little squeeze there, but yeah, because it's juicy. It's juicy. You a big juicy peach here. It feels juicy. It feels sexy. It feels exciting, and I am stoked for you. Nothing like climbing out of, well, you know, it's like when you pull a slingshot backwards, right? It's like nothing like feeling pulled back or like you're revisiting something, like allowing yourself to be pulled back into something to reassess it with the knowledge that though that is going to fuel your forward motion in a really powerful way. Feels good. Feels so good. So, fuck yeah, Sagittarius, honestly. I love that for you, and I love you just in general. All right, we're moving on to Capricorn. What have you guys been saying? I had to block off the, yes, performative. Performatory. I was like, the brain. Yes, thank you. Ooh, you're a Pisces moon. He's a Pisces North Node. It's been tough out in those streets with the Pisces North Node. North Nodal return. It's been hard. The lesson's been hard to integrate. Well, I'm sorry you guys have been feeling the pain integrating. I'm sorry about that. But you go big or you go home, right? You go hard or you go home. Like, Jupiter doesn't play. It's kind of intense, like Saturn in that way. Like, when Saturn wants to teach a lesson and it knows that it's for your own good, it's going to like force that down your throat for as long as it takes for it to really sink in so that you do not have to go back and do it again. And with Jupiter, I feel like it just like overwhelms with such an energy that like you can't ignore it, right? And sometimes that overwhelming energy is pain, unfortunately. But the point gets across to you in the way that it needs to, and it hits the way it needs to, and the wisdom lands where it needs to because of that. And you can fucking handle it because you're a badass. We've established that, okay? Okay. The elusive element needs the X-Files music playing. The X-Files. Yeah, I can't like do it. Django, do you need me to pull your bed away from the wall a little bit? Or rap you an outro? Oh my gosh. I can't even think of words that rhyme right now. Sick of shadow work. Yeah, I feel you, girl. When people aren't authentic in connections, it becomes tiresome. Yeah. When you feel like you need to dig for someone's truth or like to really experience someone, or they make you like, that's not to say that there's something wrong with making someone work for it in the sense that like you don't just give it up all at once. Like there can be a slow burn, but that's different from like intentional withholding or like trying to throw someone off the scent. I feel like authentically yourself with no shame. Yeah, I feel like of anyone, like Sag is never, well, really, everyone from Sag forwards is not going to ask you to minimize yourselves. That group of the last four, right? Damn. He went hard, like went right in, he went into polyamory, hey? And you stayed small. I don't know, though, if staying small... Like, are you saying staying small was not choosing that path? Or you made yourself small in another way? But damn, that definitely feels like a core misalignment. Because if polyamory is not your path and your partner decides to go that way, then, well, you know, that doesn't leave you a lot left, right? Okay. So what message? It doesn't leave you a lot of choice, I guess is what I'm saying. What message does Capricorn need? Let's see. I'm going to move this a little closer so we have more light. You can do this too. I'm gonna grab a hoodie as well. It's kind of chilly down here. Hi, Stinky. Hi. Are you being a good boy? Yeah. You are. Always. You're always a good boy. Need to snuggle into a cozy situation here. A cozy little situation is what I need. I'm so sorry. This couch is so, like, squeaky. Regrettably. But also, who cares? But also, could be better. Okay. I am back. Ah, yes. Okay. Good. All right, there we go. Let's see. What does Capricorn need to know? Yeah. What do my Cappy baddies need? What do you need, babes? I'm here to provide as best as I can. That's the one I want. It's stuck in the butt of the owl, in the tail of the owl. Okay, I got it. Why is this like such a careful extraction? Okay. Intrigue. Capricorn. You're like, because we didn't want you to go there, because you're going to expose something. What's moving your heart? What is currently moving your heart space, babe? What's shaking it up? Let's find out. Let's find out. You need to know everything. Yeah, you need a safe foundation for sure. I feel like that's one of those things too that's like, yeah, it requires so much trust. It's kind of like getting into like sub-dom stuff, right? Or yeah, anything that's kind of like a little bit outside of the traditional whatever. You just need a safe foundation to explore things together. There's too many men, though, that are like, I'm entitled to your submission. And it's like, earn it, bitch. You know, no, that's not how it works. No, I'm not going to call you daddy unless you show me that you are, in fact, a daddy. What are you not putting together here? He's like, yeah. Come on, guys. Come on. I know you can do better, or I choose to have faith that men can do better. I feel like it's bleak on both sides of the streets out there, though, not gonna lie. It's probably just as bleak. Like, because then there's women out there that are like, let's just use men for nothing but money. Which is just as fucked up, honestly, as using a woman for nothing but, like, sex and submission. So there's people making things worse on both sides of the street, okay? It's not great on either side. I gotta throw women under the bus as well, you know? But no. But as a bisexual person, I can understand that it's bleak on both sides, okay? Can call us both out. Can call all of us out lovingly. But let's do better, guys. Let's do better. Okay? So, where is this spread? What's moving your heart? There we go. So we're going to look at your heart space before, now, and then after. And then what is moving you and your advice. So the before, now, and after is in the context of what it is that's moving you. So we're going to kind of look at like how your heart space is evolving and what is fueling that evolution, essentially, and then advice on how to engage with it. You're an episode of First 48 or Law and Order. Oh my God. No. Make the chaos, make the madness count. Or what is that? Make my messes count, make my chaos. Make my messes matter. Make my chaos count. There we go, guys. I eventually got there. It just took me a while. Took me a while, but we did get there eventually. Okay, Capricorn. What's moving your heart, honey? Do that. We're using this one for you. All right. Turn my mess into my message. Turn an L into a lesson. Yes. I'm moving it. I'm moving towards Thailand and you, so that our hearts can both be like whoop, 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 whoop. And then we can find the love that we desire and deserve, and we can live on a beach and just love life, you know? Just love life. Preferably a nude beach, because disclosure. Am I kidding? Am I not kidding? We'll never know. There was like nude beaches in Greece when I lived there, and literally one was called Little Banana and one was called Big Banana. I was like, now I need to go to both of them. And I need to see with my own two eyes. You're gonna trade me your tie to the beach? Where, Shinobi? Where are you from? Or where are you, if you don't mind disclosing? A Pisces will never get sick of water, but I'm in the middle of Alberta, Canada. Which is beautiful, I'm not going to lie. It's like the Rocky Mountains on one side, the plains on the other side. Hawaii. I had a very life-changing trip to Kona, to Big Island, earlier this year. When I say it was, whew, it really knew the assignment, and yeah, it knew the assignment, and it didn't miss. That's for sure. Still feeling like the fallout of that. I don't know where in Hawaii you are, but yeah, it was intense. It was a lot. Okay. Yeah. You can't get tired of the beach. Oh yeah. Trust me, she came very into my awareness. She's come very into my awareness since I returned home. She's like, by the way, you brought me back with you. So I went to oh wow, Honolulu. That's beautiful. But yeah, I understand how you get tired of like what you're used to, right? I think that's kind of just a thing. It's like we become disenchanted. I mean, even Eve had to take a bite out of that apple. She was in frickin' the Garden of Eden. She was like, I'm bored. Let's fuck around and find out. I did not take a rock. No, no, no. I don't want to piss the bitch off. What are you talking about? I just, but I did go to the volcano, like the volcanic national park. And I went to the crater that she is said to reside at. And I did leave an offering, a natural offering, not garbage on her doorstep. But yeah, we connected in a witchy type of way. And it worked. It definitely worked. She accepted my respect, I think. I don't know. But she's powerful. Yeah. I've heard that she doesn't take fondly to those who remove things from the island. Or the islands. Pelle. Pelle. Yeah, that trip was everything I needed and a lot more that I didn't know that I needed. It was like on the heels of Luna's passing, actually. And, it was a very powerful trip, for sure. Actually, we were there during the lunar eclipse, and it was very visible from the beach, which is amazing. And last year, I've been so lucky the last couple of years. Last year, I was in Tulum in Mexico and watched the lunar eclipse from the beach as well, and it was beautiful. Super moon. Oh, super mom, not super moon. Hi. Sorry, my screen's brightness is turned down. You're a Capricorn moon. Go easy on yourself. Yeah. Let's all send some love. Love to loons wherever you may be. I mean, a little bit of her spirit is always here with me, but wherever you went, may they understand what a gift it is to have you there. Yeah, we love Luna. The love will never die. It's interesting. Actually, the last time that I did this topic for an all signs, I think was the last one that she was like super present in. And I was watching the other day and I like saved parts of it because she's like in it in a big kind of way. I was like, Luna. I love her so much. Ugh. My heart. Django. Bro. Why? Did you wake up just to do that? I don't know. He actually like suffered a lot when Luna passed. He like really missed her. They became pretty good friends. It was adorable. Big ass fluffy cat and a massive Rottweiler. My heart. Okay. What is moving your heart? Let's get back on track. What's moving your heart, Capricorn? I'm just going to cover up the chat, but I love you so much. I just can't get distracted anymore. I love talking to you so much. Okay. Let's see. Okay, show me Capricorn's heart space. Let's dive in. Before, okay. Now, also the first card, as we're talking about Luna. Like I said, always in spirit, close by, and after. Angel baby. Okay. Maybe not for that. Okay. What's moving, Capricorn? What is creating this movement for Capricorn? What? Oh, the heartfeltness of it. This is so sweet. I love this. I need more space on the table though. This is... There we go. It's better. And one more card, advice surrounding this. I love this. Okay. Let's grab some oracle cards. Let's see. Now, and what is moving you? Use this one for you. Actually, can I have this one? I want to clarify the before more so. I can see what's happening now pretty clearly. Let's look at before. The Rottweiler. The Rottweiler sleeping noises are amazing. Okay. Okay, let's also clarify the after. Wow. Wow. Okay. And then the advice. More. I was literally about to say you're safe to be seen, and at the bottom of the deck is the hiding card. Okay, we're tuned in. We are tuned in and ready for takeoff here. So let's 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay. Hi, Cappies. I hope that you guys are doing incredibly well. And you can go back a little bit to see what I randomly pulled for you out of my little headless owl that I've got all of the options in here, as well as to watch me pull your cards. But we are just starting with the timestamp at the beginning of your actual reading itself. So the reading that you got here, the random theme, is what is moving your heart. So basically we're looking at your heart space, like previous to whatever this influential force is that has come in, that has affected you, before, now, and then after, kind of like where you land, and then what it is that is creating this movement or momentum, as well as some advice. So let's take a look. Okay, so before, I might want to actually look at something in this book, so let me take that out. So before, we have the moon. This is your heart before. this influence came in. And we also have this card, number 7, ungrateful daughter and earthly mother. I want to just refresh what this says in the book about this. Yeah. Okay, so it's interesting. It's about humility and knowing like what something takes. One person essentially, it highlights, this card highlights a dynamic where one person is grounded in humility and is able to offer like unconditional somewhat, love and understanding to someone who is still growing, someone who can be spoiled or inflate themselves or have an ego. The mother who is grounded will always see past the temporary whims and offer love to that child, right? With the moon here, with that, I think that there's something that you weren't seeing, not because you were hiding from it or holding it back though. So I'm wondering why, like what was hiding this influence, because you know what this is? It feels like the inability to actually like feel a love that is very much being offered to you in the past. And it could be because it was coming from like an unseen force, like spirit, or it could just be that you were unaware that you had so many people around you that genuinely care about you and love you. I'm getting that you weren't ungrateful. You were just not aware. And it's kind of like you can't be grateful for something that you're not really seeing or fully picking up on, right? But there was something that was very real and very sacred and grounded in a very tangible way. And I feel like it was love coming at you in a pretty powerful way. I think that there's some sort of anxiety around maybe a cycle closing or an ending that you were facing at this time, though, that was monopolizing your attention is how that's kind of coming through. And maybe that needed your focus at that time. Like maybe you were closing something out and you needed to focus on the closure of that to honor it. But I do think that it distorted your perception of how loved and supported and like witnessed you really are, how appreciated you are, and how grateful people are for you. You were somewhat in a state of suspension. Anything else about that? That's before this influence that's moving your heart entered the scene. Okay. So now, where you're at in this trajectory of your heart is the Page of Cups. Well, you're tuned in now to the purity of your heart. And it's interesting because on the table here, this is how these cards are. So it's like you're kind of able to see something now that was hidden, but you're still sort of like giving it this like one over. So Capricornian. It feels very like stoic and like practical in a way. But it still feels wholesome. It feels like you're still tuned into like the true, I don't know, it's very sea goat. It's like you've got one foot on solid ground, one foot in the water. There's a practicality to the love or to what you're letting yourself feel, but you are allowing yourself to see it, or you are taking note of it in a way that you weren't able to previously. Okay, tell me more about that. The Eight of Pentacles. It's hard to miss because people are showing up for you tangibly, like in ways that, like if you need assistance and you call someone, they are showing up physically with time, effort, attention. If love is a verb, love is not just 3 words, I love you, and then carrying on with your life. Love is genuinely witnessing someone and considering them, putting in the work to get to know them and consider them and show up for them. Then, yeah, people are showing up for you. And I have a feeling that this is, well, I can see already, this has a lot to do with what is moving your heart. The fact that people are doing that for you. And I think that it's hitting you because it's like, I'm channeling a song. It's by Crooked Colors and it's called Love Language. It's like how they say that sometimes people don't actually process the love that you're giving them unless you give it to them in their like love language, the language that their love language, because it's like speaking 2 different languages and not being able to translate. If someone, like, let's say my love language is acts of service, physically showing up and like being there for the people that I love and caring for them in that very practical kind of way, right? Through doing things for them. Then if somebody else is showing up and their love language is like words of affirmation, right? And they're just like talking you up, but not actually showing up, then you might have a hard time like receiving or comprehending that as actual like love, even if that is coming from a very true and authentic place. These people are backing it up and they're speaking love to you in a way that that's hitting. Some of you are in like a same-sex relationship, or you're bisexual or something like that. I'm just noticing there's 2 women on this card together. That doesn't have to be, but this particular deck has 3 lovers cards. One, your typical heterosexual couple, and then it also has 2 men and 2 women together as well. So this could just indicate like 2 people as well showing up more in like softer feminine energy, an energy that is like receptive to love. Very receptive, very like emotional, but also grounded and intuitive. Love. I love this. Okay, so after, then you have the 3 of Swords with this card, Suppression of a Star Being by Hands Unworthy. Whoa. It's crazy. There's been a lot happening behind the scenes for you that you haven't fully been aware of. And I think that this is like just as what was not totally visible to you before is becoming visible now. Something that was not, another force that is more nefarious than caring, that you did not previously see, is becoming, it's like you're becoming aware of that, is what I feel like. Because this feels like you're moving out of some sort of pain, but it feels like there was a force like, I don't want to say physically suppressing or holding you back, but there's something that was definitely like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like picking at you, or it was creating some form of pain or difficulty. It was hurting your heart. And it's almost like this energy that's coming in to speak your love language or speak love to you or show up with love for you is neutralizing that. It's countering that and taking you, not only bringing you through that or helping you move through that. It's like it's a liberation that's happening through the power of love. I love it so much. My Piscean heart can't handle this. Yeah. You're invested in manifesting something new. Your energy is going in a new direction, or it's being embodied and expressed in a new way because of this influence that is moving your heart or creating movement or momentum in your heart space right now. And it's much more empowered. It's like the way that you're directing your energy. It could be that it's either more streamlined, or again, it's just that something that was influencing you that you weren't really aware of has been neutralized. And so there's naturally just more power and more ability to clearly and direct and streamline your energy and then create something in the physical, which you normally don't have much problem with. But this would kind of be like having people around you that, like a personal example, right? The reason that I believe that family is chosen and it's not about blood or even who you grow up around is because A, I was adopted as a baby. So I know that family is not just about blood. But then B, I was the black sheep in my adoptive family. I never felt like I fit in. I always kind of did feel like my spirit was suppressed in a way, like being in a situation where you're surrounded by people who don't see you or support you for who you truly are is a specific kind of painful suppression. And sometimes it's like you make yourself smaller because other people don't see you or because they don't understand or respond to you when you show up fully. So it could have been something like that, right? Because it's like this is giving like the energy, the depth of healing and liberation and empowerment that then comes from meeting, like, let's say, community or friends that become your chosen family, people who do see you when you've never experienced that before. It's incredibly powerful. So it's kind of feeling like something like that. Maybe you weren't quite aware of how being surrounded by people who weren't totally supportive or couldn't fully witness or hold space for you, there was an impact on you that was having. You were suppressing yourself, or there was a part of you that just wasn't being stimulated. So it wasn't coming out to shine as much as it is now and will even more in the future, which is mwah, chef's kiss. So what is moving you? What is it that is kind of creating this? Well, it's the Five of Pentacles and the Three of Cups. Chosen family, or those who are truly in alignment and therefore can see you for what you really are, all that you really are. They're bringing this energy of celebration and joy and expansion and abundance to what has felt like a kind of cold or desolate landscape. And if this is like your heart space, then it's like not feeling seen or feeling out in the cold. And then again, like finding people who they help pull you through a very difficult time or something where you feel like maybe you have been stuck, isolated, or on like a plateau for a long time. There's something here about community, friendship, or partnership of some sort that is, it's highlighting like what you need that you didn't know that you needed. You didn't know you needed it because you've never received it before. Oh, this is making me really want to cry. When I said that, I was like, oh, I can't. It's hitting too close to home. It's like you didn't know what to ask for because you never had it. And now you're receiving it and you're feeling the power of it, the power of love. Okay, moving on before I cry. Like, no, I don't want to cry. But it's so beautiful. Fucking Cancer season, day 2 of Cancer season. My watery ass always just it's nothing wrecks me like Cancer season. But my Pisces sun is in the 4th house, so it makes sense. Okay, so advice. Your advice then is the 5 of Cups. Oh, it's 2 5s, which is interesting, even though that's a tarot card and this is not. It's still number 5. And it's fear that the light will bring judgment. New levels, new devils, my friend. No pun intended, actually. You are the devil. That's why. But the devil, the new devil is, well, yeah, it is you, actually. The new devil on this new level is that now that you have the capacity here and the support to walk through like the valley of death, not alone, but to kind of like hold hands and skip through it with these people who lighten the load so much just by seeing you and walking alongside you. We're all walking each other home, but you're finding the right people to do that with. People who are in alignment with you, on the same place on their journey, right? Now the new devil on that level where you have something that you never had before is now you're facing, now you have something to truly open up to. Where you were small before is exactly the place where you're being asked to be seen in all of your glory. But that's scary a little bit, even though I feel like that's the place where you most wish to be seen. There's a little bit of conflict that comes up around that, and it's normal. So your advice is to move through the grief here of not being seen and understand that being witnessed but not truly seen is what is probably the judgment or the criticism that created the fear of being seen in that place. But you don't have to have that same fear because you're surrounded by people who genuinely do see you now. It's so beautiful. They're just saying to read the description from the book for this card to close off. So this is your advice here. Fear that the light will bring judgment. Let's see. Okay. The lantern brings its fiery gaze upon you. It is your time to be bathed in warm light. You have so many talents and wonderful qualities. Now is the time for them to be shown. There can be a fear that when the light shines on you to illuminate your positive qualities, that you will be vulnerable to others seeing your deepest secret places. Know that you only have to show or give that which feels comfortable to you. Let the light warm you, not burn you. And that's the thing about the sun, right? It can warm you or burn you. It kind of depends on like the proximity and exposure, and whether that happens in a healthy way or not, in an appropriate way or not. I think that whatever you opened up to before, it burned you, and there's a hesitancy now to be seen in those spaces, but all that's flooding in there now is just warm light and love, and it's healing. It's meant to be profoundly healing, precisely in those deepest wounded spaces. Because whatever that was, whatever witnessed you in those deep spaces and couldn't hold space or couldn't understand, or, you know, sometimes we fear what we don't understand because it feels like it's more out of our control, right? But that's not about you. That's about somebody else's capacity. And it always was. And you have people around you that have the capacity to see you in those spaces and to truly see you without judgment. Even if there's still a woundedness in those spaces, it's ready to be healed. And the beautiful thing is that certain, like, especially wounds that are formed relationally, they need to be healed relationally as well. You can heal in isolation, but only to a certain degree, especially if the wound was relational in nature. There's a quote about this and I want to read it to you. I have to find it though. I can look it up. I don't have my phone out here, but let me find it on my photos. But it's in this book that is around trauma. I know exactly where it is. It's in a specific folder, so give me 1 second. Okay, it's right here. So this is from the book Trauma and Recovery by Judith Herman. It says the core experiences of psychological trauma are disempowerment and disconnection from others. Recovery, therefore, is based upon the empowerment of the survivor and the creation of new connections. Recovery can only take place within the context of relationships. It cannot occur in isolation. In her renewed connections with other people, the survivor recreates the psychological faculties that were damaged or deformed by the traumatic experience. These faculties include the basic capacities for trust, autonomy, initiative, competence, identity, and intimacy. Just as these capabilities are originally formed in relationships with other people, they must be reformed in such relationships. And that's hard, right? Like when people hurt you, the last fucking thing you want to do is open up to other people and be like, help me heal this, you know? It's not easy, but it is profound when you're ready to do that work and when the right people come through that can help you do it. So that's beautiful that that's happening for you. I love it. You're ready. So that's what I have for you, Cap. We're going to move on to Aqua, but I'm sending you so much love. I'm so proud of you because I know how hard it is to let people into those spaces. Velma Kelly vibes with the moon card. Yeah, it's pretty badass. You're pregnant. Aw. Congratulations, Supermom. How far along are you? Sorry, I'm just re-looking at the chat now. That's amazing. Congratulations, babes. You love this for us. I love it for you too. Pressuring you to terminate the pregnancy. What the fuck? That's something so personal and intimate. I don't feel like if you have a womb, you need to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Peachy keen. Avoidant and non-committal, but promises the future. Yeah, no. I've been with peeps like that as well. I feel you, girl. Hold strong to like what you feel. I know you obviously already are. You were adopted as a baby too. Aw. Adopted homies unite. This isolated you. Well, I feel like if you're not already getting the love you deserve, like maybe even this, oh my gosh, for you, this could literally be the child that you are carrying that is actually offering this, like from the inside. Oh my gosh, it's a whole new element. Yeah, I don't know. I have goosebumps. I feel like this child is actually going to change your life, not for the worse, that's for sure. Congratulations. Okay. Aquarius. Very interesting. Yeah. He'll ruin you. Well, he can try. I will come for him. I will ruin him. Okay. The Scorpio rising with a brick behind her, above her head, skipping off to smash in the face of someone who hurts the people that I love. Kidding. Kidding. No, but it's like, I will like, it's actually sometimes alarming to me how okay I am with like someone hurting me. But the second that someone messes with someone that I love, I'm choosing violence immediately. You know, I'm taking the sword out and I'm sharpening the blade and watching you just, you know, soaking in what is about to occur. And it's not going to go well for you, my friend. You know, like, I'm just, watch your back. Cute, but will cut you. For the people I love. Yeah. Okay. All right, Aquarius. Let's see what is going on. What you need to hear. What do you need to know? My darlings, you can relate. You're an Aquarius sun. Aww. Wow. Induce labor. So like, oh. I look like an actress in a typical movie. I don't know if that's a compliment or if I should be offended. I like how you're like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're going to delete the chats. That's okay. Do what you need to do, love. Do what you need to do. We're here for you. We are here collectively for you. All right? I'm signing up the collective, my collective, to be there for you. We are in it together, though, for real. So don't even worry about that. My facial expressions. It's the Gemini moon in the 8th house. I cannot hide anything, and I have never been able to. I don't have like, well, I have like a little bit of a verbal filter, still not much. My Mercury's in the 3rd house. But facial expression, yeah, no filter whatsoever. My parents are like, don't ever try to lie. Like, it's just embarrassing for you, honestly. And it's true. They were right. But thank you. Thank you. I'm a Pisces sun. Scorpio rising. Gemini moon. The chaos is real. All right. What does Aquarius need to hear on this fine eve? What? Okay. 2 wanted to come out. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. Is this a Tate McRae moment? She's from Calgary. Woo! We do claim her. She's talented as fuck. All right, let's see. Good things coming now. Woohoo! Let's look at some exciting things coming for my Aquarian babies. Money, honey, what's coming in? What's good? Let's find out. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Oh wow, it's really late. Okay, we're on our nocturnal-ish. I don't know what time it is for you, but this is normal for me, so don't be concerned. I'm generally up until like 5 in the morning. Just night chart things. No big deal. Aqua rising, Cap sun. Ooh. I like it. It's sexy. It's Saturnian. Yeah, it's pretty much 4 a.m. here too. We must both be on Mountain Standard Time. It's okay. I'm okay. Yes, she's catchy. And like the dancing, it's mind-blowing. Like I have I grew up dancing, and so I like have such an appreciation. And I'm watching her, and I'm just like, the fact that you're singing and you're doing that at the same time is insanity. The dancing alone is insanity. Very fucking talented, whether that's like your style or not. Like, what is it? I think it's the Revolving Door music video. It looks like they dance and then it like reverses, but they actually didn't like just reverse it. They like do the dance moves and then do the dance moves like to make it look like the thing has been reversed, which is crazy because it's so on point that you can't even tell that it wasn't just edited that way, which is crazy. Anyways, let me stop freaking out about dance now. I love dance. She has asthma, really. Shit, that's even more impressive. You're at the supermarket. I'm at the Korean supermarket right now. Fuck yeah. I'm loving it. I love the living vicariously through all of you guys. It makes me happy. I'm gonna use this for you. Okay. Django, why are you a stinky butt boy? There's something in my eyeball. Such a stinky butt boy. Oh my gosh, why? What's in there? What's in there? I might need to run to the washroom and just look in the mirror so I don't poke my eyeball out trying to remove whatever this is. Oh, I might have gotten it. I'm sure you also don't want to see me sticking my finger in my eyeball to fish something out of it, so all apologies. Okay, yeah, we've got it. Okay, let me run to the... I'll be back in 1 second. There's definitely something in there. Ugh, what is this? It was a piece of hair that is like straying, so I'm just going to put my hair in a ponytail because it's annoying. It's annoying me. Give me just a second. It is out of my face.
Got important business to conduct here. Can't be distracted by my hair. All right. Featuring my cowlick. Love it. Okay. Barbie. It's giving Barbie. Okay. Let's see what good-ish is coming for my aquariums. Some of my favorite people in the whole effing world. No lie. Good shit coming. Where is it? 444, where you are? Good. Where is it? Not here. Really? I put my hair up to get it out. Really? Put it up to get it out of my way, and it's more in my way. It's rebelling against me. Okay, I don't see where I put this. Good stuff coming. Where is the spread? I guess we could also just YOLO it and just go off. Just do whatever we want here. Not seeing the spread that I was... we could just see what's coming up. Let's just... I have a whole book of many spreads. Isn't that stability, structure, and something else? 444? The number 4 is generally about, yeah, stability and, like consistency, basically. Okay. Well, that's interesting that I can't find the spread, but we can just ask what good things are coming for you. I mean, coming in for you. Should we ask in general, or should we ask in different areas of... Oh, no, here it is. Why is it over here? So far away from the others. That's interesting. You might be having quite a different experience than most people right now, Aqua. I mean, Pluto is in your sign. So, you know. If you know, you know. It's hard to explain, but I'm sure you know, because it's hard to not know when Pluto's in your sign. Okay, so... let's do this. So we're going to look at your overall energy or theme currently, and then some blessings or good things that are coming towards you, and a message from the universe, like what your guides or a greater something, some cosmic force, greater cosmic force or divine force wants you to know. Maybe in anticipation, or how to sort of like prepare if something like that needs to be done. So let's see what's going on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cards. Okay. Let's see.
tune in to maybe a god, goddess has a message for you. Maybe. Message from the universe. Could be. Well, I'm using the, I'm using this like emotions deck for you, for your oracle deck. So we should be able to tell based on like the overall vibe. I'll let you know if it's giving any particular deity or entity that could be signified. We'll see. Or maybe it will bring something up and you will recognize what that feels like for you. The longest reading I've ever done. Let's see. And a couple more. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Django. Yeah, I actually have created a course. I've created 2 courses. One is like a spiritual lifestyle kind of course. So basically like all the things that basically help you support and stimulate your own natural gifts and sustain your own energy. Basically all the things I had to painstakingly learn as a Pisces. And then I also created 2 tarot courses. One that is like beginner kind of, and then the second one is more intermediate because there's a lot of things that correspond with tarot. So the second more intermediate one ties in like astrological, different things like that. And I would love to do that for you guys. Just don't know exactly when to take that on, because it's a whole thing of its own. One more. Whoa. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay, one more message from the universe. You better fight for your right to party. No, not at all. Soulful Revolution. I feel like I know who that is. I haven't like come out with the courses yet, is what I'm saying. I've created them, but I have not released them yet, and I don't know exactly when to like
dive into that next leg of things. So you technically cannot check out my course right now. So no offense taken. But yeah. Okay, let's see. Good things coming. Oh, I also haven't pulled your oracles yet. What should we clarify here? Let's see. Yeah, like I've created like the whole layout and everything that's going to be included. It's really just figuring out if I would want to live stream that and have it kind of like seminar session style. Like live video call seminar session and have like a smaller group, most likely with like question time after like open conversation time, and include that, because I feel like immersion is helpful. So like being able to discuss like and verbally process what you're learning, as well as being given like physical documents and given it in writing, and having the ability to like have like a video of the video call as well for you to go back over. But I like that conversational element as well. I'm just trying to decide. But the other thing is like what platform to offer it on as well. Things that need to be worked out, decisions that need to be made, future choices for future Lisa. Technical help with setting it up. Oh, thank you. Let me know if you have any ideas for what platform, because I've kind of had it. Patreon. Not gonna lie, I'm not a huge fan anymore, really. I haven't tried Circle, but I've heard about it. Okay. Let's clarify this current overall energy or theme. Okay. Specific area here. Okay. I feel like the engagement element is also just like part of my channel and my style. Like, as you can tell, the readings would be very, very, very much shorter. They would be less than half this length, obviously. They would probably be like 3 hours long for an all signs if the engagement element was not there. But I really like that element. And I think that it feels a lot more personal that way. No. People talk a lot here. Recorded sessions for base content, live sessions for channeled info. Yeah. I think that it would be a mixture, I think, as well. I agree with you. Okay. Let's see. I'm covering up the chat again, but I love you. I'll talk to you again in a moment. Okay. After the aqua reading. Okay, let's get 2 more oracle cards. One for, tell me the tone of the overall blessings coming in here. Oh. Okay. And then it's time to push. Like it's go time. It feels like it's go time. Why am I so worked up? I want to be like, it's go time, mother effers, but I don't know, maybe it's like a pump it up moment for you as well.
Okay. One more from that. No. Okay. They want to leave it at that. Okay. All right. Let's get into this. Aqua babes. Okay. Hello, Aqua loves. I hope you guys are doing really well. As always, you know that I adore you. So the spread that we randomly picked for you is looking at good things that are coming in, which is awesome. Who doesn't like looking at positive things that are headed their way? I was kind of getting this download as I was pulling your cards that the Capricorn reading might be resonant as well for you. What they got is what is moving your heart space. So basically, like, what is having the greatest impact on your heart space? How is that shifting the trajectory, or how you're moving from the heart, and that sort of thing. So if you feel called to, you might want to check that out. It could also just be the common denominator of like Saturnian energy as well. But do that only if you feel called to it. Okay, so we're going to look at the overall energy or theme first, and then get more information on the blessings and a message from the universe or some greater cosmic force to close out as well. Okay. So let's see. I don't know why this is so, the light is really annoying me right now, but I feel like it's too much. Maybe I just need to make it warmer, because it's like, it's doing a lot. That's better. So much better. It was too cool before, I think. Okay. So the energy that's coming up here, the overall theme, is coming through as the 10 of Swords and self-doubt. Insecure, lacking confidence, self-criticism, questioning abilities, or being put down. I feel like this is what you are pushing through. I feel like you're powering through this. I don't think that it's, I think the theme is you like looking at this and facing the self-doubt, any doubt or hesitancy that you have head on, so that you can basically remove the swords from your back here, or the residue. Like with the 10 of Swords, it's like the memory of pain or being pushed to the end of yourself, like having to work through something so painful mentally that it changes the way that it changes your perspective overall moving forwards, or it brings you to the end of yourself. It feels uncomfortable, but it doesn't actually have to be like pain necessarily. But, you know, closing something out, especially like a well-established way of thinking, there's usually a deep level of discomfort with that for anyone, and for fixed earth especially, or fixed air especially, right? Because you tend to be pretty certain, like when you know something, you know. And while you obviously change is a constant, and you go back and you edit your knowledge, or you add to your knowledge bank, and you grow and evolve just like anyone else, just shifting something from a place of insecurity and self-doubt to a place of confidence, like a shift that's like that, that's less subtle. It's not just adding new information to an old truth or an old concept. It's like shifting the whole concept. There's something about that that's happening. It's happening in a pretty deep way. But what comes in following the 10 of Swords is the Ace of Swords. It's new truth. It's divine truth. It's expanded consciousness. And it's incredibly powerful. But it is requiring you to push past. It's coming through as your own internal dialogue mostly, and self-criticism. you questioning yourself, but this could have also been like put in your head a little bit by others who have put you down or just not believed in you or in your vision in the past, maybe. Essentially, this self-doubt, it stems from somewhere, and it's also been aggravated by something as well. Something that makes it feel heavy. Tell me more about this overall energy. I feel like you're working through it, and you're right at the end, so things could feel, it could feel quite, it could feel kind of intense, right? Because when you're at a climactic point, or when you're right at the 10, you're right at a breaking point. So things feel, it's like the culmination of energy right before things shift or crack. There's nothing else to be said about that. Okay. Yeah, they're like, no, focus on the blessings, but that is what's happening right now. We don't need to focus on the heaviness of it, though, because you're moving through it. And that's a big part of the blessing. Yeah, exactly. Mercury in Aquarius, literally the expansion of the way that you think. And it's in somewhat of a... Genius isn't the word that I'm looking for, although it comes to mind. But it's innovative. It's Aquarian. It's revolutionary. It's innovative. It's ahead of its time. You're not supposed to make sense to everybody. You straight up would not be an Aquarius if you did. You wouldn't be an Aquarius if you even made sense to yourself. Let's just be real. Let's just be 100% honest. Okay. In Vedic, I'm an Aquarius sun. I feel like I've just accepted. All right, so the blessings coming through. You have the 6 of Cups. You have the Knight of Cups. I like how this Knight of Cups is like just moving away from the past there. Moving in the opposite direction. And then also 2 2s came out together. Oh no, that's a 3. The 3 of Wands, interesting. I was reading that, or I was seeing that as the 2 of Wands initially. It kind of looks like there's only 2, but there's actually 2 Wands here, so it's 3. The 3 of Wands and the 2 of Swords. Accept the path that you have already picked. The thing is, like, if this was the 2 of Wands and the 2 of Swords, it would very much be indicating, like, active decision-making that is still cementing your trajectory. This is kind of saying, like, babe, you're already gaining speed. Like, this is snowballing already. There's already momentum being gained here, it feels like. It's already on the horizon. It's like, trust the decision that you've already made. Because the decision has already been made to overcome your self-doubt, to allow the residue of that to finally dissolve so that you can exist in a more full and liberated truth and embodiment and expression of yourself, basically. That was too dark. I was like, I'm falling asleep now. But they're just saying, allow yourself to be excited for what is inevitable at this point on the horizon. And it's good. It's not something to fear. Eager, enthusiastic, keen, fired up, pumped, can't wait, and butterflies. You're not meant to still be on the fence or thinking that there's something you still need to do or decide to make this happen. Look towards the horizon with anticipation and excitement and openness to receive what is already on its way to you, basically, is what this is saying. But with an open heart, you're moving away from something. So This is where the idea or perception of failure is where this self-doubt is coming from. The thing is, something's only a waste of time or a failure if you don't learn from it. Literally no experience does not hold the gift of gained wisdom, unless you choose to just focus on the pain and perpetuate that to the point that you never get, like, your mind never clears itself out, right? So that it can accept the Ace of Swords, which is that expanded consciousness and wisdom. And sometimes that can be a hard process for you, right? Because again, as we were talking about, fixed air. The fixed signs have trouble moving sometimes, or getting over things, or letting go of things, right? It's just the nature of fixed energy. Every type of energy has pros and cons to it. But there's something about the past. It says, I'm no good. I never get it right. Flawed. Good things don't happen to me. Good things don't happen to me. Well, I'm sorry. I know that you are always right. But Bish, you're wrong here, because literally the theme of the reading that we pulled for you is the good things coming towards you. So the universe is about to prove you wrong in the best possible way. And I think that you're just kind of meant to surrender, to feel into it, feel the natural culmination of something. It's inevitable. Like I was saying before, it's inevitable. It's like the prerequisite work has already been done. It was all of the swords that led up to this 10 of Swords energy. The work now is just to move forwards with hope and love in your heart, and openness, anticipation, and your face towards the sun. Just walk with your face towards the sun, babes. There's no more prerequisite work to do. For some of you, you have new love coming in as well. Just saying. When you're ready to be fully seen, though. The 10 of Cups. When you're ready to be fully seen, a love that is written in the stars. Watch Capricorn's reading if you feel called to it. There's themes about allowing yourself to be seen. All right, the message from the universe. This is so clear cut. The message from the universe is this. Yeah, we'll come back to the blessings. So I want to talk a bit more about that, but we're going to skip over here. The 7 of Wands with exhausted here. It's time to leave it all on the asphalt as you're running. Leave it all in the sweat as you are, exhausting your muscles completely during a hard workout. Fight for your right to party. Whatever this is, it's go time. You are meant to give until you got nothing left to give, because it's finally worth it. Whatever it is that you're moving towards or fighting for. And it's energetic and heart-based. The green and purple. It's spiritual and emotional. It's not about doing more. It's not about there being more prerequisite work or more to process through or strategize. It's about your feminine energy, being in your feminine energy of receptivity and fighting to crack yourself open, fighting to fend off what would prevent you from doing that, so that you can find what you love and let it kill you. Let it drain you. Bukowski. But in the best way possible. Because everyone's gonna die, baby. You know? We all going back to the ground, to the dust from whence we came. While you're here, live a little. Find what you love and let it kill you, because something's gonna kill you. Let it be what you love. Let it mean something. What you exhaust yourself for, what you fight for, let it mean something. Give your all to it, unapologetically. Let it empty you and fill you back up and empty you again perpetually. All the way to the grave, babe. I'm channeling this song. What's it called? Let me find the lyrics to it for you. It's a great song. I've been obsessed with this song for like weeks now and playing it on repeat. Oh my gosh, my foot is asleep and it is, ouch, it's sore. It hurts. Okay. Ow. Ouch. Okay. This song, I feel like I should look it up on my, no, I shouldn't. Okay, the song is called Forever, and it's by Gryffin, Gryffin. So it is an like electronic type song. But it's one of those songs that makes you feel like alive, like expansive, free, like your chest is just like being pulled open to expose your beating raw heart. I realize I'm being a Scorpio rising right now. But the lyrics, the universe is one big place. It's hard to cut through all the noise. And people tell you just to play it safe, like you don't even have a choice. This is so Aquarian. I don't know how to belong down here. I don't need somebody. I don't need to be somebody to some. One day I know that I'll disappear, so while I'm here, I run the red lights just to see how it feels, waving my hands high, not even touching the wheel, drink in the moonlight, and the heaven I feel goes on forever and ever and ever. Know that I am just a drop in the ocean, but I would rather be the waves flowing in and out to somewhere that I'm the first to go, where people only dream about. This is so Aquarian. I don't recommend ever running red lights just to see how it feels, or, you know, riding, no hands touching the wheel, but you get the energy, right? She's saying, like, live while you're alive. Live while you are alive. All right. So, is there anything else that wants to come through about these blessings, these good things for Aquarius? The thing is, there's a part of it, there's something that's meant to be like, it's like they want to affirm that something good is coming. And the part that they are being very clear about is that this energy of like perceived failure or not being good enough or doubt, just questioning yourself, hesitancy that is rooted in pain from the past, that has been transmuted. You have become more emotionally intelligent and self-aware and self-regulated as well. What a fucking flex. This has given you peace. in your mind and your heart. And so when you realize that and you fight to hold that, to keep that safe, because you're not fighting to fight for something, like to pursue something. Something is coming to you. You're fighting through. It's like that Rumi quote. Your task is not to seek love. Your task is to find all of the barriers and the resistance that you've put between yourself and love and dissolve it. Because love has been here all along, baby. Love is sitting right next to you. Love is the air that you are breathing in. Love is the design that we all came into existence from. We just forget. That's the human condition. The human condition is that the idea that there's a degree of separation and division, but there isn't. And you and Pisces, you have this particular strength of understanding that that doesn't really exist. With you, there's still like a sliver of it, of differentiation, right? Between like the whole, the other, and the individual. But you still fight for the whole because you realize that it's all connected, right? Pisces kind of just dissolves into it. It's like, I am the ocean. I'm not a drop in the ocean. I'm the whole fucking, I'm the ocean, and so are you. But they want to highlight that it's this sense of disconnect or failure, perceived failure or flaw in the design. That's what's being flushed out. And it's just being flushed out to make way for more love, more inspiration, more passion, more things that you want to let kill you or exhaust you. You want to fight for them. These are things that you would die on this hill for them, you know. Not saying that you're going to need to, but these are coming from a place of you've manifested these from this evolved place. The work is done. The work now is just holding yourself open to receive and believing that you are worthy of doing so without doing more. Okay? So that is what I see for you. I love it. Okay. You're so deserving. You're so deserving of this. Okay. We're moving on to Pisces. Beautiful. Now, what do my fish need to hear tonight? Let's see. Or this morning. It's officially this morning now. Yes, claim the love as an Aqua Venus. Claim the love as an Aqua anything. Just claim the love even as not an Aqua. Claim the love. Wherever and whenever you can, claim the love. Because life is too short. All right. If you're not going to fight for love, what the fuck you fighting for, homie? You know? Riddle me that. Okay. My Pisces sun is currently showing. No big deal. Okay. My fishy fam. What do we need? What do we need to know tonight here? Let's find out. There's still quite a few left in there. All right. Last one for the evening. Ooh. Oh, okay. Going big at the end here. The karmic truth. Cause and effect. So keep in mind, as always, that karma is neutral. Karma is a neutral force. It is truly cause and effect. Action and reaction, right? You get what you give. So karma's not always bad. It gets a bad rep, but it's not always bad. So we're going to see what, I guess, the karmic truth of a particular situation is. Is there Shakira happening here in the chat? My hips don't lie, buddy. I'm on tonight and my hips don't lie. The nasally voice, you know? I do it well. It is natural to me. Okay, the karmic truth. I need to get out of here and go to bed. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're looking at what really happened, what is truly fair, and how these scales will balance. Because karma does not miss. Never misses. You don't gotta deliver that shit. Karma has got you. Karma is my boyfriend. Karma is a whatever. I don't listen to I don't listen to Taylor Swift at all, but I stopped after Red. That was the last well, no, I can't say that. Number one, the Swifties will come for me, and also that 1970 or whatever one was also pretty good. That was the last good album. In my humble opinion. Okay. The karmic truth. All right. We gonna see what really happened, what is fair, and how the scales will balance. Let's see. Okay. Talk to you guys while I shuffle the cards out. That's a Piscean topic. Is it? Is it? I don't know. Maybe, because I do actually feel like karma does go to bat for Pisces. They don't really get like the... I don't feel like people know that, but Pisces, when Pisces is in alignment with like the purity of their heart, yeah, if you fuck with something that is pure of heart, karma's going to bitch slap you in the face, you know? It's like, I don't make the rules. There will be a price to pay, though, and the fee will be steep. Not to say that every Pisces is in tune with their, you know, highest vibration all the time, but when you F with something that's coming from a genuine and pure vibration, you know, karma's gonna have something to say about that. Karma permeates through the liminal spaces. So that's Pisces. But Saturn rules time and some of karma. But also Uranus, I feel like rules like timelines, like outside of, like time outside of linear space and time. Pisces just does what they want, though. They just float through the void. So I feel like everything, well, as the last sign of the zodiac, I mean, they kind of we contain and hold everything naturally that came before us. Which is why I think we have empathy for so much. All right, still, what is this karmic truth that you need to know? The fact that you need to know makes me feel like maybe you're questioning, like, whether something was fair. I just feel like a heavy distortion in regards to being able to really see and read the truth. So we'll find out. We'll find out. Okay. A couple more shuffles. Ah. Cards are very slippery. Okay, there we go. Okay, what happened? Okay, what really happened? One more. Yeah. Karma has been with you along this entire journey. That's what happened, okay? And then what is fair based on what happened? Mm-hmm. Okay. And how are the scales balancing here for you? Oh my. Well, thanks for being extraordinarily clear and direct, Spirit. Just beautiful. Just, okay. A couple oracle cards. This is incredible. It's definitely good karma, that's for sure, on your behalf. You've scored some karma points here somewhere along the way, babes. That is not up for debate. Okay, clarify this, what happened here in the past. Okay. What is fair or just as a reaction? Okay. And how the scales are balancing. Yeah, or will balance. Okay. Oh. How beautiful. All right. Wow.
Let's see here. Karmic truth. All right. Hello, Pisces. Imagine running into you here. So I hope that my little angelfish are doing excellent. And if you want to go back and see the cards being pulled and the topic being picked, then feel free to do that. But you guys got the theme of the karmic truth, the karmic truth. So we're basically highlighting action and reaction, or cause and effect in a specific situation. What truly went down, what is truly just or fair in response to that, and how the scales will be balancing the situation. Okay. So, the Four of Cups and the Wheel of Fortune here. A cosmic disappointment. A cosmic fuckery did spring forth in the past here, my friend. You would be well aware of this. Talking about karma, fate, and, cosmic forces of the like. The Wheel of Fortune, Jupiter energy. So this was a big disappointment, right? It was like something that maybe even made you like a little bit ambivalent about love. This is the card that came out to clarify. Oh, I just realized she's super naked and we're not. YouTube is prudish. So, purification by water, by your own element, emotional cleansing and rejuvenation. The thing is, all of this was, it was so on purpose, like every single part of it. The way that something happened, how it hit you and impacted you, and where that happened. It was very emotional. Whatever this was, the purpose of it was to clear out, like clear you out emotionally, clear your heart out, so that it could be rejuvenated and something new could come in that there wasn't space for before. So I feel like something came in and it created grief, loss, sadness, but it was so that there could be resurrection. It was always so that there could be resurrection. Oh man, this is very religious, but it's coming through as like the Christ dying, always knowing that like 3 days later you're gonna come, woo, psych, guys. Just kidding. I'm back. Let's party, I grew up in a very Christian home, so forgive my religious trauma humor, but it's prevalent. But it's something like that. It's like even the most brutal end was always like had in sight what was coming after, but you couldn't see it when that was happening. There's loss, but you were never meant to remember, but it was meant to like drudge up. It held the purpose of resurfacing past feelings and emotions, which could have felt incredibly like destabilizing and confusing, honestly, and even isolating and lonely as you were going through this experience. But what was always going to come after was like potential, eternal love, happiness, harmony, fulfillment, romance, expansion, transformation, confidence, assuredness, like all of this that could only come after this release.
And the release was always in service of what wanted to come after. That was the purpose of it. Okay. Let's clarify this a little bit. So, what really happened? Well, something didn't work out, and it was a huge disappointment for you, and it brought up a lot. Your reaction to whatever this was could have felt not, like it could have felt disproportionate to what actually happened, what actually occurred in reality here. But it was because like what it was drudging up wasn't just new emotion. It was bringing stuff up, maybe even past life stuff, but it was bringing a lot up to be cleared and purified and transmuted out for the sake of expansion with the Wheel of Fortune, for the sake of you, the High Priestess, and your overall growth and success, specifically your success over old, stubborn, and well-established fears. And I think that these fears were well-established in your subconscious, somewhat hidden to you. Maybe like you could feel them on like the periphery of yourself, but they weren't like, you weren't fully aware. They had to be brought up by something so that they could be released. Anything else about this? What really happened here? This would have been something that most likely felt very destined or fated, which could have been why, like, you might have misread it as like, ooh, this thing is coming in, it feels destined, like it's for me. And it was for you to fuck you up, to clear you out for what is really for you, for what's meant to like stay, basically, is what I'm feeling here. Okay, bye, Yair. I love you. Mwah. All right. Okay. So, what is fair or what is just in the situation here? Well, there's going to be movement and there's going to be truth and clarity where there has been confusion or illusion. And it's going to bring you peace. Because this truth is headed at you at Mach speed, I feel like. And it's going to dissolve, it's going to bring in peace through dissolving unwanted or disturbing thoughts. And I feel like these unwanted thoughts, it's almost coming through as like pervasive. But it's because something is not closed out. There's like an open loop, something that you don't have the answer to yet. It's like you feel like you've been hanging around, and there you are, Neptunian energy, the Hanged Man represents you. And the Knight of Swords, whatever or whoever this is coming in to deliver the truth that is going to ultimately like make space for peace and what wants to flood into your heart space once it is in a state of peace and rest. This is coming in quite suddenly, and it could feel like it's coming in after a very long period of being hung out to dry, or just like freaking confused, honestly. This could come to you via an air sign or someone with strong air in their chart, but it doesn't have to. I'm getting strong Gemini more than anything. Yeah, communication. Whoa. The Eight of Wands coming in very rapidly. I don't really see you expecting this just because you've been in a state of, like, you've just been freaking vibing, you know? You've been in a bit of a state of suspension. But what is fair is truth, the peace that truth brings. And the Hanged Man, Neptunian energy, is also the higher octave of love. It represents like a divine, unconditional love. Venus is the lower octave of love. It's more of like a sensual, human kind of love. It has its limits. It can be indulgent. It sometimes gets it twisted that love is about what you give, not what you get back in return, ultimately. I'm not saying you should give until you're emptied out and not have someone who can return that. But what I am saying is that that's not what love is about. Not unconditional agape like God-like love, right? But yeah, there is some clarity that is coming in for you, and it's going to liberate you. And it either is coming in like as actually ushering in that like higher love, or it's just giving you clarity to move on from something that wasn't that, so that that kind of love, higher octave love, can come in for you next. I feel like there's been a burden surrounding something toxic and breaking away from it because there's been an illusion. And that's going to be cleared up so that you can come out of a state of grief and you can accept grounded love that is really going to move forwards where you've felt stuck or where things have felt unclear or destabilizing. I think that intuitively, though, there's something that you've known. The High Priestess and the Ten of Cups, there's something that you've known, which is why maybe it's been very confusing to you that it was such a disappointment. It could be that the thing that couldn't stay before or was so elusive or destabilizing was also affected by this massive disappointment or purified in its own way. And that the wheel is turning, essentially, like what is coming in could be something coming back, but it will be in a completely different embodiment and expression if that's the case. It will not come in to wreak havoc. It will not come in to confuse or to disturb you. It will come in offering truth and peace and the kind of love that is humble and kind and, you know, true, and not looking for something, not self-serving. You've been tuned into something for a while, though. The fact that there hasn't been proof of it, though, like in the physical, I think, like you've tuned into something telepathically, intuitively, and emotionally, because this is how we do, you know, that's us, right? It's like now you're getting the verbal confirmation or the physical grounding and like taking form of whatever you've known, whether that's coming in the form of something totally different that bears no resemblance to the past, or something that has changed so much from the past that you barely recognize it in its new form, and it's for the better. You'll be pleasantly surprised by whatever this is, but that's what you deserve, and that's what's coming in. That's what's fair, okay? So how the scales will balance. Now, this is hilarious because you literally got Judgment. I want to talk about balancing some scales here. Plutonian energy, it's literally a judgment call being made. And this doesn't play. This energy does not play. So it's that with the Chariot, 2 major arcanas, 4 major arcanas out of 6 cards, no big deal. This is in the hands of the universe, and it is coming to pass. It is already happening. You know, the major arcana is usually cosmic forces that are greater than you and somewhat out of your control. The action has already taken place. This is the cosmic reaction to that. Cause and effect, karma. Judgment in the Chariot. Someone is answering the call here to move forwards, it feels like. Or you're answering the call to move forwards, but it does feel like there's something convicted from the heart that is moving towards you in a very powerful way. Something that's not afraid to claim you. And the cards that came out to clarify, the Flame Tree, the start of something new, but it makes me think the start of something new after the Tower, right? Like how the soil after a forest fire is very fertile for new growth, but there has been violence there. There has been something burned down first. But again, for the sake ultimately of achievement after that. Keep focused on your dream. There's something that you want, and I think that it's love. I think it's like this unapologetic love that will just claim you and say it, like tell you what is on their heart, tell you the truth of how they feel, like be in the full expression and embodiment of desire, love, truth, and meet you where you are, because that is where you usually are. That's where you're usually vibing, is in those energies. And it's usually that people don't meet you there. And then sometimes you pull yourself out of that place to like overextend yourself or overgive, because you don't, it's like you think that it's your duty to prove that you can be trusted or that your love is pure. It's like, just let the love speak for itself. And I think it did here. The pain may have also spoken quite loudly as well for both you and someone else. But tell me about this judgment call that is instigating the start of something new. It's coming through as like a phoenix rising from the ashes, though. That's interesting. Someone saw the future, or someone is seeing the future in a very clear way, and it's jolting them into action. I was seeing like Scrooge, basically. You know, the Christmas Story, where he is visited by the ghost of Christmas, past, present, and future. So he ends up getting all this context and perspective, but he ultimately sees what his future will be if he continues on the way that he is, and it jolts him, right? It like wakes him up, right? It wakes him up. It forces him to really see things in a different way. I feel like that has happened to someone, or it is happening. This could literally be someone having a like prophetic dream, or a dream that feels so vivid and real that they feel as though they actually see, or it could be something giving them a glimpse of where they are headed if they stay on the same trajectory. It could even be something like and may everyone stay safe and well out there, but like a near-death experience or something like that, that like jolts you into this, like it wakes you up. I would know, because I've had like 6 near-death experiences. Scorpio rising. Hello. Hello. They do wake you up, let me tell you. They do give you perspective. It's like, oh, now like, you walk away from that remembering like what really matters, what is really worth like focusing on or giving a shit about or pouring energy into, right? And what is not that important that we just forget. We think that it's super important, but it's not. Like the details, like perfection, like waiting for the right time to say the perfect thing. It's like, just fucking, bitch, just say it from the heart with your whole damn chest. Who cares? There's a certain, like, nothing beats something real and raw. I'll take that over perfection every damn day. There's something so wholesome and like touching about that, about what is actually real, and not afraid to show up imperfectly and be a little bit messy. That's sexy as fuck. I don't want someone who always has their shit together. No. That's not attractive to me. I want someone standing in front of me fumbling over their words a little bit. I want to see that someone is affected by me. You know, like that doesn't mean that they have to like be a fucking hot mess. That doesn't mean that they have to not be themselves, but it's like, come as you are. Come as you are. And something is. And it's coming from a place of genuine emotional conviction. It's coming from the heart. So don't stop asking for that, because I feel like that is what you've worked your way up through the mud for. That's the dream. That's what has kept you pushing. That's what's kept you walking like through the fire through purification by water and fire. Like, you kept pushing forwards in pursuit of something, and it was the kind of real and genuine raw expression, embodiment, and like love that you desire, deserve, and have the capacity for, and give. You give it freely. You deserve someone who gives it freely back, Pisces. You do. So stay focused on your dream. Don't give up now, because it's coming to you. Anything else for Pisces before I let them go? It was all worth something. Everything you fought for and through, everything you surrendered or sacrificed, everything you bled for. All the blood, the sweat, the tears. The blood, the sweat, the tears. Babe, they were all culminating in something, and you're about to find out exactly what that is. Ooh, what a way to end the reading. That's exciting as fuck. If I don't turn this ring light off, I'm gonna punch it in the face, honestly. And it's an inanimate object, so that's not gonna do me any good or feel overly satisfying. But I'm gonna go to bed because it's 5 a.m. and it's light outside again. And this is how I roll. So don't cry for me. I'm just a nocturnal ass bitch, honestly. But I love you so much. Super mom, you were saying, where's the tower? You have Piscean placements. Need to check where. Dang. That's intense. Wow. I love you guys so much. Josephine. Thank you so much for being here with me. I will get those timestamps up immediately for you so that you do not have to sift through a 10-hour and 20-minute live. Okay, we're losing our voice. If you love me and you love me for losing my voice for you, then like the stream. Subscribe if you haven't already. I'm so bad at self-promotion, you guys. I'm doing my best. I know it's really annoying to hear people say it, but it actually does help so much. And if you're like me and you want to support people, but you just genuinely forget, then I'm here to remind you gently. But I'm sending you so much love. I hope that whatever reading came through randomly for you, that it hit the way that it needed to, that it was the message that you needed. And yeah, I'm going to leave it there for now, but I will be back to you very soon. Good night. I'm going to bed. Me too. And yeah, I'll see you again very soon, you guys. I might put up another poll, so keep your eyes on the community tab for the theme of the next All Signs. But until then, stay safe and well. Stay badass and glorious and beautiful and open and raw and authentic. Because that shit changes the world, let's be honest. Mwah! I love you, and I will talk to you very soon, okay? Bye.